Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Tailosive EV live on YouTube. We are reacting to Tesla's Investor Day because I'm free. Hopefully you're free as well. And they've been hyping this up for a while, and it could kind of go either way. I'm leaning more on the side of caution, trying not to get too excited. I think that this is mostly going to be a lot of, based on the past few events Tesla has held, I think this one's going to be kind of a repeating information we've already heard before, kind of reaffirming investors that what the plan currently is. And I don't have a lot of hope for too much new information, but I guess ideally, if the event goes the way I want it to, it'll be just that we can get something new. I would love it if we could hear something we haven't heard before, whether that's specs about the third generation platform, what battery packs they're using, where they're going to build it. You know, I'm hoping for at least some kind of information on Giga Mexico, because the president of Mexico claims, at least I've seen some people claiming, that Mexico is making stuff up, or they're making claims that aren't finalized, or making announcements that haven't been really confirmed and that kind of thing. But, yeah, the president of Mexico basically said that Tesla is going to build a big factory in Monterrey, Nuevo, I forget the last part, sorry. Someone will correct me in the chat, but it's like 6.5 hours south from Giga, Texas. It's honestly not that far, but a lot of people's thought process connecting the dots, which I think is somewhat reasonable, is the concept that the third generation vehicle platform is going to have all these different engineering things, not necessarily just single piece castings and a structural battery pack, but maybe there's other things that Tesla will talk about today about how much cheaper it is to build. And part of the reason it'll be so much cheaper to build is because it'll be built in Mexico, and then they'll ship it internationally, or ship it at least to the United States. John Abel says, what are your predictions for the Cybertruck? Are we going to get any news at all, or think Elon will be like, oh yeah, Cybertruck is coming along and it's going to be awesome? No, I think, sadly, I would love if I was more hopeful. It would be so much fun if I could tell you I think we're going to get Cybertruck specs today, but there's been several events in a row now where Tesla shows off the Cybertruck and we get a couple of new glimpses, a couple new angles, but then the event actually begins and there's no new information other than just it's coming along and the Cybertruck will be awesome. So in case you're wondering, that's why I was so comfortable dropping my Cybertruck video like 30 minutes ago, is because I was like, okay, this is really, really cool. And I was talking with other people on Twitter and on Discord about what we could see. We're like, oh yeah, the seat folds up and stuff. Okay, there's a subtrunk there. Yeah, that looks like a seam. That's probably where the frunk opens and everything. So I dove into what we could see from the prototype, and after looking at the prototype, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all the news we're going to get today. I could be wrong. I don't mind doing a second video again if I have to. It's not a big deal for me, so I don't mind. But I don't think we're ready for the Cybertruck update, to be honest with you. Like, Tesla, they dropped the refreshed Model S and X right before an earnings call, but they never had, like, an event for the Plaid until deliveries were starting. So I get the same impression that as much as I may want one, like, I think we could all agree on that, it would be wonderful for Tesla to provide us a breakdown on, here's the first launch edition Cybertruck, here's the specs we're expecting for it, here's the pricing, here's the range, here's the acceleration, the towing capacity. We'd all love to have another event just about the Cybertruck today, and we'd love to have an event before deliveries begin, but knowing Tesla and the way how, like, they basically didn't do anything for the Semi months before deliveries begin. No, they didn't have an event for it until deliveries were ready. So I think that's what their board is currently comfortable with. Like, don't have an event, don't invite people unless you're starting deliveries and it's real. So I think they're probably going to have the same mindset towards the Cybertruck and just say, once we're ready to deliver the thing, we'll do another event. And even then, I'm not convinced they'll go into all the specs, because Tesla likes to keep a lot of specs very, very vague, which is why I hesitate to say, I thought today's updates on the design, with the steering woke and the back seats display and the back seats folding up and all that, I considered those updates because I don't think Tesla is really going to provide us with a official Cybertruck update until deliveries begin. That's maybe when we'll get actual specs. But even the Tesla Semi event didn't give us the price or the weight, which is what most people were interested in for semi trucks. And they kind of, it felt like almost intentionally didn't mention any of that. All they just wanted to harp on was 500-mile range, 500-mile range. It's like 500-mile range with a maxed out payload. We get it, but what is that payload relative to a diesel semi? Tesla in their shareholder deck has claimed it's about the same, but Pepsi told us other things. So yeah, we'll have a live stream from Tesla. You guys can react to it with me. I can pull it up here when it's ready. Nothing's started yet. We still got about 23 minutes. But yeah, you'll be able to hear it and see it as well. So just hang tight until we begin. It starts in about 23, 24 minutes. Nuevo Leon, thank you, which translates to New Lion, but one must remember that Spanish isn't translated to English. That's true. I'm ready to place a deposit on Model 2, whatever it's called. I personally have a hard time believing they would want to unveil or announce a $25,000 car or something like that, because like it would be such a Osborne to their existing models, unless it's just from the ground up really, really intended for robotaxi use. But the battle I struggle with that idea is like, well, no, it won't be like the Model 3. It'll be so much worse than the Model 3 because it's meant to be a robotaxi. And I was like, the Model 3 is already pretty robotaxi friendly. I feel like how much worse could it get? I love this car, for the record, but it's like, okay, it has a 200-mile range. It has cloth seats. There's no frunk. If they just go super cheap, super basic with it, then why would Tesla sell us a robotaxi? And if they did, it wouldn't be $25,000, right? You know, if you're to saying, I see some people brought it up in the comments on my video about the Investor Day predictions. I was predicting that, again, if there's a robotaxi, why would they sell it to a customer? They'd make far more money keeping it themselves. The common criticism I got from that argument, thank you, Alpha, for your support. I appreciate that. Yes, Elon will probably be late. That's typical. That's happened the past 5 events, I think, or something. But people kept saying, well, Drew, they're going to sell it to us because they want us to maintain it, rather than have employees to charge the robotaxis and clean the robotaxis and repair them or service the tires when they need to be rotated or replaced and all that. That's why they want to sell them to us. And I was like, okay, first of all, I feel like EV maintenance is pretty trivial. Like just having someone to plug them in, like especially for the first probably 2 to 3 years of robotaxi use, there's going to be people manually ready to intervene in an emergency anyway. Like, I don't think they're just going to roll out robotaxis in my rinky-dink rural town. They're going to probably start them around where their headquarters are, where there's tons of employees that can intervene if there's an emergency or can do something when they're out in the wild driving all by themselves. So I don't think the maintenance is that big a deal. I don't think they would sell the whole car just for that. But even if they did, your argument is that we need a third party to actually own the vehicle. First of all, legally, I don't think they can do that. There's very specific rules with the DMV about what... There are self-driving vehicles that exist already, like Google Waymo and Cruise, and Amazon's, I think, getting ready to launch Zoox. So there are autonomous driving vehicles, but they have to get special permission from the DMV to be able to use them. I don't think there's any regulation or any laws in place for selling a autonomous vehicle to a person, to an individual. Like right now, you can't even deliver a car without side view mirrors. So I'm having a hard time believing that you can deliver a car when the NHTSA is telling Tesla to recall full self-driving beta recall, right? They have certain requirements for FSD beta. I definitely don't think they can just sell you a car without a steering wheel or pedals or one that drives itself around and makes you money. But okay, even if they did, the revenue potential of that vehicle is massive. So there'd be no reason to sell it for cheap. That would be an investment vehicle. You would sell that to people that are trying to make forms of passive income. You wouldn't be selling that car to the most affordable market possible. So that argument people kept using in the comments made no sense to me. So I apologize if I'm misunderstanding it, but thought you were going to have something on the superchargers opening up first. You know, I did a little short. I was working on my Rivian video yesterday. The EV community is insanely packed right now, and I've got more stuff going on behind the scenes that I haven't dropped yet. But basically, I'm working on another I got to interview the CEO of Aptera, in case you're wondering, and I need to edit that interview, and I'm trying to get it up by tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. But there's all this EV stuff going on. So Rivian posted all these earnings, and they updated the range figures and announced the max pack on the R1S. So it's like, oh, that's really cool. I want to talk about that. And then Giga Mexico happened. I was like, wait a minute, should I talk about that? And then I did my Rivian video, and as I was almost done editing the Rivian video, it's a funny story. I was literally in the part of the Rivian video I was editing. It was at the part where I say, in a couple months, Rivian or very shortly, Tesla's going to open up the superchargers, in which case buying a lower range Rivian won't be that bad because you'll be able to access an increasingly large and reliable charging network. So I was like, oh yeah, I need to find that tweet that Tesla made saying they're going to open up their superchargers. So I go to their Twitter account. Literally the same second I opened Tesla charging, there was a pinned tweet that said, like 1 second old, that was the video that you all saw. Tesla is opening up we're officially opening up our superchargers, and it had the tutorial of how the Magic Dock works and how you activate it from the app. So I was almost done editing the video when that news dropped. So I knew that just because of all the stuff I was doing yesterday, I was like, I'm not going to have time to do a whole second video now. Plus we got Investor Day and everything. So I just did the community post. I just dropped the picture and said, by the way, it's open, because I knew that I wasn't very close to any Magic Docks in my area, and I don't even own an EV that doesn't have CCS. So that has CCS, I mean. So I wouldn't been able to test it regardless, and I knew that 50 other channels were probably already en route to the Magic Dock, and they were going to test it out. So I was like, it's cool news, and I'm excited for it, but I'm going to take the L and just accept that I'm probably not the best guy to cover it, because I don't I don't have a vehicle that can take advantage of it, and I'm not close to a Magic Dock. So I was like, let me just focus on what I've started, and I posted the little short so that people know how simple it is to supercharge your non-Tesla. I think they did a good job with it. Taker 610 says, the supercharger Magic Dock just proves how ridiculous keeping CCS over NACS is. Let me switch from this compact design to this super bulky one. Smart. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we needed the Magic Dock to prove that it was ridiculous. To me, it was obvious from the beginning that CCS was a bad idea. Yeah. But thank you for the super chat, Taker. I just think that unfortunately automotive companies are very stubborn, and they're kind of stuck in their ways. I feel like I have less forgiveness for the startups, though. Like Rivian and Lucid are very early in their production ramp, and switching to NACS I don't think would be that big a deal, again, because the largest charging network is Tesla, and Tesla is going to be adding Magic Docks to more and more of their superchargers, with 7,500 of those stalls being open to the public network by the end of 2024. So even if your first year of Rivian deliveries have CCS and all deliveries then after have NACS, I really don't think it's that big a deal. I guess they just want to stay consistent because they started with CCS, so they want to keep using CCS. But I just think it's such a worse port. It's so annoying. It's more expensive, the flaps and everything, and it's so bulky and hard to use, and there's just so many advantages to using NACS. I'm kind of disappointed that only Aptera is the only company to agree to use it. I'm going to be covering the faults of the Magic Dock in my video tomorrow. I think as far as making a mass-producible accessory that lets anybody use the supercharger network, it's pretty smart. There's flaws with it, sure, with how the vehicles occupy nearby stalls, but I don't think there was a cheap or simple way to alleviate that problem. The longer cable was going to cost far, far, far more. That's one of the reasons I think Tesla superchargers are so much cheaper than everybody else, is because they have much shorter cables. That's a big part of the expense. And also, I just think it would be tacky to have these long... The problem is people are probably going to park in the wrong stalls regardless, even if you do include longer cables. So the best way, in my opinion, to alleviate the problem of one vehicle occupying two stalls when charging is to just make sure that there's almost never a line, which is why I think that Tesla is probably going to open up the select superchargers with the Magic Dock at locations that are known for never being very busy. So as long as they don't have super busy superchargers. It's okay if a Rivian takes up 2 stalls. It's okay if a Lucid or a Porsche or whatever has to occupy 2 stalls to charge, because there should be a couple other stalls ready. Will that work flawlessly? No, I don't expect this rollout to go completely smoothly. There's always going to be complications when you have one charging network trying to communicate with a different company's battery pack and how much the battery pack is asking for. There will be hiccups, absolutely, but I still think it's an important part of the EV transition. Taker, thank you for the super chat. Chances of LFP rear-wheel drive Y ever being sold in North America? I would say it's a matter of time. I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm kind of mad that they didn't. I would have definitely bought that one if it was available when I was in the market. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, they have that in China, and I believe they import it to Europe and they import it to Australia. So it's in many markets. North America is one of the few markets that doesn't have that trim. But at this time, it doesn't seem like that's on their plate right now. I think they're pretty much focused on ramping Giga Texas with all-wheel drive and 4680 cells and 2170 cells. LFP, all at this point, has to be imported from China, and I think all of it's going to go towards the Model 3 rear-wheel drive and maybe whatever they announce at Investor Day today. So if there's a Generation 3 platform that's optimized for robotaxis, whether you can buy it or not, different debate, it would make the most sense, Tesla even said at Battery Day, for that vehicle to be iron-based so that it has a high cycle life and that it is much, much cheaper to build, because Tesla's going for lowest cost per mile and how quickly can they ramp. And I think that's something LFP has proven very successful at, is ramping quickly. So it may be a few years before Tesla is actually able to mass produce lithium iron phosphate batteries in the United States, but I'm sure they're working on that. I believe they even referenced that on their earnings calls at some point. But Elon himself has talked about it, like, I believe Elon said in an interview once, or a earnings call once, that he expects like 2/3 of all the batteries in the world in the future to be iron-based. So the nickel-based cathodes like 2170s and 4680s, you know, those types of cells that are in production now. I understand dimension versus chemistry. The dimension could be LFP in the future. I just don't think it will need to be because of how LFP works. It doesn't need to be heated as or cooled as much as nickel-based cathodes do. But I think that those are going to be restricted for vehicles that need the higher range, things like the Semi, things like the Cybertruck, you know, long distance towing, or people that just really want long range vehicles, which I think are going to increasingly become more of the luxury market. Like Model S and X makes sense because of their price point and because of the segment they're in, to be 350, 400, 500 mile range. But I think the vast majority of EVs in the future are going to be LFP or some mixture of LFP. Maybe they mix in some manganese to get better efficiency. But with Project Highland and hopefully switching to single piece castings and all that, I think there's a way. Maybe they'll announce it today, but it's something that would make a lot of sense in my head. I think this is what BYD is doing with the Blade battery pack. I would love for Tesla to make a structural LFP battery pack. That to me is like the best case scenario, because you can reduce the cost, reduce the complexity, reduce the number of parts, and also use the cheapest chemistry possible. Right now, Tesla's only done the structural battery pack with 4680s, which still use a lot of nickel, still use actually more cobalt than 2170s do. I'm pretty sure 4680's goal is just to be easy to mass produce. So they're not that great for the consumer. You know, I don't know what the cycle life of 4680s are. They might be better than 2170s, but they don't seem very energy dense. So even if they do, even if the 4680s do, last longer and have better cycle life than 2170s, the range is currently lower. So, okay, it degrades a bit slower, but you're starting with less range in the first place. So I would love to see them do, basically just rip off BYD is what I'm saying. Do a structural LFP battery pack with the Model 3, and if you reduce the cost, reduce the complexity, reduce the weight a bit with that design update, I think you could get an LFP Model 3 to go over 300 miles on a charge, in which case you wouldn't necessarily just have LFP in the standard range vehicle. You could have it in the longer range option. Maybe not 350, but I don't think most people in the future, with the growth of the charging network, not enough people are talking about it. I'm surprised that I'm the only one that's like psyched out by the announcement that Tesla and the White House made. Like, everyone's just talking about how, okay, superchargers are open, that's cool. Yeah, that part's exciting, The more exciting part to me is the more than double the number of locations by the end of next year. Like, that's insane. That's such a high number considering how many superchargers there are now. They want to more than double that within a less than 2-year span. The hope was that 4680 would be cobalt free, but it's not. They've done tear downs on them. Jordan from the Limiting Factor got one. Sadie Monroe got one. We know what's in them, and there's still cobalt in them, and they're actually less energy dense than the 2170 cells equivalents, which is why I've been incredibly disappointed from the beginning with 4680 batteries. And on battery day, I was pumped. I thought it was the coolest event ever. Tesla was talking about how they were basically going to dominate the battery space. And I was excited, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm going to hold off on buying my car until 4680s are available, and then I'll buy a Model Y with 4680s because they sound cheaper, and they said higher range, lower cost, reduced complexity, better efficiency. I'm a big fan of all those things, and then when the 4680 Model Y came out, it was more expensive, it was less efficient, it was heavier, it wasn't really anything they said it would be. So it's a long progress. I think the overhead of development is higher for 4680, but at least in its current form right now, it's not really living up to any of the hype Tesla was claiming it would have. I hope adding magnesium to LFP helps increase energy density. Then I'd get the benefits of both LFP and 2170. It's messy, though, because I think if you add in the magnesium, that might eat into the cycle life. So I feel like that tends to go hand in hand from what I can tell. The more energy dense the battery, the lower the cycle life. Not to say that the nickel-based batteries have a low cycle life, honestly. Knowing that Model 3s with 2170s and Model Ys with 2170s, we've seen people do long-term reviews. They're at like 200,000, 300,000 miles on them, and they still have over 80% battery health. That's still great. I don't think every battery pack needs to last 1 million miles because most cars don't last 1 million miles anyway. And it's not necessarily just because something breaks. It's like people switch cars or people get in accidents. The longer you own the car, the more likely it is to get totaled because you're just driving it more. So there's more chances for some idiot to run into you. So I still think if your battery pack is lasting 300 to 500,000 miles, that's still good. And if it takes you, 20, 30 years to get that many miles on your car, which for some people it will, by then the battery chemistries that we'll have, or the price of batteries by then, will probably be way cheaper. So even if you have to replace the battery pack in your vehicle in 20, 30 years, it probably won't cost that much. And by that point, we'll be in such a different EV market, like maybe it won't make sense to replace the battery pack because there will be newer, cheaper Teslas that are better than the one you have. And you just buy a whole new car, and you can retire your old car in the used market for cheap, or you can find a second life. Tesla could give you a good trade-in value on your old vehicle because they can take the battery pack on it and repurpose it for energy storage and Megapack or in a Powerwall and that kind of thing. Must tweeted the future looks bright. I took that to be a solar cell reference. I would love that because I want solar on more things. But yeah, did he just tweet that now? Yeah, we have 7 minutes until Investor Day is supposed to begin. But I don't I don't expect them to start on time because Tesla rarely does. I think charges every 150 miles is sufficient. Then who needs more than 250 miles of range? Well, I mean, it still impacts your trip time. Even if you have a fast-charging EV, even if it's only 100 miles of range, even if there's a charger every 50 miles, everywhere in the country, some people, it impacts how many stops you have to make. It's kind of inconvenient if you don't feel like stopping. I think Tesla has kind of found the sweet spot with the 250 plus because most of the time people tend to want to stop and have a restroom break or go get food after about 2.5, 3 hours of driving, which it typically takes you, 2 to 3 hours to drive 250 plus miles, and most of their vehicles go well over that. So, Neem super chatted, thoughts on Cablegate on the new retrofitted Tesla superchargers. Well, again, people are acting like this has never happened before. Tesla opened the supercharger network like over a year ago in Europe, and there's been non-Tesla supercharging in other parts of the world for a while now, even though the port is in a different place and even though the cable doesn't reach. And you know how they handled it there? They only opened up the charging stalls that never got too busy. So if you're going to a supercharger that is known for having a line, or known for having a huge pileup and known for being at max capacity all the time, Tesla's probably not going to add that one to the CCS capable list. They'll probably hold off on installing magic docks on those super busy, LA superchargers. I think the only ones they're opening up right now are ones that they have the data on that shows this one almost never gets full. There's almost never a line on it. That way they can roll it out slowly, and it's okay if a non-Tesla shows up and occupies 2 stalls. It's not the end of the world because there's other stalls available. So if a Tesla pulls up and there's some Rivians charging, they go, oh, well, okay, don't park next to the Rivian, park a little bit over there. Yeah, I know the cable is short even for Teslas, I agree. But I think that's why Tesla's been able to build out their supercharger network so fast. That's why there's more superchargers than anything else, is because Tesla cuts costs, cuts corners sometimes, often to a fault. I still miss my handle here. I wish my car had the accessibility handle, but they don't, because Tesla is all about scale. And by keeping the cable length short and not any longer than it needs to be, they've made it very cheap and fast and scalable to mass deploy superchargers. And yes, it gets annoying, but I'm just saying that the solution of, okay, how about if we open up a supercharger to CCS, but we extend the length of the cord for all the different port locations? I still don't think that would solve it, because there's going to be, I've seen it at Electrify America stations, there's still going to be some morons, or I shouldn't call them morons, but uninformed EV enthusiasts that show up and grab the wrong cable and are plugged in, but they're occupying the wrong stall for the Tesla. So that's going to happen and the cable extension cord thing is going to cost way, way more than just a magic dock. The magic dock almost looks, the reason I think the magic dock was so genius is because it's so small and it can be easily added to an existing supercharger. You don't need to install brand new equipment. You could go to a supercharger that's been there for years. Actually, the magic dock that's in Santa Cruz, I noticed, I saw it show up on the map. It's a supercharger I've been to. I went to that exact supercharger last Halloween when I was visiting Mike down south. I just needed to top off, and I went there, and then I saw that they had added the magic dock to it. It didn't take them more than a couple hours. They can literally ship those magic docks. They're like this big. They can ship those in an Amazon box, and they can just ship them to service centers all over the country and just say, hey, add this to this supercharger. And I bet the installation maybe takes a couple hours, but they don't need to have big semi-trucks with new equipment to unload and all this expensive packaging. No, it's probably a very slim, very compact package that they can just readily add to any existing supercharger, and they don't need to have a giant crew of people going around to each one. Whereas if you say, okay, every single one needs a, 12-foot long charging cable, that's going to cost a lot more. The shipping's going to be a lot more complicated. You're going to have to pull the cabling out of you don't have to pull anything out, as far as I can tell, other than the little holder for the NACS connector at each supercharger. So again, everything Tesla's engineering points to is scale. That's almost there, because it follows their mission statement, right? Their mission statement is all about accelerating timelines. They're all about accelerating the transition to sustainable energy. I wonder if they could repaint the parking lines to place the charger in the middle of the spot instead of the side. There's several superchargers where I know for a fact it still wouldn't reach if you parked a little bit off. I've been to several where even following the parking lines, it could barely reach. So if they moved it again, then it definitely wouldn't reach for certain vehicles. I think long term, sorry, the bit rate is down. Sometimes T-Mobile. I'm streaming off of T-Mobile right now. Yeah, it doesn't solve the problem. I mean, for some cars, it might solve the problem, but not for everybody. But again, I think that your best solution, which I think has to happen anyway, regardless of if the superchargers are open to the public or not, the best solution is to just flood the market, flood the entire country with tens of thousands of superchargers, so that they're like, they'll never, in my opinion, they'll never be as common as gas stations, but they're just like freaking everywhere. And because they're so plentiful and because they're so accessible, you won't even need to worry if a CCS vehicle is occupying 2 stalls. There will be 10. Thank you for admitting I was right, HTO Dancing. I appreciate that. I don't hear that very much. You think they'd open them to high traffic corridors between LA and Las Vegas? If they're not too busy and they can keep up with the demand for them, yeah. Okay, we're close to starting, guys. We've got a really cool animation. I'm going to put the... can I make this bigger so you guys can see it? Yeah, that might work. It's probably just playing music right now, but I'm going to put the chat on my Tesla screen, actually, so I can see what you guys are saying. Let me just switch over here. But yeah, it looks like we got lots of door frames, or is Tesla unveiling something? They really seem to want to emphasize this design. I promise I'll turn on the audio once the event starts. Here we go. Man, the YouTube on Tesla Theater is making it very hard to see the chat. I don't care about all this. Where is... They just dumped the... Oh, what is it? Show more. What, did they get rid of it? Well, that's going to be a problem. Okay, maybe I'll put it on... I can't see the chat anymore on the YouTube app. That's a problem. I guess I can put it on my phone. That's not the big deal. Ooh, this is a nice close-up. That's got to be a Model Y, I'm pretty sure. All right, well, I'll close the... I guess I can't read the chat on the Tesla screen. That's a shame. They got to fix that, Elon. Turn up the brightness here. I have no clue what you all are saying. Looks like the charging dock. Yeah. It's the single casting of the Tesla Q. Tesla Q would be a pretty awesome name. I agree. So why... I think I caught up on the super chats. Yeah. Happy to see Tesla Barbarian in the chat. Thank you for watching. Love your channel. There's a video of the Cybertruck updated testing model that has a different steering wheel. Really? I had no idea. I'll have to make a video on that an hour ago. Sorry. That was a sassy response, but... The wrong animation? Okay. This is satisfying. This is very cool. Let me make it a little more full screen for y'all. You can see more. And of course, this is just on Tesla's YouTube channel, by the way. I don't have some kind of special exclusive access. So if you don't like my commentary, leave the stream. The point of watching a reaction stream is to hear me react and make little side quips and comments. So, yeah, if that was real, this would be a very inefficient way to store. How are you going to, like, oh, we need all these pieces. Thank you for the super chat, Neem. He says, I'm hoping the two states can play nice so I can take the train from Vegas to LA. HSR is lacking in continental US compared to Europe. It's saddening. I agree. I would love more train infrastructure. That would be fantastic. I love, I took a cross-country train trip last year and it was so much fun. I would love to take the train more. There will be audio, but there's just music playing right now and I'll get copyright claimed if I play it. But just so you believe me, it's kind of quiet. That's my MacBook speakers get very loud, and that was as loud as they got. So hopefully they turn it up a bit. Oh, I see the logo. I have audio muted for now just because it's music, but you will hear it once they actually start talking. Tesla Daily has a really up-close look at the model. I did a video on it, Avoxel. Come on. That news was so 1 hour ago. I'm over it. Last version of the Cybertruck I saw had a completely hidden wiper. I believe on some of the prototypes they just took the wiper off. I don't think that means it's hidden. I wonder how A-pillar visibility is for the driver. I bet it's fine. Tesla's pretty much all the Teslas I've been to have had great visibility. I don't think they'll mention the Roadster, honestly. I think that's the last thing on Elon's mind. I think Elon's love child is the Cybertruck. Oh, that's cool. It says Tesla Live, but they forgot the E. Probably to emphasize the Tesla stock thing. Okay, so they're just looping the visualizer. For the record, they are 4 minutes late now. I wish I didn't have to search for Tailosive to see this. You don't. Just search Tesla. It's not that hard. It's actually less letters. 1 hour equals 1 decade. You were really quick on that Cybertruck vid. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think we're going to get any more Cybertruck news. I think that the updated prototype we saw before the event began. That's probably the most interesting part of the day, unfortunately. It's just because the last few Tesla events I've watched have not had that much new or exciting information. It just kind of repeats or makes a bunch of promises that we know they can't keep. But I hope to be wrong. I'm still going to watch them because I'm a shareholder. I still love Tesla. I love my car. And if they do ever start having more satisfying, exciting events again, where they actually give us more concrete numbers, then I want to be there when it happens, Yeah, I know. I credited him. The video I posted is basically all about the video Tesla Daily did. Best skit of the year. Thank you. Hopefully you have an option for yoke and steering wheel like Model S and X. I know. The one they put on the prototype is not really... I don't think it really makes anyone happy. Like, the steering wheel people don't like it because it's not a wheel. It's shaped like a square. It's like a steering oval. And then the yoke people don't like it because it has the extra grab parts, which you don't need. It's not really a yoke, and it's not really a wheel. Oh, wow, Tesla Barbarian, you didn't need to do that. He super chatted. He said, my admission price for always watching the game at your place. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. That was very kind of you. And completely unnecessary, seriously. You guys are too kind. Just so you know, I'm not streaming for the super chat. I would genuinely... I would be watching this anyway, so it just feels like a missed opportunity in my head to watch it but not stream my reaction so that, I don't think Tesla has a live chat on their streams, and if they do, it's probably crazy busy. So it's like, I would rather watch this with people that I know, and I feel like yes. I know a lot of you guys based on how regularly you comment and watch my videos, so it's like, I gotta watch this anyway, and I'm probably gonna make jokes and text my friends and stuff, so this is basically the most efficient way to have a watch party in my head, is to just go live. So still though, very much appreciate the super chat. I'm really hopeful for the Roadster. I am too. I feel like Tesla could shut up so many haters if they just delivered everything that was already announced and then just was in the process of mass producing them. I think setting false expectations is probably my biggest criticism of Tesla, is that they just overhype things, or they claim things are closer than they are, particularly with full self-driving. I have no problem with them pursuing full self-driving. I'm actually in favor of that, and I'm annoyed when companies don't put a big emphasis on self-driving systems. But don't tell me that it's going to be done tomorrow, or that this is going to replace car ownership. And it's like, you don't know. Maybe it will, but let's not price that in now. Roadster is dessert, and we're still eating breakfast, basically. That's a good comment. I like that. It's not bad till they really come with the yoke. I like the yoke, but I'm in favor of options. I got nothing against there being an option. The woke kind of reminds me of the prototype Model 3 steering wheel at its unveiling. Anyone else? Kind of. I know exactly what you're referring to, but it reminds me more of the steering wheel of the Canoe. If you've seen the Canoe with 2O's vehicle, their lifestyle vehicle has a steering wheel, and it's kind of boxy like that. I take it that was, I don't know, to me that looked like a boardroom decision. That looked like Tesla was trying to please both parties and ended up annoying both parties, in my opinion. I know, Helfer, we watched this animation already. It's just looping right now. Let me catch up on the chat, see if there's anything I missed. It's the single casting of the Tesla Q, yeah. I know, H2O dancing. That it's very annoying because anywhere you look online, including Hyundai themselves, when they're talking about the Ioniq 5 and the Kia EV6, they say that they support 350 kilowatt DC fast charging, but what that actually means is you need to be at a 350 kilowatt charging stall in order to achieve the peak speed, which is actually 220 kilowatts, which is very confusing, but that is literally how it works, which I kind of hate the false marketing surrounding it. No one is making EVs in a volume that I would be concerned about at the Tesla chargers at this juncture. Well, I don't think it's a bad concern. I understand why people are concerned about it, because many Tesla owners can attest that in busier areas, there are superchargers that have lines where the supercharger is not enough for the area, and they can't even fit all of the Teslas in the area at that charger. So when they read news that says now we're opening up superchargers to non-Teslas, it's like, what the heck are you doing? Come on. But I don't think most of those people realize that Tesla is only opening up the lower usage chargers, and I think they're going to be smart about it, just like they were in Europe, just like they were in Australia. As far as I can tell, I feel like it would make a good article, or it would make a good video if there was a situation where there was Teslas that needed to charge, but non-Teslas were clogging up the supercharger. Like that, I feel like would have made a great news story. Man, this animation just keeps looping. It's satisfying, but man, come on, Elon, get off Twitter. It's time. You think there's going to be any talk about V4 charging in a new factory? It feels like it, that I've seen some videos that were somewhat well researched saying that there's definitely a lot of false information going around about Giga Mexico. There was that report that they were going to transport vehicles out of the factory by air, which is like, what are you talking about? Like, this person had no clue what they were saying. So I think there is some misinformation surrounding the Mexico Gigafactory. But now that the president himself of Mexico is saying that, like, he had a phone call with Elon and they're going to put a big gigafactory in. Well, he didn't say the word gigafactory. That's another thing. There could be a factory going in Monterey, but what if it's just like a megapack factory? Well, it's not a gigafactory. It's a mega factory, or it's just for power walls, or similar reports happen in China. They can buy a factory or build a factory, but it's just for one thing. Like, it's just for supercharging equipment. Maybe it's not for cars, which is why I'm hesitant to. I was really close to making a video yesterday saying, like, Giga Mexico confirmed, haha, there it is. But I'm like, well, we don't know if it's a Giga grade factory. So I'm hoping they clear that up, especially if it goes along with the third generation platform. That would kind of explain a lot. If, like, to make a super cheap vehicle, they're not building it in the US. It's kind of sad. I don't know if they want to brag about that, but I would sorry, people just contact me. Next week, Tesla from Mexico will be delivered in China via Starship. That's a better idea. We'll deliver it via Starship. That has a much better payload capacity than a plane. Yeah, I did see Gali got in. I was happy to see that. Very upsetting that there's been more than one person on multiple occasions that has not only received an invite to a Tesla event, but then been denied at the door and said, no, you're on some kind of, like, blacklist. Like, no, you're not allowed to come in. It is, like, so upsetting and so rude that now seeing that happen at multiple events, at first I thought, oh, that's weird that they didn't let people in at the Tesla Semi event. But now it's happened again. I'm glad Gali was able to get in, but I bet he had to try pretty hard. He probably had to text some higher ups and get a hold of someone to let him in. But I think Holmar's catalog was blacklisted or something. So Omar, who used to go to all the events, was not invited, or was invited and then was denied. So at this point, I'm hesitant to. Yeah, good question, Lee. Who is making those decisions? I don't understand why you wouldn't want your biggest supporters that talk about you and boast about you all the time. I mean, Omar can be sarcastic a lot of the time, so maybe they just took that the wrong way. But even if I got invited to a Tesla event at this point, I'm not sure if I would go, because I'd be worried I'd be denied at the door, especially if I had to fly or drive all the way to Giga Texas, and then I get there and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, we changed our mind, you can't come in. Like, the inconsistency of the invites for other people is definitely turned me away from wanting to ever go. I used to want to go to Tesla events, but at this point I'm like, yeah, I think I could end up risking a lot of time and a lot of money for nothing if they just deny me. Yeah, I would be super ticked off. But I mean, Gali has spoken directly with Elon before on multiple occasions, so I feel like Gali has some credibility he can pull. So if he gets denied at the door, he has contacts that he can reach out to. If I get denied at the door, there's really no one I can reach out to. I could be like, hey, Rob Maurer, please let me in. I mean, I've never talked to him either, so no. All I'm saying is, I'm a shareholder and I have registered with Tesla's, authentication service, so that I'm on the list of people that would get an invite for an event. But if I was on that list and I got an invite, I would still be skeptical. I would still be hesitant. I would need a backup plan or something. We were blowing up the Twitter feeds, trying to draw attention to Golly being turned away. Don't know if it played a role at all, but I eventually got it. Yeah, I was happy to see. Golly focused now on the Chili Peppers. That right? That's right, Wojciech. Good to see you, by the way. You can reach out to me. I'm in Austin. Yeah, I would have to have some kind of backup plan, which is why I probably wouldn't go. It's like if there's a Tesla event, but there's also some people I could meet up with or something else I could do while I was out there that would be fun. I would be like, I'm going to go, but I'm not going to count on getting in. But again, I don't think my channel's big enough. I don't think I'm well known enough. I don't think I would get invited anyway, which is okay. I'm not really a big event guy. I don't go to concerts and that kind of stuff. Are you sure you wouldn't go if an invite for the Cybertruck delivery event came in the mail tomorrow? I would love to, but again, I just don't have a lot of faith they would let me in. I'd be worried that I'd show up and they'd say, oh, wait a minute. Because I've done skits on Tesla, so they probably don't like me. I've actually, believe this or not, a lot of people don't understand it because I've made a lot of videos on the Cybertruck and I talk about it a lot, but I never reserved a Cybertruck. Ever. There was never a point where I put down the $100. I never really planned to buy one. I mean, I never had a thought of like, I mean, the thought crossed my mind, like, should I get the Model 3, get the Model Y, should I wait for the Cybertruck? But I never actually got to the point. I was never serious enough about it to put the money down because I'm just not a guy who needs a pickup. My lifestyle doesn't justify it. And even though I love the Cybertruck and I think it's amazing and really cool, I know that it would be wasted on me. And there's so many other people out there that need the Cybertruck way more than I do. But I don't move things around a lot. I don't tow. I don't like go off-roading. I don't really enjoy off-roading. I've done it with friends and stuff, but I just don't have a desire to it. So when I was looking for a Tesla of my own, I was like, what's going to be the most efficient, practical, what's going to, be the lowest cost of ownership? And that's something I don't think I would like about the Cybertruck, is that it would cost probably twice as much electricity-wise than this car, because of how big it is. And it's going to be the most efficient pickup truck ever, in my opinion, but that doesn't make it the most efficient vehicle. The car I'm in right now is probably close to twice as efficient as the Cybertruck is. But I still think it's cool. I love talking about it in the same way I love talking about the Tesla Semi, and I was really, really excited for the semi truck to come out. And I definitely want it to come out. I want to check it out, and I would love to. Maybe I'd rent one if I needed to move something or something like that. But I don't think I don't think I could ever justify taking delivery of one unless the price came down substantially. But even then, I like smaller cars, I've discovered. That's one thing I've really come to enjoy about my Model 3 is how easy it is to park in a tight parking space. Cybertruck would not be as easy to park, especially at those superchargers. I've been to several supercharging stalls with the cable being... with the cables barely long enough to reach, and also the stalls are very narrow, the parking spaces. You can barely fit between two other vehicles, and I know it would just be way, way harder with a truck that size. Yeah, I see it. Musk tweeted that he's running late. I'm so surprised by this. And Mr. Django, the audio is muted because it is just music. There is no talking. We're not missing anything. If I play the music, I could get copyright claimed, so I'm not playing the music. They're running into issues with Starlink. I doubt they're using it. Oh, Will Stewart, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for making great videos, sub since 2020. We finally got a Model Y after the price drop, and it was just delivered. It has been amazing. Awesome. That's wonderful. Thank you, Will. That was very kind of you. You really, people, you do not need to super chat. Seriously, keep your money. I'm such a poor use of money, but I appreciate the super chat regardless. Sorry it took me so long to read that message, Will, but thank you. Yeah, of course, of course, relate. Busy life being a billionaire. He's probably trying to get some soundboard working on Twitter right now. What are we expecting to be announced today? I think it'll be pretty analytical. I am hoping for just a big emphasis. Well, not hoping, but I'm expecting a big emphasis on just the engineering. Just like, here's how castings are going to work. Here's how structural battery packs are going to work. Here's how we're going to source our supply chain to get the most amount of lithium possible. And here's how we're going to get nickel. And also, there will be a new Gigafactory in Monterrey, Mexico. And that's where we're going to produce future vehicles that incorporate the engineering expertise that we learned today. So I got pretty low expectations. I don't think this is going to be an action-packed, super exhilarating event. I've seen some channels that are like, at this event, we're going to see Project Highland, the refreshed Model 3, and we're going to see the Cybertruck production model, and the Robotaxi, and the Roadster is going to fly off the stage, going 0 to 60 in 0.1 seconds, obliterating any life forms inside of it. You know, some people just have the sky's the limit for all of their hopes and dreams. And they're going to release the Model 2, which will cost $4. You know, I think the expectations are way out of control for a lot of the YouTube community. So I'm kind of intentionally leaning the other direction, just saying, just expect it to be kind of nitty-gritty details and just kind of reaffirm investors that, hey, we're going to have great margins and we're going to produce at super duper high volume, and we've got a supply chain set up for that high volume, and here's how we're going to refine the lithium and all that. And why Monterey? I don't know. I didn't pick it. Ask Elon. They probably got a better tax break there or something. Or it's closer to Giga Texas. I don't know where Nuevo Leon is. Maybe it's closer. You don't think they will announce a new car? Well, it's not called an unveil. That's the main reason I don't think there'd be necessarily a new car here, is because in previous events when they unveil new cars, they called it, you know, the Cybertruck unveil, the Model Y unveil, the Model 3 unveil. This isn't called like the Robotaxi unveil or the compact unveil. All they said is that we will discuss our third generation vehicle platform, which in my head means not necessarily a new design, but more just new manufacturing approaches. As to how they're going to do the next design, but I'd love to be proven wrong. It would be cool if we could get a... Yeah, I'm with you, Airman. I would love to see like a stainless steel cyber car, basically. I just think that there's more engineering expertise that they could apply to get the price super duper low for like something below the Model 3. Like, if you choose an exterior material maybe that doesn't require paint, similar to the Cybertruck, even if it looks weird, I'm okay with weird looking designs as long as they have a purpose. But just like, how dang cheap can you make this car to build? And I like it when they talk about that, but I have a hard time getting excited for it because Tesla usually, when they talk about cheaper vehicles, they don't talk about actually selling a $25,000 car or a $20,000 car. They talk about, this will be so cheap to build, we can, you know, put hardware 4 in this thing and it'll be a robotaxi and it'll make us 30, 50 grand a year and it'll only cost us 18, 20 grand to build. So this is a money printing machine. Therefore, you should invest in us because we're going to have all the monies. We're going to be ultra profitable, and that's why they call it a investor day. That fits the description of investor day better than just unveiling a cheaper car. I feel like they would just call it an unveil if that was the case. And also, Tesla's still in the process of either both updating the Model 3 or trying to price the Model 3 lower so that they can get through their inventory, because they have a pretty high inventory right now of Model 3s, which means that strategically right now would be like the worst possible time to unveil a cheaper car, because then no one's going to buy a Model 3. If there's a Model 2 that has even somewhat decent, I think even some people say it won't cannibalize the Model 2, the Model 3, because it'll be cheaper. Even if the Model Q had a range of like 220 miles and it was way smaller and the seats were fabric and the trunk was tiny and there was no frunk or something, you know, even if it was cheaper than that, I still think it would affect Model 3 sales, because the Model 3, especially the rear-wheel drive, the car I'm sitting in right now, is the cheapest Tesla you can buy. So who would buy the cheapest Tesla if they knew there's going to be another cheaper Tesla in the future? I think that the main reason there's a lot of people, I mean, clearly not enough because they keep lowering the price, but if there's not enough people ordering the Model 3 rear-wheel drive, then there definitely won't be more people ordering the Model 3 rear-wheel drive. if they announced a $20,000 cheap EV. Whatever is the cheapest vehicle will sell the most. I don't agree with that. That's not really how the automotive market works. The best-selling vehicles in the U.S. are pickup trucks, which are definitely not the cheapest. But I agree that the cheapest vehicles will sell well. I just don't know about the most. I hate my Model Y because I spent $20K more than I needed to. Well, you got it earlier than other people. I know that kind of sucks, but you didn't know. You know, you didn't know what you didn't know. It's very easy to know what you should have done in hindsight. You could play that game all day. Just look at the stock market. If you look at a stock that was 1/100th of what it was a month ago, which happens from time to time, you could just say, yeah, I should have poured my life savings into that stock. It's like, well, yeah, but you had no way of knowing it was going to take off that way. Same thing with a car. What do I really want them to announce? I would love it if they gave us concrete specs on the Cybertruck. Like, here's the range, here's the price, here's how many we can build in the first year, and gave us just more concrete specifications. I would love it if they said the Roadster's entering production or whatever. I would love it if they announced that the Model 3 is going to be switching to single-piece castings and a structural battery pack. I know it's not that strategic, but I think here's what I would love for them to announce, because I'm not one of those people that thinks Tesla needs a new model in order for it to be cheaper. I think that you can apply manufacturing approaches that they've learned from the Model Y to the Model 3, and you could probably get the Model 3 to become a $25,000 car with enough scale. So if they just said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to apply either, maybe it's something else. You know, we only know about structural battery pack, LFP, single piece castings. Maybe it's something else, like one casting for the whole vehicle, the front and back combined or something. Or this new battery pack design we've come up with can hold a lot of structural integrity and be really cheap because it doesn't need nickel or cobalt. And they said, we're going to slowly be transitioning the Model 3 to this manufacturing approach, and we're going to start it in China, then bring it to Fremont, and then we're going to mass produce Model 3s with this new approach in Mexico. And there's basically could say we're going to keep prices the same at first, but over time, as we catch up on demand, we can afford to lower prices more and more and more. That would make a lot more sense to me than just dropping from, you know, the starting price now, which is 42 grand, to all of a sudden, okay, now it's 25 grand, but just like slowly, maybe 1 month at a time, or even a quarter at a time. They just drop it another grand, then they drop it another grand. Oh, still music. I think we're starting, guys. Here we go. Wow, there's a lot of people.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, it's Zach.
Good afternoon.
Herkhorn.
My name is Zach Herkhorn. I lead finance here at Tesla, and welcome to our Investor Day.
That is full blast. That's as loud as they'll let me make it, by the way.
For those of you here in the audience at our global headquarters in Austin, Texas, we welcome you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for traveling in. For those joining us virtually, thank you for being a part of the day today. So as we reflect back on the history of the company,
I opened a link.
There's been distinct phases of product advancement, technology innovation, and rapid volume growth.
I think it's a history lesson, guys.
The most recent of which has been the global expansion and localization of the Model Y program. And so today, we want to talk about the future. We don't want to talk about this quarter or next quarter. We want to go further out into the future.
Yes, please.
And we've divided today's presentation into 3 parts. The first of which, we're going to go macro. What does it take to convert Earth to sustainable energy generation and use? The second,
batteries.
We want to talk about Tesla's contribution to that global need. And we're going to go function by function through the company, and you'll meet our entire leadership team, and we're going to get into the details of what those teams are doing as part of the broader goal. And then in the third part,
I turn off closed captions.
We're going to bring it back up and talk about what this all means for the company as a whole.
Oh,
so before we get started,
that's a projector.
Statements made in this presentation are forward-looking statements but
Whoa.
are subject to risks and uncertainties.
It's a lot of fine
More
print.
details can be found in our written materials.
Not investment advice.
So with that, let's get started. Part 1,
I don't
Elon
see-
Musk and Drew Baglino.
I didn't see any mention of the Roadster in that fine print. Yes! Drew Baglino! He's my favorite. I love Baglino. He's my guy.
All right, master plan part 3. So,
All
as
Bye, Twitter.
Zach was mentioning, the thing that I think is we wanted to convey, probably more importantly than anything else that we talk about here, is that there is a clear path to a sustainable energy Earth. It's not, it doesn't require destroying natural habitats. It doesn't require
I
us
think
to
that
even
was their
stare
first disclaimer.
and stop using electricity and sort of be in the cold or anything. The story, and I think this holds together quite well, and we'll be actually publishing a detailed white paper with all of our assumptions and calculations, is that there is a clear path to a fully sustainable Earth with abundance. In fact, you could support a civilization much bigger than Earth, than much more than the 8 billion humans could actually be supported sustainably on Earth.
Jeez, we need
And
100 billion people.
I'm just often shocked and surprised by how few people realize this. Most of the smart people I know actually don't see this clear path. They think that there's not a path to a sustainable energy future, or at least there's not one that is sustainable at our current population.
We're all
or
going to
that
die.
would have to
Yeah.
resort to extreme measures. None of this is true. So we're going to walk through the calculations for how to create a sustainable energy civilization. Yeah.
I'm guessing it's robo-taxis.
And to set the stage, today our energy economy, let's be honest, it's dirty and it's wasteful. Over 80% of global energy, primary energy, comes from fossil fuels, and only 1/3 of that global energy actually ends up delivering useful work or heat.
Oof.
This is the problem statement, but we're here to talk about the solution.
Yeah, it's like for some of this I'm going to elaborate because there's a very wide range of technical expertise out there, from people who are like, whatever, level 9 wizards in this subject to people who do not do engineering at all.
Mike is a level 9 wizard.
If you have a gasoline car, you're converting less than a third, often maybe only 25% of the energy in the gasoline is converted into motion. The rest is turned into waste heat. That doesn't do any good at all. And there's a lot of energy required even to get the oil out of the ground, to refine the oil, and to transport the gasoline to the gas station. So when you look at all that, for a typical gasoline car is actually going to be using less than 20%, fully considered, of the energy from the oil actually goes into motion.
And it
So
stinks.
this is when we see people doing calculations for what does it take to create a sustainable energy Earth, they assume that the same energy amount is required for an electrified civilization versus a combustion civilization. This is not true, because most of the energy of combustion is waste heat.
And even to get the fuel to combust in the first place and get it to the end use, there's a lot lost along the way. I mean, this is the primary energy consumption, 165 petawatt hours a year. Petawatt hour is a trillion kilowatt hours. So a large amount of energy. But the nice thing about electrified economy, there's a better way, we're going to talk about it, is that through end use efficiency and through efficiency along every step of the way, actually the total energy use halves. So this is one of the most enabling aspects of electrifying everything, is that the sustainable energy economy is that much easier to accordance. It's
I need a
actually
petawatt
half
hour
the problem
battery
statement
pack.
of the fossil fuel economy.
Yeah, and we're being conservative here, so it could be better than half. But we're trying to have assumptions that are reasonable, not overly optimistic, in fact, slightly pessimistic. So it's really better than half, but just say it's easy to make the argument that we need half as much energy with an electric economy versus a combustion economy.
Yep.
Good. That's all right.
So how the master plan works, you want to talk
Yeah.
about?
So the
240
the thing that is
terawatt hours.
needed at very large scale that is not currently present is a vast amount of battery energy storage. Our rough calculations are that this is about 240 terawatt hours, or 240,000 gigawatt hours.
Wow.
This is a lot of batteries, but it is actually a very achievable amount. We'll go into details on that.
Yep.
So that's a combination of electric vehicles and stationary storage. So if you've got solar or wind, you've got to store the energy when the wind is not blowing, the sun is not shining. And so we're assuming sort of an 8-to-1 ratio of stored energy to power. So 30 terawatt hours of power, 30 terawatts of power. Our actual capital expenditure calculation for manufacturing investment is more like 6 trillion, but we made it higher to make it 10 trillion.
And this is across mining, refining, battery factories, recycling, vehicle factories, all the things that we're going to talk about needing to invest in to build this sustainable energy economy.
Yeah. Now, if you look at the total world economy, it's just under 100 trillion. So if this was spread out, say, over 10 years, it would be 1% of the global economy. Over 20 years, it would be 0.5%
Very
of the
doable.
global economy. So this is, not a big number relative to the global economy. As we mentioned,
$10.
you need about half as much energy with an electric economy versus a combustion economy. And in terms of wind and solar, how much land would be used? It's less than 0.2% of the land area of Earth. Generally people don't realize quite how much energy is reaching us from the sun.
We got a lot of land.
It's roughly a gigawatt per square kilometer. And the sun doesn't shine all the time, but it's if you multiply that by, say, 4 to get the continuous power, 4 or 5, then that gives you the land area of solar. And you can put wind and solar often in the same place. So a lot of places that currently have wind, you could have solar there and you double your energy.
You can also put wind offshore. It doesn't even need to
Yeah.
be on land, so wind is even more flexible.
You could put solar offshore too.
Yep.
So Earth
No.
is 70% water.
You can't do that.
Anyway, the point is that with a really a remarkably small amount of Earth's land area, we can go fully sustainable. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
from do the resources and raw materials exist to support this transition? We'll go through that in detail, but we do not see any insurmountable resource challenges at all. In fact, in the end, we should be mining less ore to accomplish this economy than we currently do with the fossil fuel economy, and we're going to talk through that.
Yeah, just
That's
to
cool.
emphasize that again, the electrified economy will require less mining than the current economy does.
Yes.
Less, not more. Okay.
So this is the plan, and now we'll get into a little bit more of the details of the plan. Basically, 5 areas of work. First, renewably power the existing grid. Second, switch to electric vehicles. Third, switch homes, businesses, and industry heating to heat pumps. Fourth, high temp heat delivery and storage for high temp industrial and chemical processes, and a little bit of green hydrogen in there for chemical processes that need hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
And finally, sustainably fuel planes and boats. These are the 5 areas, and we're going to go into detail on all of them.
Boat planes.
I mean, my personal opinion is that as we improve the energy density of batteries, you'll see all transportation go fully electric, with the exception of rockets. That's awkward. But you can make the fuel with CO2 and water. So you can make methane with CO2 and water. So
And
in
you
fact,
can do that with just electricity. So.
Yes, exactly. So, in fact, on Mars, if we hopefully get there at some point, the atmosphere is
Eventually.
CO2, and there's water ice throughout Mars. So you can take the CO2 and H2O and turn that into CH4, which is methane, and oxygen. So ultimately, even rockets can be electrified.
I mean, okay.
So first,
sure. This
repowering
idea.
the existing grid with renewables. And this is going to be a consistent theme. You'll see our estimates for the number of terawatt hours, terawatts, and trillions of investment at the bottom of the page. This is already actively occurring in front of us. 60% of the generation added to the US grid was solar in 2022. And actually, on a year-on-year basis, solar deployment is growing 50% year-on-year as of 2022. So this is a serious upswing. And if we continue this trend, this is going to be behind us before we even know it.
Yeah.
Second, switching to electric vehicles. Again, 21% reduction in fossil fuel use by doing this alone. Obviously, Tesla is heavily engaged in this activity, along with many others. Overall, EV production grew 59% year on year in 2022, and EVs hit an amazing 10% market share. I mean, it's an awesome milestone. I'm super excited to see that. I gotta.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously happening very rapidly, and I mean, I think really all cars will go to fully electric and autonomous, and so riding a non-autonomous gasoline car is going to be analogous to riding a horse and using a flip phone. That's basically going to be the situation. And
we actually took a somewhat conservative assumption here in terms of how many batteries are required, because the more the fleet is autonomous, the smaller the fleet needs to be, just from a utility basis. So we're not accounting for all of those benefits, or really much of those benefits at all, in this number. And what does this fleet look like? Just
go back.
Rough view from our perspective. Of course, we could be wrong, but you can see the sort of breakdown of the fleet by millions of vehicles.
Is that a van?
Our goal is to do 20 million electric vehicles a year.
That's a van.
Fewer vehicles will be needed, at least passenger vehicles,
above the
with
Cybertruck.
Autonomy. So there's some debate as to what that number is, but it's some number less than the number of vehicles needed today. There's roughly 2 billion cars and trucks in operation in the world today. And
yeah, so what we show here is actually, I think, only 1.4 million or so. So we're represent 1.4 billion, or so. So a smaller fleet. And the numbers are here in this presentation are around 85 million vehicles a year produced, just to give you a sense of how we're thinking about this. Again, we're going to put all these assumptions.
That's the same as the robotaxi from Battery Day.
Yeah. So we're basically heading rapidly towards an electric or autonomous future.
Exciting.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why EVs are so enabling is this end-use efficiency point. Tesla Model 3, it's 4 times more efficient from the well to wheel than a Toyota Corolla. And that's all about the efficiency of getting the electricity into the car in a sustainable energy economy, and then how efficient the car is in transferring that stored energy to motion on the road. When compared to the engine in the Toyota Corolla and all the extraction, refining, transmission, distribution of the gasoline to the Toyota Corolla.
Pathetic.
And just for, this is a fun reference, Model 3 can drive over a mile on the energy it takes to boil a pot of water for pasta, and then it can drive another mile on the energy it took to cook the pasta. And that pasta is 1 pound, and Model 3 is like 4,000 pounds.
That's a lot of pasta.
Just to give you a sense of just it really doesn't use a lot of energy to move a Model 3, that 4,000 pound object, down the road.
Also, heat is a lot more energy than motion.
Yeah. Yeah. But people, you just boil a pot of pasta, you don't even think about it. It's just interesting how efficient these cars are.
Shut up, Drew.
Next, switching to heat pumps in homes, businesses, and industry.
Tesla HVAC.
Right now, heat pumps meet 10% of building heating needs. Install rates growing 10% year on year. It really needs to accelerate. Heat pumps can serve, heat applications up to 200 C in businesses and industry. And from an investment perspective, as you can see on this page, this is actually the lowest hanging fruit in terms of displacing fossil fuels. You might be saying, well, what exactly is a heat pump? So,
air conditioning.
Heat pumps don't move heat, don't create heat, they move heat. When you think about the natural gas furnace in your house, it is generating heat itself. But what the heat pump is doing is actually moving heat from outside of your house into your house. They're just an air conditioner or a refrigerator in reverse. So we're surrounded by heat pumps. There's they're all over this factory. They're in your house. And all this really is about bringing them to displace all the fossil fuel heating and all
your
the
heat pump running
in the industry that we can.
You better catch it.
From an end-use efficiency perspective, this is a three times reduction in the total energy required to heat these buildings. So
Tesla
a real obvious
HVAC?
thing to do.
Please?
Yeah, heat pumps. They're in our cars, yeah, now as default, and
Yep.
at some point we might make a heat pump for our home. So
Yeah, maybe.
maybe.
Do it now.
Next, a little bit more detail on electrifying high temp sort of industrial chemical processes. So over 50% of industrial heat is greater than 400 C. Where, cement, steel, fertilizers, chemicals, plastics, metals refining all need like 1500 C. So we need a solution here. Ultimately, it's purpose-built equipment that enables electrification. Carbon graphite is stable up to 2800 C. There's other options in the 1500 C range, like silicon carbide, other materials. So the idea here is you create and store heat when renewable power is available. If this is a sustainable energy economy, renewable energy is intermittent, peak of the day, you've got more generation than you need, you make a bunch of heat then, and then you transfer that heat into the industrial process 24 hours a day using the stored heat you created when the sun or the wind was blowing. That's the concept here. And then on the hydrogen side, we also need green hydrogen to decarbonize metals and chemical refining processes. This is things like ammonia, making steel. There's roughly 120 million tons of hydrogen sourced from fossil fuel today to do these things. And hydrogen can also directly replace coal, which is currently used in a ton of steel production, through a process called directly reducing iron. You can replace blast furnaces with a hydrogen-reducing, direct reduced iron furnace. And this is the way to eliminate fossil fuels from these aspects of the economy.
Not fuel
and
cells.
CO2 associated with them.
No fuel cells.
So some of this, there's like room to disagree, but some amount of hydrogen is needed for industrial processes. My personal opinion is that hydrogen will not be used meaningfully in transport, and shouldn't be. If you're going to use a chemical fuel, you should use CH4, not H2.
Methane car.
But nonetheless, it is needed for industrial processes.
Fart
and can
mode.
be produced just by splitting water, essentially.
I mean, something that's been done for decades and decades. Yeah. This is not, rocket technology. And lastly,
it's not
a small part of the pie, but a necessary part of the pie is sustainably fueling planes and boats. Shipping accounts for 3% of global CO2. It's ripe for electrification. Even with lithium iron phosphate, long-haul ships can be fully battery-powered. So that's a great opportunity to
LFP boat,
electrify. Energy density is a little bit harder for planes, but short-haul is doable today. With some improvements, we'll get long-haul underway. But even in the meantime, we can leverage sustainable aviation fuels produced and stored using excess renewable electricity. There's a lot of work going on in this space. And it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to really get long-range aircraft and long-range shipping to use lithium-ion, you need to redesign the ship and not just
or the plane.
And the plane to take advantage of the fact that it is a new source of energy. It's a different architecture, so. Just like with an electric car, you wouldn't just take a gasoline car and stick a battery in it. That's very suboptimal. It's much more efficient to have the battery be the structure of the car. And
put the battery in the water.
Make it mass efficient and optimized for batteries. The same if that's
Sit
done
on
with
the battery.
aircraft, I think you can get long range aircraft at around with cells at around 450 watt-hours per kilogram, which you can buy it right now, actually. It's expensive, but I think that price will come down.
So when we stack up all of these efforts, we end up with the numbers we shared at the beginning of the presentation.
Whoa.
30 terawatts, 240 terawatt hours, $10 trillion. And you may be saying, like, I need some context. Is this feasible?
No.
Spoiler alert, it's entirely feasible. Just looking at it from a growth rate perspective, how much do we need to grow the deployment of these technologies? We're talking about only a 3x growth rate in solar and wind deployment. Solar is already growing at a breakneck pace, as is wind. This gap is going to be closed really quickly. When we look at the electric vehicles, they have to grow 11x. Well, they grew 60% year on year last year. That growth rate is also going to close pretty darn. That gap is going to close pretty quickly as well. And lastly, storage. Tesla's energy storage business has grown at 65% CAGR since 2016. The global, energy storage business is accelerating pace as well. I mean, all these gaps are going to close, especially as this momentum of the transition to sustainable energy accelerates.
We have to.
And of course, our goal on this page is 20 million EVs per year and 1 terawatt hour of stationary storage per year, basically as soon as we can. And then, what about this investment? How do I have a reference point on this investment? Elon mentioned it's 10% of, 1 year's world GDP.
14
Another way of
trillion.
thinking about it is how does it compare to what we're investing, like what we invested last year in the fossil fuel infrastructure?
Yikes.
And it's 60% of that investment. So actually, building this sustainable energy economy is less than extending the fossil fuel economy from a year-over-year investment basis. So very doable.
Stop
When we look
buying
towards,
coal.
does this fit on the planet? Absolutely. Less than 0.2% of land. As a reference point, the total land area intensively farmed today is 12.5% of all land. So, I mean,
We put it all
drive
in
around,
India.
You see some farms, but you don't see them everywhere.
Take that,
This
India.
is an order of magnitude, more than an order of magnitude difference between farming and what we're talking about for sustainable energy land.
India will power
And
the
it doesn't
world.
need to displace farmland
Of course
or
not, yeah.
forests or jungle or any kind of ecological preserve. It can be used in very sparsely populated desert regions.
Yeah. Barren areas,
Yeah.
areas that are just not really fit for development or otherwise used. So,
Yeah.
I mean, 0.2% can fit into a lot of places.
Yeah, there's essentially no meaningful ecological impact.
Why does Drew get the
transition
head-mounted
to a
mic?
sustainable energy economy would result in a substantial reduction in current ecological impact.
It's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And what about on the mineral extraction side? So
Whoa.
this is a cartoon that sort of gives you a sense for all the ore and the extracted minerals that are coming out of the earth every year. It's about 68 gigatons. So each truck is a gigaton. What does this look like when we're in a sustainable energy economy? Looks like that.
That's less.
Fossil fuel extraction disappears. We replace it with the materials required to fulfill the sustainable energy economy. It actually reduces. Now, it's not to say that we don't need to continue to explore, bring on mining and refining for the sort of specific materials for the sustainable energy economy. We do. But the investment in mass flows are all very achievable, just looking at what is already happening on the planet. This is nothing out of scale of what has been done and is already being done.
Okay.
And then when we calculate it on a
So
sort of,
Optimus.
element by element basis, the resources are there to support the transition. This is cumulative demand to move in the sustainable energy economy direction until 2050 relative to USGS resources today. We're not breaking the resource bank for any of these materials. And then when we
Iron's
look
pretty
at
low.
what really happens as we move forward, history teaches the more we look, the more we find. What people think happens is, oh, there's this many resources, next year there's gonna be less because we're gonna extract them. What actually happens is, as we extract resources, we find more. And you can see on the right what has actually occurred with the key materials to the sustainable energy economy. Since 2000, as the sustainable energy economy has been growing and Tesla's been growing and all the industries around us have been growing, the actual resource availability has increased, not decreased.
Yeah,
Awesome.
there still seems to be quite a bit of confusion about lithium. Lithium is
So if we
extremely
look for
common.
more
It's one of the
oil-
most common elements on Earth.
Don't do that.
There's no country that has monopoly on lithium,
Yep.
or even close to it. There's enough lithium ore in the United States to electrify all of Earth. If the United States was the only place producing lithium, there's enough domestic material to electrify Earth. It's very common.
I believe that.
The limiting factor is the refining of the lithium into battery-grade lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate. That's the actual limiting factor.
And the same is true for these other materials.
Yes.
And this is, again, these are not crazy technologies. It's just the investments need to be made. And the investments, they're not gigantic. They just need to happen.
Right. Nickel is maybe of them all the trickiest one to solve. But as we showed with the graph there, maybe need 30% of the world's known nickel reserves. So
And the nickel reserves have actually grown since
yes,
2000. So.
there is more. Yeah, exactly. So, and you only need nickel for basically aircraft, long-range boats, and very long-range cars or trucks. But the vast majority of the heavy lifting for electrification will be iron-based cells. And the iron is actually literally the most common element on Earth.
Team LFP.
So, little trivia point. If you say, like, what is Earth made of? By mass, it is made of iron more than anything else. And second, oxygen, and then everything else after that. So
everything else.
Basically, we're a muddy rust bowl is what Earth is. So an iron cathode is sort of, you're definitely not going to run out of iron, because so much iron is insane.
Iron batteries don't need cobalt.
So that's, yeah. So.
Yeah, and ultimately, this resource extraction, we go through this effort, we build these batteries, and then we recycle these batteries. So ultimately, we're doing this to build this sustainable energy economy, but the maintenance amount of ore that we require is really an order of magnitude or more, less, because of recycling.
More or less.
So in the end, a sustainable energy economy is within our reach, and we should accelerate it.
Yeah, I mean, so...
Tell me that's not the end.
This is really the main message of today. And I really wanted today to be not just about Tesla investors who own stock, but really anyone who is an investor in Earth.
Is that the whole of it?
And what we're trying to convey is a message of hope and optimism. And optimism that is based on actual physics and real calculations, it's not wishful thinking. Earth can and will move to a sustainable energy economy, and will do so in your lifetime.
Whoa.
Thank you.
What if someone's 90?
Thank you.
Wait, what? That was it?
And I just want to welcome up Lars and Franz to the stage.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. Vehicle design. Here we go. Here we go. They pulled a fast one on me.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Franz.
This is going to be a long event.
Lead design at Tesla.
Oh my God.
And I'm Lars. I've been doing vehicles with Franz for almost 13 years now.
Thank you,
So
Franz.
I joined Tesla in 2008 to vertically integrate design into the company. It didn't exist before. It was a pretty small team.
Cut out the Peter
It was tasked with
Rawlinson
designing the most
footage.
beautiful, innovative, and well-engineered vehicles on the planet.
Look for Peter
No
Rawlinson.
small task in 2008. There was not a lot going on in the EV sector then. Since then, we focused on constant improvement in cost, efficiency, innovation, things that you'll continue to hear about today, while continuing to design the most desirable cars.
Most desirable.
Today, we produce cars differently than we did 10 years ago. But the end result is always an exciting, futuristic, and desirable set of vehicles.
Back then, we only had a handful of designers and engineers like myself, but we had a great vision to radically change transportation.
So back in 2008, where we were designing Model S, we didn't have a factory. In fact, we had a really small engineering team and a tiny design team. But that allowed design to lead all the conversations. It let us innovate forward-thinking ideas, like how do you fit 7 people into a sedan?
You don't.
Or how do you make door handles disappear into the
You don't do that
doors?
anymore.
Or putting a huge touchscreen into the center of the vehicle, something that had never been done before.
You put him in the trunk.
And then we won Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Yes, and we won Motor Trend Car of the Year in 2013.
Put 'em in the frunk.
Our first, great award, first car. Pretty good start. Kind of a home run, I think. But that whole process resulted in a linear process that you see on the screen. We designed first, then we engineered, and then we figured out how to manufacture it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important. When we were designing the car together, we didn't even know where we were going to build it. And so we came up with
I didn't even know Lars when we were designing.
That's true.
I still don't know you. Who are you? Get out.
So once we got Fremont, we were very fortunate, and we figured out the manufacturing solutions sort of like we were flying a plane and putting the wings and building the engine at the same time. So we knew we had to do better.
Don't do that.
Yeah, we knew we had to be better in order to scale. And as part of the master plan that you've read, Model 3 needed to be a smaller, more efficient, and more affordable version of Model S. But it had to be equally great. It had to have all the things that people loved in their Model S
It's better.
or Model X, but be much more affordable. And so we approached the process a little bit differently than the first time around. Now we had teams that we all worked together. So we were able to combine design, engineering, and manufacturing process all at the same time. But somewhere along the way, we changed the manufacturing process to be fully automated. And so we leaned into this whole new way of manufacturing a car, but we had already engineered it. So things didn't quite go as well as planned.
It was an amazing product, but it landed us in production hell.
Uh-oh.
Many of us who lived through that carry those battle scars. It was a great idea, but it wasn't the right timing. Like Franz said, automating something that we designed to be built manually is super hard. And we have many, many failed examples of that at the Fremont factory that we ripped out. But some of them eventually still work. This is one I actually worked on with a small team of engineers. It's still running today. And some of the engineers that came by said we couldn't do it, are no longer with the company, but it's running, and it's running faster than ever. So we kind of self-imposed constraints on the design.
Self-driving
when we
could
were
be the same
doing
way.
it to be built manually, and we really didn't think about it. But despite all that, Model 3 is the best-selling EV ever.
Yeah, and
What?
Model Y, which is derived from Model 3, is about to pass that.
Right. I think
But
it has.
we knew we had to improve the process further. And with Cybertruck, we designed a vehicle around a vision that actually started with the manufacturing process.
Yes.
And in this case, the materials dictated the design.
Forming full hard stainless steel isn't rocket science, but it sure isn't easy.
They keep
and
saying
it limited
that.
the way we could do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It really forced us to think about designing something in a way that you couldn't normally stamp panels, you couldn't form them in a traditional way. So you ended up with very linear bending processes that are just not in automotive kind of language of manufacturing today. But it actually created a very efficient process and one of the most dynamic designs ever, I believe. It's definitely something that's going to change the road landscape.
I want a different
Hopefully you
picture.
guys saw it down there and you experienced it. It's definitely real. Those are real trucks. We're on our way to build them. But what that stainless steel opportunity did
Whoa!
for us, it has let us rethink the factory footprint. We don't stamp those. That's a huge part of it. We don't even paint them. So our footprint got smaller, and we started to think about innovative ways to take those constraints and make great products.
But that constraint didn't really change the end result of the truck. It's a super dynamic truck, and it has all the functionality you would expect out of any of the other competitive trucks. And the best thing about it, it's coming this year.
Doubling down. Then tell us the price, dang it. Tell us the price.
So ideally, after all that, we would design, engineer, manufacture, and plan for automation happening together. It gives us the opportunity to question requirements. This is something that is fundamentally only available at Tesla. In the places I used to work and the top manufacturing companies in the world, they don't sit together.
Yeah,
we are one team.
Nowhere I know has all these teams together thinking about these processes from the very beginning.
In fact, all of those engineering teams, manufacturing, design, automation, they're all in one org. They all report to one person. We can't point fingers at each other, so we have to solve them together, which is the best way to innovate.
Report to Elon.
Traditional way of making a vehicle is this. You stamp it, you build a body in white, you paint it, and you do final assembly. And what's interesting is these shops are dictated by the organizational structures that exist. And they're dictated by the boundaries that exist in the factories that are laid out. If something goes wrong in final assembly, you block the whole line, and you end up with buffering in between. This is at the tail end of its manufacturing optimization. Henry Ford first invented this assembly line in 1922. It's been 100 years, and it's really hard to make a change after 100 years. And when you watch it happen, it's actually really silly to a guy like me. You take all these stamp panels,
I love
you
this.
put them together, then you put them in a framing station, you build a body that looks something like a car, you put the doors on, and then you paint them.
You put them
Once
on.
you get the color,
Ooh.
you take the doors off, and then you start putting the interior inside the car. It comes in through the openings that already exist.
Sounds
I wish
like he's
it went in
crying.
like this big piece like this, but there's actually people coming in and out of the car. There's awkward movements. Then we lift the car up, we put stuff from underneath it, we put it down, then we put the seats in the car. Finally, we close it all out with glass, and we bring those doors that went away for a trip.
He's complaining. I love
Put 'em
this
back in the car.
animation. It looks great.
Most of the time, we're doing this with a big, giant car and moving it and doing really nothing to it at all.
But it could be better.
What's
I know.
funny though in this kind of whole process is that just recently Toyota just called this an engineering work of art.
After we just crapped on them for the Corolla's efficiency.
The Model Y.
Take that, Toyota.
That was humbling, but at Tesla, it's not good enough. If we're going to scale the way we want to do, we have to rethink manufacturing again.
Yes.
Part of the master plan, we have to make another step change in cost.
Good, good.
We started this on Model Y when we made these huge giga castings, and we deleted hundreds of parts. We simplified assembly with the Model Y structural battery, where we decided the floor should be a part of the car. The battery is the floor. We put the seats in the interior on the battery, and we bring it up through a big open hole, and we assemble it.
Make a battery
This allowed
shaped
us to
like
do
a
things
seat.
in parallel, fully rethinking the process and reducing the final assembly line
You
by about 10%.
sit on the battery.
And we thought maybe we could do this other places.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the constraints become part of the solution rather than a problem.
So when you think about what I'm trying to say, I really want to hammer this home. When you have a car
Next-gen
that's
vehicle.
about 5 meters long, and you have people working around it like we did in Model 3, and we
So
change
small.
that to this process where we take different parts of the car, and we can do more at the same time, like we did with the Model Y structural battery pack.
Wait, is it a smart
What you
car?
see here is us doing that on the front part of the vehicle, or the rear part of the vehicle. That means we can get more people working on the car, or robots, working on it at the same time. That means we have better operator density, less time doing nothing. I call that space-time efficiency. It has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. We can have that conversation later. But we get 44% more operator density, which means more work, less time walking back to the station,
What is
30%
this?
improvement in space-time efficiency.
What are we looking at?
And because we're not building it in and out of the car with those slow movements of those robots I showed you from production hell, when we go to automate it, it's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, better.
In the end, that will probably look something like this, where we balance parallel and series manufacturing in a way where we only do things that are necessary, with a much shorter final line, blocking a lot less of the entire rest of the factory, so we can optimize material flow using the best practices.
Whoa.
And what that means, it's going to look something like this, where we build all the sides of the cars independently, we only paint what we need to, and then we assemble the parts of the car once and only once. We put them where they need to go. The interior is attached from a bottom-up or a top-down strategy, so there's more
Whoa.
access for those robots and people. We aren't moving heavy objects around and doing nothing to it, and it means we're doing more work on the car more of the time. And then when we take all of these tested sub-assemblies and we put them together, we finally assemble the car only one time, putting the sides on with all of their parts to a front and rear that was already assembled, carrying the floor in with the seats, and finally boxing it out with the doors one time, just like Cybertruck. So in the end, you get the same car, but it's not going to be a Model Y.
Yeah, this is not. Yeah. This is a Model Y for illustration, not the next gen vehicle.
Let's
In
see
the end,
it.
what does that mean?
Oh, come
To
on.
increase the scale and adoption of electric vehicles on the orders of magnitude that we just showed you,
I want to see
we
it.
have to make constraints part of the solution.
Come on, man.
It leads us to greater than 40% reduction in footprint, which means we can build factories faster, with less capex and more output per unit.
That's awesome.
Faster, less capex, more output per unit dollar. Zach's going to go into more details on this later, but it also means through this innovation and some of what my other engineering colleagues are going to talk to you about in the future, we'll reduce costs as much as 50%. This is the 2-for-1 concept you hear me and Elon talking about on earnings calls.
50% cheaper. Okay.
Yeah, so I think our track record proves that we can deliver the best cars, and we deliver the best cars in spite of, because of these constraints.
Just late,
And I'd
right?
love to really show you what I mean and unveil the next gen car. But you're gonna have to trust me on that until a later date. And I promise we'll always be delivering exciting, compelling, and desirable vehicles, like as we always have.
Have
You're
we
killing
ever
me.
not? We always do.
But
Roadster.
what else is Tesla known for?
Speed. So with that, I want to bring on Colin, who's in charge of making our cars go fast.
No, we don't care about that.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Franz. My name is Colin Campbell, and I have the real privilege of leading powertrain engineering here at Tesla. We
got a
make
lot of
the
gums.
fastest cars that you can buy for the money, whether they're electric or gas. And the Model S Plaid that we're looking at here, it has more than 1,000 horsepower. Pound per pound, the motors in that car are as powerful as jet engines.
Why can't they
Our
unveil
cars are
it?
super fun. People absolutely love driving in them.
I want to see the next gen car.
The other thing that you probably all know about our powertrains is that they're efficient. Our cars go 25 to 30% further than other EVs in our class for the same amount of efficiency. But at Tesla, efficiency means more than just reducing how much energy the cars use. It's about how we develop, how we manufacture, how we refine, and how we scale the powertrain. Now, the Model 3 and Y powertrain is a great example of this broader meaning of efficiency.
What is that? What are we
So
looking
since we
at?
launched it back in 2017, we've continuously improved that powertrain and the factory that builds it. So the drive unit, the engine of the car, is 20% lighter for the same power. We use 25% less heavy rare earths than when we started. And the powertrain factory, which is behind me today, is 75% smaller and 65% cheaper than the one that we originally built.
That's important.
And what I really want to emphasize is that we did all of this without compromise. Our cars are just as powerful, they go just as far, they cost the same or less, and the factories have the same output. So, how did we do that? We did it by designing the entire vehicle and the entire factory together as one company. And this sets Tesla apart. We have small and highly capable teams, and to make a critical decision, we can have the battery cell chemists, the mechanical engineers, the manufacturing engineers, the supply chain team, the automation designers, the software programmers, all in one room, working together in real time.
They did look like bullets, you're right.
And that allows us to make decisions that are best for the whole car and to make them really fast. And that approach is unlike traditional automotive engineering, which is really fractured. And if you were to go buy like a premium German electric car, the engineers who designed the drive inverter in that car, they did not work for that car company. They worked for a contractor. And at Tesla, we designed the entire car and the factory that builds it. And I want to highlight a few examples of what we've been able to do in-house thanks to that unique approach. So,
Speed.
inside the charger of your Tesla are transistor packages, and that's at the top of your screen here.
This is going to be a long
Every
thing.
electron that
I
moves
can
you down
tell.
the road flows through one of these packages. We designed our own custom package, which is what you're seeing here, and we can extract twice as much heat out of that package as what we could buy off the shelf. And so what does that mean? It means that the silicon carbide wafer that's inside those packages can be much smaller. And silicon carbide is an amazing semiconductor, but it's also expensive and it's really hard to scale. So using less of it is a big win for us. And then on top of that, orchestrating all of these transistors and making them switch in the right ways is computationally extremely intensive. It used to require 4 microprocessors, which are shown here in the bottom left. We have developed our own custom microprocessor. It's purpose-built for high-power electronics. It's half the cost, and it does, in just one, the job of all of those 4. And these are just 2
think
examples
Monroe
of
already
many
talked
that I
about
could
this.
use to showcase our expertise in high-power electronics. And that expertise has allowed us to take the cost of the chargers that were in our Model S when we launched it in 2012, both the cost and the mass, and cut both of those in half. And even more important, the power electronics, they're central not just to our cars. They're also central to our superchargers and to our energy storage products, and Rebecca and Mike will be talking more about that. So in addition to the work that we've done in software and hardware, we've also done a lot of work in-house on software. So this is the drive unit for Model 3 and Y, and if we take a cross-section, we see the stator and the rotor, and they're responsible for the core function of the drive unit, which is converting electricity into motion. And our custom software lets us simulate the rotating magnetic field that is responsible for that conversion. And getting that simulation exactly right, it's central to the cost, the weight, the size, and even the sound of the drive unit. And now, you can buy software that will do all of this, but our tools are faster, and they are more accurate, and that was not easy to do.
The half
That
the
allows
cost
us to
thing isn't
quickly
new,
iterate
though.
through millions of
They already
possible
talked
drive
about
unit
this.
designs to find the best one.
On the earnings calls, they mentioned half the
I want to
price,
highlight one more area
half the square space.
where Tesla really excels because we integrate work that is often farmed out. So when you are making a new product, it's not enough to think about the product itself. You have to think about how you're going to make it at scale. So at Tesla, our powertrain and our powertrain manufacturing equipment is both designed under one roof. The engineers who are designing the motor, they are in the same room as the engineers who are designing the machine that's going to put that motor together. And that collaboration pushes us from day one to design products that are not only high performance, but are really easy to assemble.
Cybertruck's already insanely popular.
So-
you want it to be more popular?
All
Come
of this
on.
expertise that we have in the powertrain team, in hardware, in software, in manufacturing,
Got over a
it's going to
million
have a major
reservations.
impact on our next platform. In our next powertrain, so those silicon carbide transistors that I mentioned that are key component but expensive, we figured out a way to use 75% less without compromising the performance or the efficiency of the car. And of course,
Wow.
we know that battery cell supply is one of the constraints on the scalability of EVs right now. Our new powertrain is compatible with any battery chemistry. That will give us great flexibility in battery sourcing.
Why wouldn't it be, is my question.
If we want to make EVs more accessible to people, they have to be cheaper. We've reduced the drive unit cost to about $1,000. And we don't think any other automaker is even close to that number.
That's insane. $1,000 for
Finally,
one
the
motor.
bigger a factory is, the longer it takes to build. If we can build the same number of cars from a smaller factory, we are going to be able to scale EV production faster.
Doesn't need to be
Our
much
next
more.
powertrain factory is 50% smaller than the one that's behind me today, even though it has the same capacity.
Wow.
All of these improvements, I think, are going to be transformative for the adoption of EVs and our ability to scale them. There's one more thing that I want to highlight. So I talked about how we had reduced the amount of rare earth in our powertrains. And as the world transitions to clean energy, the demand for rare earth is really increasing dramatically. And not only is it going to be a little hard to meet that demand, but mining that rare earth, it has environmental and health risks. So we want to do even better than this. We have designed our next drive unit, which uses a permanent magnet motor, to not use any rare earth materials at all. So how does all this fit into the master plan? We can make lower cost products that are still efficient and compelling, and we can make them at scale. We're going to use less of constrained commodities, silicon carbide, rare earths. We're going to build them all in compact and high output factories that are easy for us to build quickly.
In Mexico?
We're going
Maybe?
to make that easy to scale powertrains all the way up to the levels that Drew and Elon mentioned at the beginning. And this achievement, like all of the achievements that I mentioned today, it's only possible because of the incredible people on our powertrain teams. They are absolutely committed to the cause of sustainable energy, and that is why we can do what no other company can do. Thank you.
I really feel like this would be the perfect time to unveil it with how much they're talking about the
So
next
next, I'd like to welcome my colleagues Pete Bannon and David Lau.
They must be wanting to avoid Osborne.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Texas. Pictured here is the low voltage system of a Model S from 2012. This car was primarily designed with vendor source controllers integrated by Tesla. There are over 300 low voltage devices that encompass everything from the mundane, like the light in the glove box, to the complicated, like the infotainment computer, to the safety critical, like the airbags, steer-by-wire, and brake-by-wire. The low voltage harness is built from individual wires cut to length, crimped and inserted into connectors, a manual process that is tedious, error-prone, and doesn't scale well. Going forward, we want to reduce the size and complexity of the harness and enable automated manufacturing.
These wire harnesses introduce extraordinary complications, especially in the early stages of development and bring up of a vehicle, because when we're trying to bring up this entire system and we see that it's not working properly, we don't know whether it's a problem with the software, with the controller, the processor, any of the endpoints in this entanglement of wires. And so we have to go and debug everything all at once. And Pete's going to tell us about how we're going to make it better.
So I'm going to talk briefly about a few things that we've changed over the years since the Model S.
Yeah, I
With
need
the Model
one more
3
thing.
Tesla started designing an increasing share of our controllers by merging controllers together, and we were able to simplify the design with a significant reduction in wire count and weight.
We removed
Going
the
from
screen.
S to 3, we reduced the wire harness by 17 kilograms compared to Model S. And this is a pretty big deal. And just to put that into context, our VP of Engineering, Lars, will deliver a bottle of your favorite spirit to your desk if you manage to save a kilogram of weight from the car. So this improvement cost him quite a lot. Did we skip one? Yeah. The original Model 3 controllers were enhanced and then built into Model Y. Those improved controllers were then moved back into Model 3 when we introduced the heat pump.
Oh, damn.
At that point, we had
100%.
shared controllers across both cars, which helped simplify our supply chain. Those Model 3 and Y controller designs were then updated and enhanced for the new versions of Model S and X that we introduced in 2021.
That's interesting.
For Cybertruck, we are now designing 85% of the controllers in the car. For the next gen platform, we're going to finish the job and be designing 100% of the controllers to give us full control of the design and the supply chain at the component level.
Wow.
Having full control of the supply chain at the component level has been critical to Tesla over the last few years as the supply constraints have hampered our ability to
Print
build
your
cars.
headlines.
With that control
Cybertruck
comes
headlines.
control over all the software, which enables us to develop features and functionality that we never even dreamed of at the time we designed the hardware. So that's why you see software in your cars getting better and better over time in ways that we didn't even think of when we designed the hardware in the first place.
Yeah, Sentry Mode is one of my favorite last-minute
One of my
changes.
favorites.
With the introduction of Model 3 in 2017,
Sentry uses a lot of
we
power,
deleted
to be
relays and fuses from the car in favor of e-fuses. E-fuses replace moving parts with solid-state transistors. They provide fine-grained control of the power system to software and allow software to do advanced things like load shedding in the car under adverse conditions. E-fuses also allow for software-controlled retries for transient faults, and they allow for detailed monitoring of the power system over time.
Yeah, the theme you hear a lot about today is software-controlled hardware. And when I think about that in my team, software-controlled hardware is fundamentally about being able to sidestep what otherwise would have been static trade-offs between one attribute or another in a piece of hardware. We are able, with software, to instill intelligence, context awareness, and context-specific behavior into what otherwise would have been a piece of hardware that had to get optimized for one type of scenario. We get more of everything.
In 2022, we completed the transition from lead-acid batteries to lithium-ion batteries, which use a new toolless connector. We expect lithium-ion batteries to last for the life of the car, so we don't expect anyone to wake up to a dead battery ever again.
Thank you.
This eliminates a major source of failures for our car.
I'm so happy
And the
about
toolless
that.
connector makes it easier to service the car, and it also includes a software feature to allow validation that the connector has been properly installed at the end of a service event, which removes another source of failures in our cars. Obviously, the mass and volume savings are also significant, which is super helpful.
Wonderful.
At Tesla, we're always trying to improve every single component in the car, and a nice example of that is the 15-inch display that was originally shipped in the 2017 Model 3. Over time,
I didn't know
the
this.
cost of the display has gone down 24%. We've been able to reduce the weight by 12%, and we've reduced the power by 33%. At the same time, we've increased the brightness of the display by 50% and improved the color accuracy. So this is one of our favorite things at Tesla, is to make a component cheaper and better.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, I didn't know it
At
changed
Tesla,
so
the drive
much.
to improve efficiency in the car is never ending. I think of it as like peeling a carrot. You just take a swipe at it, a little bit falls off, doesn't really make much of a difference. But if you just keep at it, over time, it accumulates into a pretty significant improvement.
There will be no carrot.
One of the changes that we're looking to make right now is to change something that's been steady for the last 60 years, 12 volts. 12 volts has been, as I said, for 60 years. The demand for power in the car has been steadily increasing to the point where we now have to have pretty large wires to drive over 200 amps of current around the car, which increases the mass and cost. With Cybertruck and all future Tesla platforms, we will be moving to 48 volts.
Nice.
This reduces the current needed
Okay.
by a factor of 4.
That's new.
And since power loss in the harness is resistance times the square of the current, A 4x reduction in current leads to a 16x reduction in lost power while distributing energy in the car.
48 volts.
That allows for smaller wires, smaller e-fuses, and smaller controllers. It also allows us to make those heat sinks smaller, or in many cases, remove it completely, all benefiting the car in terms of mass and weight. 48 volts is the future for low voltage design at Tesla and likely the rest of the industry in due course.
Elon's
We welcome
tweeting.
and encourage other OEMs and the
Whoa.
entire supplier network to join us.
Go
on
back
this
to that.
evolution.
I want to see
You
it.
bet.
Ooh.
The number of wires in the car is driven by the number of endpoints that need to be powered and controlled. In the past, centralized control has led for wires spanning the entire car. For Cybertruck design, we have moved to a local controller where the wire is connected to the nearest controller, and those controllers are connected over Ethernet. Wires are routed to the nearest controller where the data is converted into a network packet for transmission.
I'm looking
to
for
the correct
outlets in the
location
bed.
of car. To be effective, the network must be reliable, have low latency and low jitter, and these are all attributes that we've been able to achieve with the current design.
Why does it have door
Design has
handles?
eliminated most of the cross-car wires in Cybertruck, and with the next-gen platform, we're going to finish the job and eliminate all of them.
Whoa.
This consolidated vehicle network allows us also to make a whole lot more dynamic changes on the fly to how components in the vehicle talk to each other, rather than the traditional approach of separate CAN buses that are spread throughout the vehicle
Yeah,
and
and
fixed in hardware.
one of the nice things is that you can see the entire vehicle through a single connection, which wasn't possible in the past for debug. For the next-gen platform, we're looking to optimize the controller design across the entire car and across all of the organizations, not just for a given subsystem. Simplifying the wire harness will enable automation. 48 volts will allow us to reduce the size, mass, and cost of the low-voltage system, and is one of the key things to enabling us to scale production of the low-voltage systems for the Master Plan 3. David?
Take off the cloth, please.
So I joined Tesla in 2012, and even in those very early days of the Model S, we already had the ability to update software over the air in all of the controllers throughout the entire vehicle, at a time when other cars were just starting to update software in only their infotainment units. And furthermore, we've had sophisticated, anonymized data logging and telemetry capabilities that allow us to understand how the fleet is doing, what customers are doing with it, and how it's responding in the field to that usage. These two capabilities combined, OTA updates and data insights, give us the ability to iterate quickly on our software and to maximize the amount that we learn and proceed and the progress that we make in every one of those iterations. We've used these capabilities to inform countless design decisions in both software and hardware.
Yeah, one example is that we were able to monitor and track the use of the sunroof in our cars and found that our customers never use their sunroof, so we made this easy decision to remove it.
Yeah. We haven't had sunroofs for a while.
Never use it. Thanks for that data.
As another example, we are able to use our collision data to design our crash safety systems for what happens in the real world, far beyond what regulatory and consumer ratings tests prescribe. And then furthermore, we're able to use that data to recreate in simulation all of those crashes every single time we make a change to the vehicle's design or to the software that controls the airbags and other restraint systems. Here on this graph, the gray dots that show up first are specific crash tests that are prescribed by regulatory and consumer ratings agencies throughout the whole world. And the rest of the color that fills in around and on top of it, those represent the crashes that we've seen happen in the real world.
Real world crashes are
Those
the stock.
are what we design for and what we test to.
No. The stock's down 3%.
And
That's
last
nothing.
year, this data was used to change the algorithm for seatbelt tensioning to reduce injuries in the field.
I don't think you
which was
can
OTA to
put that
all of
all
our
on the
cars.
event. Market's kind of down in general today.
Here are a few statistics that demonstrate how staggeringly quickly we gain new insights from the anonymized data that we've received from the fleet every day. Every day, 123 million miles driven, 1.9 million charge sessions, and those rates are only increasing as we deliver more and more cars into the world. As another example, we've analyzed patterns in the way the fleet drives and charges to optimally size battery packs for our next generations of vehicles. And you'll hear lots of other examples throughout the rest of the day about how we're using data to inform decisions in the product and in manufacturing. So you've heard a lot from Pete, Colin, and others about how important vertical integration is for us in hardware, but it's especially important for us in software. And this is extremely difficult from the way the rest of the traditional automotive supply chain is set up. In most situations, all the controllers in the car are delivered by different Tier 1 suppliers, whose software is written by Tier 2 suppliers, who farm some of that software out to different Tier 3 suppliers, and so on and so on. Making a change that spans multiple components takes months of coordination before any work can even start. And furthermore, integration of software in the server side with what's happening in our vehicles has always been a core part of our DNA and enables us to do things that nobody else can. Most engineers think about the vehicle as a complete, consolidated, fully contained system. But in the software team, we think about the system as including the vehicle as well as all of our back-end server-side applications and infrastructure and the resultant feedback loop from the entire fleet that informs all the decisions we make as an engineering team.
Software is why I bought the car.
For example, we recently released a feature in Model S and X that automatically, predictively adjusts and raises the suspension for ride comfort before the car hits a section of rough road. We do that by leveraging the fleet to generate a map of road roughness everywhere our cars drive.
Oh, that's neat.
Sounds pretty simple, but requires coordination of software across a number of different components inside and outside of the car. The restraint control module, whose inertial measurement unit senses the road roughness, the Autopilot computer, whose GPS module and localizer figure out where the car is in the world, our navigation server, which aggregates the anonymized telemetry from the fleet and annotates our map with things like updated speed limits, lane topology, and now, road roughness.
Cybertruck should
The
do
onboard navigation engine, which looks ahead of the route that the car is traveling on and determines whether things are about to get rough. And finally, the air suspension controller, which takes all of those factors into account and decides continuously whether it is appropriate to adjust the suspension for ride comfort. And before we released this feature to the world, we sent prototype versions of it to the entire fleet that ran passively in the background, sending us anonymous data about every time it would have engaged, which taught us exactly how it was going to behave in the wild, in every environment, in every circumstance.
Yeah, being able to test new algorithms in the background without impacting the car is really critical ability for us, especially for safety critical things like automatic emergency braking.
Yeah, the road
And
gets
we've used
patched.
it to
You need a software
iterate
patch.
on early versions of our stability control algorithms, which were introduced to the entire Model 3 fleet in 2017 with extremely high confidence, even on a very foundational and safety critical function. Okay, so far you've heard me talk a lot about how we leverage our software systems to iterate quickly on the
Update the
customer-facing product. But what I haven't talked about, and what we haven't said much about publicly in general, is how we leverage these capabilities in our own internal operations. So for example, in the early days of manufacturing Model S, we very quickly realized that there are a lot of different ways you could misassemble a car. You could forget to plug in a wire, you could not fully set a connector, you could pull a part from the wrong bin. So when we designed our manufacturing processes for Model 3 and all of our other vehicles going forward, we took a page from the software playbook, which says, test early and test often. And we applied that mantra to every single car that we build at every step of the assembly line. So now, when a production associate plugs something into the car, the central car computer sees that connection, confirms that it's the correct part for the type of car that's supposed to be built, installs a software update if necessary, checks configurations and calibrations, and runs a barrage of tests on that thing and all the other things that are connected to it. And if it finds an anomaly that can't be fixed purely with software, it throws an alert immediately that is displayed prominently on the vehicle's display, as well as sent to back-end command and control systems, so that a human can come over and fix the problem before the rest of the car gets built on top of it.
Oh, wow.
And we're taking a similar approach in service.
That's smart.
Through a combination of onboard vehicle diagnostics, natural language processing applied to customer narratives when a customer schedules a service appointment, and a suite of internally developed tools, we are successfully diagnosing, scheduling, and ordering parts for over 33% of customer concerns and service.
Yep, and we also use testers built around our own controllers to test sub-assemblies before they get to the car, which will be even more important as we go to Lars's unboxed assembly strategy.
100%. We'll know with extremely high confidence that before those boxes get put together, that they are assembled, they themselves are assembled correctly. Okay, you've heard at lots of other events about all the awesome things that our Autopilot and AI teams are doing to make the car drive itself, bringing us into the future of autonomy. But we've also been thinking for years about all of the other pieces that we are going to need to manage a network of autonomous vehicles. A lot of this has been happening behind the scenes in the form of platform-level functionality that we'll leverage later. But you've seen some of it surface already in terms of features that our customers and our internal operations teams can benefit from. Like in 2021, we built on top of our mobile app phone key and gave our customers the ability to share their car with anyone by sending them an invitation in a text message or an email.
Have my car.
Last year, we introduced profile synchronization, which synchronizes your seat, steering, and mirror positions, as well as your settings, media favorites, and stored navigation locations across all vehicles in your account.
You wouldn't download a car.
Internally, we have an app that allows our personnel in engineering, manufacturing, delivery, and logistics to view, locate, and drive all Tesla-owned vehicles at their site. And when customers bring their car into service, when they receive a Tesla-owned service loaner vehicle, we are starting at some locations to automatically add that vehicle to the customer's mobile app account, so that combined with cloud-synchronized profiles and phone key, it's a completely seamless experience. As soon as the customer walks up to that loaner, it behaves and feels exactly like their own car. And all this is built on top of end-to-end encryption and cryptographically signed commands, so that customer data remains private and obscure, and the fleet only trusts commands from authorized parties. So that's a bit of a preview of all the pieces that we're building, looking ahead to our future of autonomous fleets. Synchronization, permissions management, security, and privacy. And that has been a whirlwind tour through some of the things that we're doing behind the scenes to enable the efficiency, cost reduction, and speed that we are going to need for our next phase of growth and for the next phase of the master plan. So now, to tell us about the latest in full self-driving,
oh boy.
I'd like to introduce Ashok.
Here we go. Get ready for the bold claims portion. So,
thanks, David and Pete.
Why is
hey
this
everyone, my
taking
name is
5
Ashok
years?
Kelliswamy. I work on autopilot and self-driving at Tesla. I joined Tesla back in 2014, so I've been working on this problem for almost 9 years now. Yeah, some of you might be wondering, hey, what does this self-driving got to do with the plan to a sustainable future? But it's actually a critical part of this plan, and here's why. Currently, when the car is not being used, it is sitting idly in parking lots, not doing anything.
I'm doing
but
something.
when autonomy is truly unlocked, this car, instead of being idle, can go serve other customers. This fundamentally reduces the need to scale manufacturing to extreme levels, because each car is being used way more. But this is no trivial problem. Building a scalable self-driving system is, I think, one of the hardest real-world AI problems out there right now.
Hardware 4?
Nonetheless, we at Tesla have made significant strides in making one of the most general systems at solving this problem. There are 3 main parts to get right to build a scalable problem. First is the architecture of the AI system. Second is the data, and third is the compute. We'll start with the architecture.
Watch out. There's a U-Haul.
At Tesla, we are betting on AI, machine learning neural networks to help us build a general vision and planning system. In the early days, we used to have single camera, single frame neural networks that produce some outputs.
I agree with you,
These were stitched
Brandon.
together in some post-processing steps for the planner.
People trash
This
things
was
they
very
don't
brittle
own.
and was not leading to great success. So what we did in the last few years is transition most of our stack into this multi-camera video neural networks. These neural networks take in the live feed from the car in real time of the 8 cameras in the car and produce a single unified 3D output space. There are many tasks that we produce, such as the presence of obstacles, their motion, lanes, roads, traffic lights, what have you.
This guy had a trailer
This
issue.
is one example output that you're seeing here.
Now we're
This is
watching
from
it on
our
repeat.
occupancy network that predicts the positions of obstacles and their motion. You can see that it precisely captures the swervy, violent motion of this truck next to us. And this helps the planning system to avoid a collision with this object.
They're exposing this dude on repeat.
Some of the tasks, such as lane connectivity, are
Whoa.
more complicated to model using naive methods in computer vision.
Sheesh.
So we don't stop at the computer vision techniques, but we reach out to techniques in other areas, such as language modeling, reinforcement learning, to model this task. This is similar. These networks use similar techniques, such as transformers, attention modules, autoregressive modeling of tokens, similar to what large language models like ChatGPT do out there. With such an end-to-end system of solving perception, we have really removed the brittle post-processing steps and produced high-quality outputs for the planning system.
FSD never surprises us. We've learned that.
Even the planning system is not stuck in the old ways. It is now starting to use more and more AI systems to solve this problem. The neural network-based planners are needed especially in complicated urban planning when there's a lot of other objects interacting with us. This is, for example, an intersection where we have to turn left while yielding to crossing objects and to the pedestrians crossing the road. We have to do this both safely and smoothly while respecting everyone's right of way and preferences. If this was done naively, each configuration would take 10 milliseconds of compute, and there are easily thousands of configurations to reason about. This would not be feasible using traditional compute. But using AI, we have packaged all of this into a 50 millisecond compute budget so it can run in real time.
Because Zoe, they want you to buy the stock. They want you to buy full
The second
self-driving.
big piece of this puzzle is the data. This is where Tesla has a unique advantage because it can tap into the fleet to access the exact data that can fix the problems.
Wow.
But
I don't think they're learning
raw
from
data
each
is
other
not
that
sufficient.
much.
In order to train these networks, you need labeled data. You need labels to supervise the networks. And if you only depended on the human labelers, this data would be too tiny to train these large multi-camera video modules. We need lots and lots of data to train these networks. Hence, we have built a sophisticated auto-labeling pipeline that collects data from the fleet, runs computational algorithms in our data center, and then produces the labels to train these networks. Here, you are seeing a 3D reconstruction that is happening by collecting various clips from different cars in the fleet and assembling them, all of them together into a single unified representation of the world around the car. You can see all the lanes, the road boundaries, curb, crosswalks, even the text on the road being accurately reconstructed by these algorithms.
I don't know. It's always more
You
complicated
don't have to
than they
stop
expect.
at this kind of reconstruction. Once we have this base reconstruction, we can build various simulations on top of it to produce an infinite variety of data to train for all the corner cases. We have a capable simulator that can synthesize adversarial weather, lighting conditions, and even the motion of other objects to test all the corner cases that might even be rare in the real world.
It's pretty real looking.
Here's an example of why this data is critical and how we can solve problems using data. So back in the days, for example, in this case, we had some false braking where we thought this car that's actually parked there was going to move into our path, and hence we were precautiously braking. But it is unnecessary because the car is truly parked. So how can we solve this? What we did was we mined the fleet for similar cases where the car had false braking due to some parked car. We added 14,000 videos to our training set. And then once we train the networks again with this new data, it now correctly understands that, okay, there is no driver in this car, hence it must be parked, so then there is no need to brake. And this is a systematic way to solve problems. On the chart on the right side, you can see that every time we add data, the performance improves. And then we can do this for every kind of task that we have in our system. And this is what we call as data engine. We identify challenging cases, such as the one you saw earlier. And there could be other different types of challenging cases too. We mine the fleet for such data,
We're in a
put it through our
simulation.
auto labeling system, and produce the labels, add it to the training set, and once you have the newly trained models,
AI
we deploy
day
them to the
3.
fleet.
It's begun.
If we rinse and repeat this process, everything gets better and better.
This is what investors need to know. It's
The
important.
final critical piece is the compute. In order to train these large models in a reasonable amount of time, you need lots of compute. In addition, compute is also required to produce the labels automatically. This is just compute in our data centers. In addition, we also have high computers in the car, which can run up to like 150 teraops of compute. On the back end, we have a 14,000 GPU cluster, and roughly 30% is used for auto labeling, and the remaining 70% is used for training. We also have a 30 petabyte of video cache, and this is growing to 200 petabytes. All of this is going to significantly increase once we bring Dojo, which is our training computer, on board into this. Just to give a reference, just the occupancy networks that you saw earlier use 1.4 billion frames to train these networks. We have already shipped our FSD beta software to pretty much everyone that has bought it in United States and Canada. This amounts to roughly 400,000 customers who can turn it on anywhere, and then the car would attempt to drive to the destination. It's still supervised, but it can already handle turns, stop at traffic lights, yield with other objects, and generally get to the destination.
One collision. How many collisions
We have
has
observed
Beta
that
done?
people who use FSD are already 5 to 6x safer than the US national average. Like I mentioned earlier, the solution to scalable FSD is getting the AI architecture, the data, and the compute just right. And we have assembled a world-class team to execute on this. We're pushing the frontier on these 3 items, and as we improve the safety, the reliability, and the comfort of our system, we can then unlock driverless operations, which then makes the car be used way more than what it's used right now. With that, I'd like to introduce Elon back on stage to give some more updates.
Oh, Elon's coming back. Are we talking about the bot? It's Optimus time.
Yeah, this next slide is video.
Oh boy. Whoa.
It's kind of weird seeing the arms and legs just separate.
Okay. Is he gonna have a third arm like
Got a
Doc
whole
Ock?
lab full of arms and legs.
Picks it up. All right, you better start doing some backflips so you can compete with
With bearing in mind that when we did
Boston.
AI Day, this version of Optimus didn't walk at all. So the rate of improvement here, I think, is quite significant. It's obviously not doing parkour.
Is he gonna install it?
But it is walking around, and we have multiple copies, I suppose, of Optimus.
Whoa. That's kind of cool to see him using a drill like that.
The thing that I think Tesla brings to the table
Taking pictures.
that others don't have is that
I wanted to see
we
him
have,
drill it. Did he drill it?
we have the real-world AI. We're the most advanced in real-world
Oh,
AI.
I see.
So the
He took
same
the picture.
AI that drives the car, which you can think of the car really as a robot on wheels, and this is a robot on legs.
The bot built the bot.
So as we solve real-world AI, and I don't think there's anyone even close to Tesla on solving real-world AI. That same computer and software goes into Optimus.
They didn't show him like
So
put
it's
on
not
the
that helpful to have a
screw.
humanoid robot if you have to program every individual action. It needs to be able to walk around autonomously and solve tasks.
I don't think they're building themselves.
You should be able to instruct it in simple things by showing visually what the robot needs to do, or just telling it what to do. So, so I think that's a key advantage that we have. And then we also are good at designing things for manufacturing and then manufacturing itself. So the actuators in Optimus are all custom designed Tesla actuators. So we designed the electric motor, the gearbox, the power
Boston
electronics,
Dynamics is too
plus the battery
expensive.
pack, and everything else that goes into Optimus. We were quite surprised to find how little was available off the shelf. Because there's a vast number of electric motors, gearboxes and whatnot, that are available in the world. And we found none of them were useful in a humanoid robot, literally none. So
Even the screws were
you have
used.
to custom design the actuators for a humanoid robot. And so the same team that designed the groundbreaking electric motors that are in the Model S Plaid designed the actuators in the robot. So, I mean, for practical purposes, what this means is that we should be able to bring an actual product to market at scale that is useful far faster than anyone else. And, assuming the things I'm saying are true,
I
or at
don't.
least I think they are true. It's just a question of the timing.
Don't provide a
You start
timeline.
getting into interesting questions of what's the ratio of humans to humanoid robots? I think it might be greater than 1-to-1.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Because you could sort of see a home use for robots, certainly industrial uses for robots, humanoid robots. I think we might exceed a 1-to-1 ratio of humanoid robots to humans. It's not even clear what an economy means at that point. Since
I've
the
heard this
economy is
before.
output per person times persons, but if output is much higher and there's no limit on persons, then what's the actual limit on the economy?
I've heard
We're
this.
still pretty far from Kardashev scales here, but we're getting there. So anyway, it's probably the least understood or appreciated part of what we're doing at Tesla, but will probably be worth significantly more than the car side of things long term. So charging.
I think Rebecca's next
All right,
for talking
great.
about charging.
Yep, we've heard that again. How do we? We're gonna charge the bots? Oh no, just charging. Period. Hey, are we gonna talk about V4 supercharging? That might be fun. I'd appreciate some announcement rather than a stay tuned.
Hi there. My name is Rebecca Tanucci, and I lead our charging infrastructure teams here at Tesla. And at Tesla Charging, we have understood since day one that a great charging experience is the linchpin to electric vehicle adoption.
9 terawatt hours.
And that understanding has meant that
Jeez.
we've always taken a holistic approach to charging. That's a word that you've heard a lot here today, but what it means for charging is that we've considered every use case. We think a lot about what it means to charge at home, even if that home is an apartment or condo. And we spend a lot of time thinking about what does it mean to charge away from home, including if that's for daily commuting or if you're going on a road trip. And this holistic approach has led to some pretty incredible results. In 2022, we provided 9 terawatt hours of charging across our various charging methods. Over 50% of that was supplied via convenient AC home charging. And when our customers are away from home, they can visit one of our 80,000 charging points. That includes 40,000 of our beloved superchargers. Now, getting here has meant that we've spent 10 years building charging infrastructure when basically no one else in the industry would do it. And while we certainly have a lot of areas that we want to improve, those 10 years have afforded us the opportunity to get pretty good at charging. First, we have the industry's lowest deployment costs. Our costs are often 20%, if not 70% lower than alternatives.
That's 'cause
and
the
that goes
cables.
for both our supercharging hardware and deployments and our AC charging product lines.
They're very compact.
A lot of reasons that we're able to achieve this, you've heard a lot of them here today. We're vertically integrated. We manufacture and engineer all of our own charging equipment. We share components across our different product lines. And on the supercharger side, we also install and operate all of our own sites. And that's led us to be pretty obsessed with finding new ways to innovate around installation.
I did a video on that, Taker.
As an
Thank you for the
example,
super
we
chat.
have recently extended our excellence in manufacturing to how we build supercharger sites. We are pre-building
There's some in
4
mid-California.
supercharger units at our factory in New York. We load them on a truck, we truck them to site, and then we crane them into position.
This is why they're not
This
pull-through.
method saves us 15% on our deployment costs, and we can install a site in a matter of days.
If you're wondering why they're not pull-through chargers, it costs more than that does.
Once we install a site, we also operate it really efficiently. Over the last few years, we've been able to cut our per kilowatt hour cost by 40%. Again, a lot of reasons for this, but one at the top of the list is we've focused on increasing our site utilization. Site utilization is just how many sessions or kilowatt hours can we push through a site or a post.
Doesn't feel like it's
and
getting
basically
cheaper.
doing that allows us to spread our cost over more sessions, thus lower cost per kilowatt hour. But of course, that's easier said than done, because when we push up site efficiency, of course, the risk is that we have a poor customer experience and we have wait time at our sites.
No.
This is where Trip Planner comes in. Trip Planner is our in-vehicle routing or navigation system. Other electric vehicle manufacturers, well, some of them have vehicle side data. Other infrastructure providers have site data, but at Tesla we have both. And what that allows us to do is to use Trip Planner to route vehicles towards available sites and away from congested sites so we can balance our utilization without risking wait time. And the results speak for themselves. Over the last few years, we've been able to drive up site utilization by 30%. That means lower per kilowatt hour cost, while also cutting our wait time in half. And we think this can get even better. Today, we're feeding Trip Planner with real-time site information and information about vehicles currently at sites.
This is why
Going forward,
Magic Dock
we'll be
will work.
moving that to projecting site occupancy based on the understanding of what vehicles are currently routing to those sites. And ultimately, our vision for Trip Planner is that it's the air traffic controller for electric vehicle charging across all infrastructure on a global basis. And the last thing we focused on to get here is quicker charge times. We're really proud of what we've been able to accomplish here. We've shaved off 30% of our charge time, average supercharging site time, visit time over the last few years.
Why did it go up?
This has taken improvements on the hardware side,
Holidays?
with our software, on our vehicles, and on our infrastructure, and we're really excited to continue pushing this trend down. Looking forward, the job does not get any easier. As you heard earlier, we aspire to a fully electrified global fleet. That fleet, from an industry standpoint, needs 9 petawatt hours of charging on an annual basis. And while Tesla charging certainly doesn't have to supply all of that, it does require that, for our part, we have a few new focuses in order to scale.
Robots
First,
moving.
if you want a fully electrified global fleet, all of those vehicles have to have a great and reliable charging experience. So, as many of you know, recently we have started opening up our networks on a global basis. Over 50% of our superchargers in Europe are currently open to other electric vehicles.
Over 50.
We've also opened up in Asia Pacific with our first sites in Australia. And just yesterday, we opened our first 10 supercharger sites here in North America and the US to other electric vehicles. We've also invested a lot to be able to make this a really easy experience for our new customers. All you have to do is sign into our Tesla app to unlock a post and start charging. We've also,
and then we go back.
on physical site changes, we've also added hardware to our sites. They're called Magic Docks. And basically that is installed in areas where we have different charging standards, and they allow for other electric vehicles to come to our site without having to bring their own adapters or hardware. We've also just started installing our 4th generation supercharger posts. Those are being installed in Europe first. And while it's not a big mention, not a big thing to mention, they do have longer charging cables so that we can more easily reach the charge ports of different vehicles.
Where are they? Show me.
The second thing we need to make sure we do,
Come on, I want to see the V4.
All of this charging infrastructure, is we need to make sure that it's powered from renewable sources.
This is Tesla
We're very
teaser
proud that
day.
over the last 2 years, we've procured enough renewable energy to offset the amount of charging we've provided to customers. But as we look forward and we talk about this fully electrified fleet on a global basis, we really want to make sure that the demand for charging more closely follows when renewable sources are available. Now, this chart is on an aggregate basis for the US, and it varies based on what your renewable generation sources are.
Yeah, longer
locally.
cables for
But basically,
V4.
What
they
this
won't show us
shows
what they
is
look
we
like.
want to kind of move that charging curve, and for solar and wind in this example, it means more daytime charging. And we think the best way to go towards daytime charging is to install AC charging that is convenient and low cost everywhere vehicles are typically parked throughout the day. So that's really the plan. While supercharging and home charging definitely stay a big part of the puzzle, our teams are currently scaling to install AC charging everywhere vehicles charge during the day so we can power them from renewable sources. So summing it up, while we've spent 10 years installing infrastructure that is low cost, it's efficient, and it provides a great customer experience, we're really just getting started when we talk about supporting Master Plan Part 3. We've got to scale capacity on an industry-wide basis to 9 petawatt hours on an annual basis. We've got to open up to non-Teslas and make the charging experience for everybody really great, and we've got to power all of this via renewable sources. And one more thing, yes, we've got to scale. We've got to scale our infrastructure, and
The
yes, we want
diner.
to power it via renewable sources. But we're Tesla, so we also want to make sure that we're continuing to focus on providing
Whoa.
really incredible charging experiences.
What is that wall connector?
With that, I want to welcome up our leaders of supply chain, Roshan and Karn, to talk a little bit about that topic.
What is that? You see that? Is that a power wall / wall connector put together? What's that thing?
Thanks, Rebecca. Hi, my name is Karn, and my team leads supply chain for electronics, powertrain, and battery at Tesla. And we've also got responsibility for indirect purchasing, construction procurement, and warehousing and distribution.
Hi, my name is Roshan. I've been with Tesla for over 14 years. My team manages vehicle commodities, solar, logistics, planning, and capital equipment.
10 years, forgot that. So today we wanted to provide you a quick overview of Tesla's supply chain and what really separates us from the typical automotive supply chain. As you've seen in presentations prior from Pete and Drew and some others, Tesla designs a lot of the subcomponents that go into our vehicles. So we're not buying things that are off the shelf from suppliers. So supply chain is not purely a commercial relationship as it is in most other companies.
Maybe it was vehicle
We
to
actually
grid,
have an
yeah.
arm within supply chain called supply industrialization engineering. And the burden of taking a drawing, a design from concept and turning it into thousands of products produced at the right cost and at the right yield falls with this group. Of course, they work very closely with design engineering. But really, the level of detail that our engineers get involved in terms of building the capability of the suppliers is pretty detailed. So, once we get a new part, naturally, with electric vehicles, a lot of the supply chain doesn't exist. Our engineers would basically take the drawing, turn it into the manufacturing concept, do the equipment selection, and physically go to the supplier and stay there for weeks or months, however long it takes, to basically do the line bring up. Once the line is brought up and we're hitting the right rate, the right quality, at the right yield, then we work on things like automation and yield improvement and those types of activities. So there's a big group of mechanical, electrical, industrial, you name it, engineers within supply chain, and it's their responsibility to take care of this. Now, this is a huge strategic advantage because we manage every detail of our supply chain, because we're so integrated with our partners that we know about issues before they happen. It's almost live. We've got dashboards, we've got connections, and across the 10,000 or so factories across the world that are making our components, we have a pretty good view of the health of those suppliers, and this has been a key asset in how we've been able to kind of manage things through a lot of different issues over the past couple of years. So, supply chain is a game of perfection. Perfection is a passing grade. It's like if one part doesn't show up, that line goes down, and our CEO finds out about it in less than 20 minutes. Tesla is very different than Apple. They outsource manufacturing, we do it in-house. So supply chain is kind of right in the middle. And perfection is increasingly elusive and very expensive if you kind of look at all the issues we've had to encounter over the past year. And today we're just going to talk about how we got through the past, and then what are we going to do going forward, and how are we going to get there. So let me draw your attention to this slide. On the left, you'll see a portfolio, our existing portfolio of products, right? At the top, you've got the SNX platform. In the middle, you've got 3 and Y. I think everyone's more than familiar with those. And then the Tesla Energy platform, which is a very high rate of growth for us. And you see...
Don't forget the solar and supercharger.
And solar and supercharger. Thank you, Roshan. And
I couldn't see that.
you'll see a reduction in... So, and then we basically got the tier 1 and tier 2 parts. This might be boring, but a tier 1 supplier is any supplier that builds and supplies parts directly for consumption in our 5 factories. And our tier 2 supplier basically does the same thing for a tier 1 supplier. So they are the supplier to our supplier. And depending on the supply chain of any one of these products, this can actually go down to the tier 6 levels. For example, if you're talking about the battery cell, we really get involved with the mines of like where we're procuring the lithium, the cobalt, and all that sort of stuff because we're procuring such high volumes of it. So you'll see a reduction in the number of parts on the SNX platform to the 3 and Y platform. And this is because of the great work our design engineers have done of making the car simpler and easier to manufacture. In parallel, we actually had a similar strategy in supply chain. We had cast a wide net to a lot of suppliers for the SNX platform. There's a lot of suppliers that we invited to partner with us.
Don't talk
and
about
we
the semi.
used that platform as sort of a filter to see which suppliers have the technical, financial, and cultural capabilities to match us, right? Who do we invite to the party when we really scale things up? And we really dramatically reduced the number of suppliers that we were dealing with for the 3 and Y platform. And this is an approach we'll continue to do for future platforms as they come along that are even more high volume. So this has really been our approach. It's made things a lot easier, and we could figure out the suppliers that were capable of moving at our pace, and then the ones that didn't have the desire to or the capability to. You need both desire and capability. Secondly, the complexity on the tier 2 level is very high, right? These are the suppliers to our suppliers, and there are a lot of components. So think about silicon, think about resistors, capacitors, diodes, all the little assemblies.
All the
raw materials, that's even further down.
Yeah.
But all these little sub-assemblies that have to come into Tesla,
my God.
The complexity is immense. So even though at the tier 1 level, we're talking about 8,000 parts total, it seems like a lot, but it's not a lot. The management of the tier 2 is really where we excel. And I'd like to illustrate that with an example. Meet the car computer. Very innocent sounding name, and it's anything but.
That's hardware.
This is an absolute monster to manage.
I think.
So I think you've all seen the picture on the left of the Autopilot board. That's the top of the Autopilot board. The Autopilot board also has a bottom, and the bottom is populated heavily with components. On the other side of the heatsink, you've got the MCU, the multimedia cluster board. This board is equally complex. It's also double-sided, 8-layered.
I don't know how you
and
recap
these
this
boards,
video.
These computers run so hot at peak operation that they have to be liquid cooled through a heatsink. So this assembly requires taking those 2 boards and then bonding them to a heatsink that's hermetically sealed as an assembly, of course, flashing the software and all that sort of stuff.
Investor
and
Day
then
in
that's
1
one
minute.
part number that comes to Tesla. So
Buy the
this
stock.
is an example of one tier 1 part number that's a very complex assembly to manage at the tier 2 level. And there's more than 7,000 components here. There's as we stand here, a component's being assembled onto a car computer every 1.4 milliseconds. The line that builds this computer is the length of a football field. So it's quite complicated. And initially, when we first started building this board, due to the complexity of it, we had to rely heavily on labor. But once we dialed in the quality, the rates, and the yield, we started focusing on making this more efficient. The only way to control cost is by removing labor. The first step is removing labor. The second step is fully automating. The third step is turning off the lights and letting the factory run, ideally. And that's going to be the goal for us here. So 95%, but our work is not done. We're going to be going a lot further than this. So this illustrates the point that a part is not a part. A part has a lot of complexity underneath it. Supply chain is a game of multiple tiers. And what's made us successful is our involvement in all the details with our supply engineers that are Tesla employees. They're Tesla supply engineers. So they're like on our payroll that go and ramp up these capabilities that are suppliers. And then just managing each and every attribute of it. 7,000 a day through the chip shortage, through the pandemic, through all the other stuff that we had to deal with, was very difficult to manage. But because we had all the details, we were able to pull this off. Of course, supply chain is not just about parts. It's also about logistics and a lot of other things. So I'll hand it off to Roshan.
3% is not tanking.
Yeah, so talking about inbound complexity, just over the course of just last year, we moved about 16 million pallets from our suppliers to our factories. Just to visualize that, if you put those pallets side by side, it could cover the half the circumference of the Earth. And talking about, again, the tier 2 complexity, over 1 billion electronic components get moved every week to support the production that Karn and team manages.
This is right now, 1 billion components a week,
right.
52 billion a year. This is going to go up, by the way.
And on top of that, we also have the responsibility to make sure the right component is supplied to the right service location to support the growing fleet of our vehicles. And we have about 685 service centers that these components need to show up just in time. And then we've also been, as a result of pandemic and even before that, we're working on dual sourcing and triple sourcing some of our critical components. As a result of it, we have suppliers around 45 countries in the world.
Yeah, our approach really has been to bring the manufacturing of subcomponents closer to the point of consumption. It makes the supply chain more green because you're not burning diesel, moving stuff around. And it also gives us the security of supply of having multiple sources in case one factory gets taken offline.
And that's how we got through pandemic also.
Yep.
That's good.
So last 3 years were incredibly hard. Karn and I used to look a lot younger pre-COVID. But on a serious note,
I like all the fonts.
Pandemic really changed the game of supply chain management. We were just not being a regular supply chain person. We were rolling up our sleeves and negotiating with state governments, city managers, mayors to help kickstart our suppliers to restart their operations. You know, there are some really inspiring stories where our supply chain team really fought hard to make sure that the factories don't go down. And it's also a testament to the resilience of our supplier partners. Having said that, you know, it was not all about resilience and never give up attitude. We had also laid the foundation of having dual sources, and also, you know, in many instances, we had many, you know, things that we had simplified, the parts that we had simplified, the supply chain design that we had simplified, due to which we were able to get through the pandemic in much better shape than rest of the automotive.
It forced us to adapt. You know, we encountered issues one at a time. It was really a team effort. We heavily relied on the government relations team. You literally had to, the COVID pandemic, as you're aware, you know, happened in different countries at different times. But unfortunately, you need all the parts to make the car. So at any given point, there was one factory that was lying down. There was one jurisdiction that was being, you know, that didn't want to, they wanted to shut down a factory because you had an outbreak. So learning the rules, understanding, coming up with argument points, leveraging the team, and getting those, it was a difficult but good experience.
Exactly.
We learned a lot.
Yeah, and as we were just figuring out to work with COVID, then the port congestion hit on the West Coast. Logistics lead time went up by, you know, twice the amount, and we were operating with less than 35% accuracy in the system. That means at any given point, the ETAs of the vessels were 75% off. So we figured out how to work with that, and then the chip shortage hits.
Yeah, the chip shortage. That was a nightmare. But we got through it. I mean, you know, I think it's a testament to the tenacity of the team and the resilience of our supplier partners. It's mostly behind us, and I think the results speak for themselves. Tesla was able to grow production volumes at a time where the rest of the industry had a hard time staying flat.
I sell on papyrus fonts.
And you know, we're often asked the question, how do we manage through it? And the answer is very much kind of baked through the presentations today. First, we design our own electronics. So in order to control cost, we really had to go and build relationships with all the tier 2 suppliers to negotiate them directly. So these relationships were formed, over 10 years ago, and we've really gotten to know them well. So when a shortage hit, we knew, who to escalate to, who to call, who to ask for help, and really kind of swarming the issue at the point of constraint. So the best team, strong relationships with vendors, and then we also have a pretty sophisticated capacity planning function.
I agree, Lugger.
Tier 2 capacity needs to come on earlier than Tier 1 capacity. Tier 3 capacity has to be even earlier. And our team does a very good job of having that strategic alignment with all our partners to make sure that the capacity is ready before we need it. We're a mission-based company. Our goal is to put as many EVs out there. We did not let the pandemic phase us. We were full throttle. And it was pedal to the metal in terms of our demand signal. That also helped. The silicon industry has very long lead times. They invest billions of dollars in sophisticated fabs that take years to build. So that stability and demand is something they appreciated, and it's something that is very much a Tesla thing. So this was looking back, right? This is how we got here. This is how we got from 0 to 40,000 cars a week. Let's talk about how we get to 20 million.
A week?
So the question gets asked, is Tesla going to basically break the chip industry if we grow to 20 million vehicles? The answer is no. But let me walk you through a logic on that. So as it stands right now, a Tesla enabled with a full self-driving computer has 4 times the silicon content of a regular vehicle. So at about the 2 million run rate, we're consuming about 700,000 12-inch wafer equivalents. That's the industry term that's thrown around for capacity in silicon. That's how much we're using, so a little bit below 1 million. And the global wafer capacity, based on the estimates we've seen, is about 135 million. So we're about 0.5% off the industry. Not a lot. Now, if you get to 20 million, when we get to 20 million, and if we don't make any simplifications in terms of part count, which is also a separate work stream, I think Colin talked about it, Pete talked about it, we're not going to have all these different components. We're really going to simplify the architecture because simpler is better. But even if we don't do that, and we take the most pessimistic case, we're going to need 8 million wafers, okay? And the industry is going to scale to 200 million by that point. So still, we're less than 5% of the market share. And if we run the same offense we ran all along and continue to work with our partners and invest in fabs and invest in capacity, we'll have the capacity ready by the time we need it. So I really don't see this as an impediment from a supply chain perspective.
I don't think anyone did.
20 million.
No one was worried about this. Maybe we should have been, but...
Now, I would like to talk about a page that we took out of the electronic playbook and applied it to the mechanical side. Our vehicles use currently the heat pump-based technology for the thermal system. But before heat pump, our vehicles used to have a dispersed thermal system connected by hoses. Engineering was inspired from circuit boards and then created a system which was extremely integrated, where 60% of the system was the size of a basketball, where it contained about 100 components, 50 sealing interfaces, and several different manufacturing processes, all were packaged into this tight size. Now, why are we talking about this? Well, we launched the system right during the outbreak of the pandemic in Model Y.
That's right.
The team was forced to manage 100+ components from different suppliers around the world remotely. So there are 4 videos playing at the same time. One is the video of the manual line that was created when we started the production. And this manual line produced a lot of quality issues, let alone throughput. So we quickly pivoted to a semi-automated line. But in spite of that, although the throughput was great,
someone in there,
the quality issues sustained. So our team decided that fully automated is the only way to go. So before we automate the line, we created a 3D simulation. Now, not many companies or teams have this capability, where at this point, now when a part gets spec'd, we have the ability to create a 3D simulation of all the complex sub-assemblies that would be involved in making the part, and tell the suppliers exactly what equipment to purchase, what to test, and create an end-to-end line in simulation. And that's what we did here. So with the help of the simulation, we had a very detailed subassembly cell, which was juxtaposed with the supplier's factory layout. And then we, after a back and forth of iteration and optimizing the processes, we implemented this fully automated line in less than 8 months. And the results were remarkable.
We're so proud of you guys.
99% reduction in labor force. So a line that would need 1,000 associates to build the super manifold in full volume now just takes 10 associates. And the quality also went up by an order of magnitude. We have a defect rate of less than 0.05%, and a super manifold rolls out every 7 seconds because we have created many automated lines. And these factories are the size of 2 football fields, by the way.
Roshan had to one-up me on that one. 99%, 2 football fields.
So many football fields.
So why are we talking about this? In a world where labor costs are increasing, labor participation is decreasing, there is a huge turnover, and the cost of implementing automation is going down by 3x in the next 10 years. This is how we are thinking about complex assemblies, and we are going to push this type of thinking into our supply base more and more, who will be building our complex assemblies. This is the only way we think we can confidently scale to the 20 million vehicles target. To summarize, we have laid the foundation in getting ready to execute Master Plan 3. Our strategy is supply chain design simplification.
Keep doing it.
We are going to make sure that we have more control into the tiers of the supply chain. We are going to grow responsibly and sustainably with our long-term partners, and we'll automate.
Yeah, I'd say going from 0 to 40,000 cars a week was tough. I mean, it took a lot of trial and error. It took a lot of learning. There was a lot of pain. There's a lot of mental scar tissue, as Elon calls it, through that process. But now that we're at that level and the foundation is set, going from 40 to 400 is it doesn't really faze us. We have a capable team. We've got capable external partners that have gone through hell with us. Our leadership team is galvanized behind the mission, and we're going to get it done. So I'd like to thank you for your time and hand it off to Drew and Tom for the next presentation.
Drew, you want me to come up? Okay, fine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tom Drew. I'm now responsible for global production and sales and delivery service.
Oh, cool.
I joined the company back in 2014, and I've been running the company's business in Greater China and APAC. Today, I'm representing all the gigafactories and talk about how we can make more cars and faster.
He's from Giga Shanghai.
So right now, we have 4 vehicle factories on 3 continents to serve our markets. The total number of manufacturing employees is over 65,000. This is also including our amazing team in Reno. They are making powertrains, battery packs, and drive unit for our vehicle factories. The total installed capacity in all these vehicle factories, about 2 million cars a year. That said, we're always looking for opportunity to grow more capacity from the existing footprint. So you expect this number will grow over time. To build more factories.
That is crazy.
Is the start to building more cars, and we're certainly the expert of it. This is the before and after image showing you the progress we made back in 2019 when we built a gigafactory in Shanghai.
As long as a baby.
So in 9.5 months' time, we built a greenfield project to establish the vehicle factory. And 3 months later, we started to deliver our first customer vehicle. People always ask me, how Tesla can build a factory that fast. Really, we learned from our Fremont factory a lot. We talked to the survivor from the production hell and try to avoid all the mistakes we made. We decided to design a straight line with the minimum number of up and downs and turns for easier manufacturability and easier construction. We also challenged all the assumptions that people ever know to build a vehicle factory. When we delete and simplified all the redundancies and the buffers, that's helped us to save a lot of time.
They burst
also, we have
yeah.
a very strong in-house construction team in Tesla. if there ever a job cannot be done by others better, and we bring this in-house. So we have this in-house construction team, have a full control over all the activities on site, from design, engineering to construction, site management. So this team didn't just build Giga Shanghai, they also built Giga Berlin, Giga Texas, and Giga Nevada, and they're really the hero behind the scenes. Like Lars shared earlier, going forward with the new platform, the more modular design and densified Gigafactory, we'll be able to make more cars from even reduce the footprint. That also means we can build more factories at the same time. With the joint effort of all manufacturing teams around the globe.
Where's the factory?
I'm happy to share, early this morning, we hit the 4 million mark for total Tesla ever built.
Whoa. This morning. That was good timing.
The 4 millionth vehicle actually built in this factory. When you took a tour on our shop floor, you probably walked past it.
Are you timing
so
each factory?
It took us 12 years to build the first million vehicle. And about 18 months to build the second million. The third million took us 11 months. And just shortly, less than 7 months, we built the 4 million cars. So we're getting better and faster.
Exponential growth.
Really kudos to the team.
That's good. I was hoping he was announcing Giga
what it
Mexico.
takes to ramp a Gigafactory? Well, if you have 600 robots, 10,000 trained employees, or 5,000 human and 5,000 Optimus, and hundreds of processes, you can do it. Sounds simple, but it's extremely hard. So there's two key metrics that we predominantly focused on. It's the overall equipment effectiveness and the cycle time. In Tesla, we're setting the passing grade for our vehicle factories with 90% OEE and 45-second cycle time. What that means, the OEE really evaluates the equipment uptime, the machine performance, and the quality. Simply put, this is the actual production time on a good quality product versus the planned productive time. The higher, the better. The 45-second cycle time, that means you expect every 45 seconds there's a car running off the final assembly line in the factory. And the faster we ramp, the faster we can get the economy of scale. If you look at the chart on the left, Shanghai be able to significantly drop our labor hours per car during the ramp. The little dip there has happened in the last Q2 2022 because of the COVID shutdown. And on the right is the Fremont Model Y shop. Even this is a 60-year-old facility, the team there still be able to optimize the material flow, eliminate all the single point of failure, and drive higher output, hence reduce the labor hours. And actually, this factory keeps setting a new record. Yesterday, they just had a new factory daily record.
Congrats, Fremont team.
Absolutely.
They still like California. Yay.
So, how can we reduce the cycle time, keep improving efficiency? We follow the philosophy Elon shared about building rockets, which is questioning, basically find the right problem to solve, and we start with delete, simplify, then we try to accelerate, pressurize the line, and find if the solution actually work. And at last, we think about the automation. There's one example in Gigafactory Shanghai. In the paint shop, we find that there's a overlap baking range between the PVC sealer and the top coat. It was done by 2 different ovens, and we decided to combine the 2 processes. Eventually, that helped us, didn't just help us to reduce the cycle time, but also save the 9% of energy consumption and the 9% of the CO2 emission. Also, we commonized the SNX design in Fremont. Right now, we have a common body and common headlamp. We eliminated about 40 parts and reduced about 10% of the cycle time. So all these improvements really help us to get to a faster ramp, trajectory. And we didn't just learn from these high volume existing factories, we also learned from the new factories. Most recently, our Giga Berlin factory team implemented a 5G private network on the shop floor, helped us to overcome about 90% of the overcycle issues for a particular process in GA shop. We're going to soon implement this globally.
A network.
Right now, we have an integrated global organization from production all the way to sales and delivery service. This will help us to strengthen feedback loop between manufacturing and the service. We obviously want to bring a delightful customer ownership experience to our car owners. With this direct feedback loop, we be able to turn customer escalations and feedback into quick actions, improvement on the shop floor immediately. With that effort, in the past 6 months, we'll be able to reduce the time in service and early ownership service, also service appointment wait time significantly.
Okay.
So
that's good.
4 factories, not enough. If we want to hit the 20 million car a year target, we're going to keep building new factories, new lines. And that will come up with a new product as well. And with all gigafactories now in one organization, we'll be able to replicate unified ideas across factories. Also, we will help the new factories that ramp faster and also produce a better quality at a lower cost. Now I'm going to hand over to Drew and talk about the cell manufacturing.
The Mexican president is like, come
Thanks, Tom.
on!
Yeah, we're not just talking about new vehicle factories, but also new cell factories. And we're going to talk about how we follow the same model when we do so. But first, I thought I'd just provide a little bit of an update on cell production. So remember Battery Day, we showed this video with the spoon.
There's no spoon.
And how we went from dry powder to film. Let's just say there's no spoon now. So many of you in this room saw this on your tour today, but here is our dry electrode machine here in Texas, one of the lines we have installed here. Fully automated, no spoon, from powder and foil in to coated electrode out. From a peak productivity perspective, per tool perspective, this is over 20 times the productivity of the tools that we showed folks on the tour in Cato back in Battery Day. So we've made a lot of progress on one of the key parts of the cell manufacturing process. And we've also continued to focus on refining the way we make cells and the factories that the cells go inside. As you can see on this chart, from typical 2170 cylindrical cells to 4680, we made a huge leap, which is basically a 5x reduction in the factory footprint and volume and footprint. And then from going from what we did in Fremont in our pilot line to Texas, we improved further, and we're improving again when we go into Nevada. And what this actually represents is a series of actions taken by a very integrated, holistic design team across the product design, the manufacturing design, the process design, the equipment design, and the facility design. They all need to work together to make this happen. And you can see on the bottom, just as an example of simplicity up, investment down, and scaling up, parts, we've reduced the number of parts in the cell, the number of processes, significant reduction in the number of processes, and collaborating with those 5 design groups, we've been able to end up with a factory that's 10 times smaller volumetrically, which means it's faster to get built, it's much lower CapEx per gigawatt hour output, and we can go and scale, to our objectives of 240 total terawatt hours.
We could build these in a closet
of stationary storage and 20 million vehicles.
A terawatt hour in a closet.
With the scalability that is required to achieve our goals. And we're not just looking at the cell factory itself, but also upstream materials where necessary. What you see here is the rendering of the 50 gigawatt hour a year Corpus Christi lithium refinery that we've already broken ground on here in Texas. The facility will start commissioning by the end of 2023, this year. This is a good example of something where we're basically talking about breaking ground and starting commissioning within 10 months, and with actual production within 12 months. That's the target, similar to what we did in Shanghai. Again, the result of collaboration and internal execution of construction. in partnership with local communities. This site is 30 minutes from the Corpus Christi port. It's located directly on rail. The process route we're taking is a direct soda ash leach of the input material, which means there's no acid roasting. We don't have any of the sort of waste products associated with an acid roasting step. We're designed to consume lithium spodumene, which is a very commonly traded lithium rock, but it is flexible to other feeds from primary and secondary sources. And similarly, we're working on our cathode facility here in Texas. Maybe you've seen it as you're driving around, which is a 60 gigawatt hour a year cathode facility behind the main building here. 10-month build time there as well. The equipment's being installed for the first line as we speak, and we'll be commissioning starting next quarter. So we are doing this where we need to. Our plan is not to do it always. There are lots of competent companies out there, but we are also trying to sort of accelerate the pace of the industry by trying some new things that are a little bit more scalable, and de-risking certain innovations that improve productivity in terms of CapEx per gigawatt hour and things like that. And with that, I think that sums up our efforts on the factory side. Mike, you want to come up and we'll talk about energy?
All right.
Yeah, I feel like Elon hyped it up as like it's not just for shareholders, it's for humanity, and it's like,
right.
we knew most of this stuff,
away.
I feel like.
All right.
Here,
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Snyder. I lead our Megapack organization. I've been with Tesla for almost 9 years. I'm excited to talk to you today about the Megapack product and the business and some of the exciting things we have ahead of us. From the beginning with this business, we have always focused on building successful projects for our customers and not just the batteries in the box. We've built a hardware and a software platform that is able to adapt to environments all over the world and that is able to scale from small island projects to large gigawatt-hour scale batteries. We've invested our time and our talent to best understand every aspect, every step in the process, and every risk of a project to ultimately provide a solution that is thoughtful, intuitive, provides great value to our customers, and is as plug and play as possible. And yeah, just looking at these projects, it's incredible to see them all come together in one montage.
We're seeing the future.
Yeah.
Compressed.
It's 10 years of building these projects, and it's incredible to see the impact and to see what we have in front of us.
Absolutely.
We're on our 6th generation of our industrial product, which is the Megapack XL that we're building out of Lathrop, California. We've deployed over 16 gigawatt hours of industrial and residential products across 50 countries.
Upcoming products.
And really, Megapack is a market leader. It's best in class in efficiency, reliability, energy density, and easiest to install, lowest cost to install.
And we call it XL because it is actually the largest, heaviest object that you can transfer around the roads of the world without having to shut them down and get crazy permits and things like this. So it is extra large, and there is not going to be an XXL. Let's just say it that way.
Whoa.
There's been incredible demand for the product. 2023 is going to be a great year. We have gigawatt-hour scale projects being built. The Lathrop factory continues to scale and ramp up, and there's new products on the near-term roadmap, so a lot to look forward to. How did we get here? Number one, a maniacal focus on all aspects of delivering stationary storage. What do we mean by that? What are some examples? As you see here, the Megapack enclosure, for one example, we designed the wireways directly into the base of the enclosure. So typically you need to install a bunch of conduits and cables under the ground. Now you can lift them up and install them directly into the base, increasing the speed of deployment and lowering the cost. Next, we see the batteries and the power electronics. And the power electronics is really the beauty and the elegance of the Megapack. So this is what converts the DC power to AC power on the grid.
It's just a big
The brain is built directly into the product.
Come on, man.
It is able to connect to any grid in the world right out of the box. It allows it to, all the Megapacks on a given site to work as one unit. And really, it's what makes it what it is. I think it's the most incredible feature of the Megapack. As you build out the full site, what we end up with is the most energy-dense solution on the market, upwards of 300 megawatt hours per acre. And just as a frame of reference, this solution is 2 times more power dense than a typical gas peaker plant. So this is the future. This is where we're going.
This is the product that retires the fossil fuels.
Yep.
One power plant at a time.
We talk about power electronics a little bit more. Tesla is a leader in power electronics. We've deployed over 1.4 terawatts across energy storage and vehicle. And we deliver more power electronics than the solar and the wind industry combined on a per annum basis.
And power electronics, it's hard to overstate how impactful they are. They are really the glue in the sustainable energy economy between generation, storage, and the end use. You know, those power electronics devices are switching, you know, thousands of times per second, hundreds of thousands of times per second to efficiently react to whatever is needed, either in the car or in the grid. And because they are so sort of software driven at their core, they can provide functionality that hasn't been available to the grid in the past. And it's one of the reasons why renewables and storage together are such a great solution.
Yeah.
That's why we
And one reason that we focus on power electronics and control so much is because of the impact that it has on the projects directly. So just as an example here on the left, we have a firmware feature that we call virtual machine mode. And what virtual machine mode is it contributes to grid stability like a car's shock absorber that dampens oscillations or vibrations and keeps the ride smooth. So you can imagine if you don't dampen those vibrations, the vehicle could lose control or someone could get hurt. On the grid, you could have a blackout. We have one grid operator that's utilizing virtual machine mode and said they will not operate their grid at 100% renewables unless they have this feature, unless they have virtual machine mode working.
Yeah, and
they tried
Modo
and
looks
it didn't
like
work
the
very
Meta
well.
logo.
Why is it virtual machine mode? It's like synthetic inertia, where you turn the battery power plant into, through software, behaving like it's a giant spinning machine, literally, and that inertia stabilizes the grid.
Right.
But you don't need a giant spinning machine. You don't need a huge fossil fuel power plant or a giant hydro turbine. You can just have the battery do it, and you can program it to whatever you need at that part of the grid, or even have it be dynamically changing as the grid conditions change.
Right. And that's why we focus so much on it. We believe it's the future of how batteries are going to add value. It's going to be more about adding power stability, just as it is about energy.
Yep.
Autobidder is another software feature I wanted to mention. Autobidder is an autonomous energy trading platform that in its most basic sense is buying energy low and selling it high, and the owner can net the difference of that. But operating battery storage is actually very complex. Needing upwards of hundreds or even thousands of decisions every 5 minutes. It's much more complex than a solar plant or a wind plant or a thermal battery or a thermal generation plant. And it's mostly because of the versatility and the ability of the battery to provide so much value in different ways that these decisions need to be made in real time in order to optimize and get the most value out of the battery as it can. So there wasn't a solution that existed in the market, so we built one ourselves. In the markets we've deployed them in Australia, in Texas, in the UK, it has proven to be a market leader. We're continuing to invest in Autobidder as we expand to new markets. Second point of how we got here.
Years.
A relentless focus on speed of execution, and there's 2 points to be made here. First one is in building factories. What you're seeing here is a time lapse of the mega factory that was built in Lathrop. We took it from a JCPenney distribution center to a world-class manufacturing facility in less than 12 months, which is incredible. And really, the way that we did this is similar to what my colleagues have described. It's leveraging the vertical integration of Tesla. It's getting the vehicle manufacturing team in the same room as construction and engineering and making decisions quickly with all the stakeholders and decision makers. We're using the lessons learned from Lathrop as we speak, as we plan for our next factories. Second, it's about installing projects faster. I've mentioned this already, but plug and play is kind of at the core of what we're going for. Over the past 4 years, we've increased the installation speed by 4x, and we've reduced the total labor involved across both construction and manufacturing by 3x. We think that this is key to unlocking our ability to scale and our customers' ability to scale with us. We need to be laser focused on reducing that time from when the Megapack leaves the factory to when it is operational on the grid.
And it's not just about
we make you money.
Centralized storage, it's also about distributed storage, the future roadmap of well, at least here at Tesla. And maybe some of you know about this sort of retail plan we have here in Texas, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about how that all fits together. So Tesla Electric really unlocks the full value of distributed energy and storage products. So it enables our customers to become their own utility. The data on the page is from our South Australia virtual power plant, another Tesla Electric setup that we have. Over 2022, it's 5,000 customers that we have the data for. You can get a sense for what's happening. So just if they were being provided default utility service and you looked at the cost of serving them that electricity, on average, $140 a month. If they all had solar and Powerwall, but the solar and Powerwall wasn't interacting with the grid, wasn't participating in the energy market, the cost of serving that customer would go from $140 a month to $70 a month.
Nice.
If Tesla Electric is operating those assets in an intelligent way to benefit the grid, Tesla Electric being basically a software that we developed out of AutoBidder for the purposes of these distributed energy resources, we can actually pay the customers to bring their energy services to the grid.
I don't think
that's what happened in Australia last year. And Australia is a little bit of a special case. They represent the future, South Australia in particular. Solar and wind supplied 70% of South Australia's energy in 2022. That compares to 30% in Texas and 35% in California. But this is an indication of where this is all headed, of both centralized and distributed storage resources providing the key to unlocking fully renewable grids. And Tesla Electric is the retail plan that we're using to bring that to bear for our customers that have our products. And this is how we're rolling it out. First, as it exists, it's available in Texas for people who have Powerwalls in their homes. But we need to extend beyond that. Over 1 billion people live in markets with competitive retail electricity. And there's over $2 trillion in annual energy spend in these markets. This is a huge opportunity.
The grid needs maintenance.
Our intention is to bring this to market by market in the same way that we've approached Tesla Insurance.
That's why I don't
where we
think
can bring value to our customers to reduce their total cost of ownership of our products. So actually what we're going to do next, and this is pretty exciting here in Texas, by this summer, we're going to offer a retail electricity plan to people who have our cars where they can have unlimited overnight home charging for $30 a month. This is part of reducing the total cost of ownership of our vehicles. And the reason why we can do this is because Texas has a ton of wind. And in Texas, the wind blows at night. So actually serving these customers with electricity at night for their cars is the best thing to do for everyone. And so this is a way to incentivize people to charge at home at night directly from renewable power. It's part of the grand master plan we talked about at the beginning. So we're very excited about this. And we do see this, similar to Tesla Insurance, as I said, as further reducing the total cost of ownership of electric vehicles. So putting this all together,
$30 a month.
we're really at the beginning of this massive ramp in energy storage deployment. And
yeah, reflecting back on the master plan, we talk about needing tens of terawatt hours of stationary storage. So we have our sights set on annual production rates of 1 terawatt hour, which is 25x our capacity at Lathrop. In the near term, we see really strong demand for the Megapack product, over 100 gigawatt hours per year in 2023, and growing by over 100 gigawatt hours per year over the next few years. So the demand is there, and naturally, as we continue to focus on cost and speed and value, the things that we've mentioned, it's clear we need to build more capacity and we need to ramp it quickly. So while the challenge is big, it's also a huge opportunity for Tesla. It's a huge opportunity for the Megapack business. And I'm excited to see the impact that it's going to make on our grid transition.
As am I.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Now what? We finished the circle.
All right. And Lori, Brandon, come on up.
Who? Just Impact? Oh, there's another circle? Oh my God.
Hi, I'm Brandon with the legal team.
Brandon.
Thank you. Not just for coming, but being investors.
The legal team must
now,
be
we have an active and engaged board and management team. We've met with you, and today is the culmination of that. We've heard you, which is why we're excited to share this Investor Day with you. Now, you will hear more from our board at the appropriate time.
I don't think you heard
But for
us.
now, I'm excited to introduce Lori Shelby, who's going to discuss sustainability and our employees. Lori?
What's the point of the circle if we're just starting a new circle?
Thank you, Brandon.
don't
Hi,
get
everyone.
it.
My name is Laurie Shelby, and
Kathleen
I
Kennedy?
lead the Environmental Health, Safety, Security, and Sustainability team. I've been with Tesla for 5.5 years. So I'm going to talk about Tesla's impact. And of course, that starts with our awesome team members. So you've heard a lot today about our amazing products,
We are
our
suing
process,
everyone.
our software. You've seen lots of numbers and lots of graphs. You've also heard a common theme. And that common theme is that Tesla's team is what drives our success and makes a difference. Whether you're in our factories, in our sales, service, and delivery centers, our warehouses, or in the field, you can see and you can feel the collaboration that's happening. And you also can see the pride that everyone has in working for Tesla. So before I go on, I want to give a big shout out
look
and a
happy.
thank you for our Tesla team globally. So let's. That was great. That was great. Thank you. So we are creating a lot of meaningful work through our jobs. We're a huge employer, and we're growing every day. We're at 129K. And more than half of our team works in vehicle manufacturing. And almost 60% of our team is based in the US.
Is based.
People want to join our mission.
Or SpaceX.
And we need to grow, and we need to hire the best people. Engineers want to work for Tesla. Look at number 1 and number 2, SpaceX and Tesla.
Same
In
thing.
2021,
right?
we got 3 million applicants.
We
3
denied
million.
most of
That's
them.
incredible. And our culture at Tesla is anyone at any time can raise an idea or make an improvement suggestion across safety, people, cost, production, quality.
All right, I'll apply.
Because
You've
we have a
convinced
very
me.
simple process called Take Charge. And Take Charge is really employee engagement. And as Take Charges go up, as you can see in this graph, injuries go down. And you know why? People who do the work, the people who do the work know how to improve the work. Sustainability is everything. It's our mission. You've heard about it all day, part of our master plan. But at Tesla, we don't just tick boxes to meet a requirement. We really focus on the impact that our products and our software will deliver. In 2021, our customers avoided 8.4 million metric tons of greenhouse gas.
You're welcome.
That's equivalent to taking 1.7 million ICE vehicles off the road for a full year. Yes.
Get rid of them. Take them away.
We're also focusing on doing really good work and driving sustainability into our operations. We have year-over-year reduction in our water use, in our waste, and we're growing and building a renewable energy program within our operations, just like supercharging, as you heard. So it's not just about our products, it's the way we make our products, both phases. Tesla, our company, is solving both sides of the clean energy equation. We've got the clean generation, the clean storage. We also have zero emission transport. As this slide shows, from 2012 to 2021, our products generated more energy that was consumed by all Tesla vehicles and our factories. It's amazing.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I like the claps. Yeah, I'll take claps.
Please clap. Jeb Bush.
So our vehicles use less emissions than gas-powered vehicles. Even in the worst case scenario, 100% coal grid, the Model 3 has less emissions than the average ICE car.
What?
And we're only going to get better.
I had no
You heard
idea.
about that today. You heard about that today. You heard about that today. Every product we make is more efficient. Every factory we build is more sustainable. So it's only going to get better and better. So as we build
Don't hold out hope
our
for a roadster,
zero
please.
emission future, we've been talking with our stakeholders, with our shareholders, about how do we improve our reporting framework. And we are aligning with the TCDF. So TCFD. So we're aligning with the TCFD, which I know many of you have been asking us about. I also want you to stay tuned because there's going to be much more coming in our impact report. So thank you all. And up next is Zach Kirkhorn.
Please, one more thing. Oh, financials.
Thank you, Lori.
We made a lot of money.
So this is our last section of our prepared remarks today. We'll kind of take what we've discussed today and summarize it at the corporate level for our financials.
Stay tuned.
Maybe before I jump into the details here, we've never done an investor day as a company. We've never brought our leadership team out
Don't do
and
it
asked them
again.
to talk about the things that they're working on.
Please.
So, I feel very fortunate to be able to work alongside this group of people and support their teams. And I also just want to thank them, they're in a room in the back listening to this, for all of the work that they put into today and getting the company to where it is today. So thank you to the Tesla team.
Thank you.
When we were preparing for today, folks were asking, well, Zach, what should we talk about? And really the only guidance we gave folks is, well, talk about the things that you're working on and talk about it in the context of the master plan.
Move the camera.
And what did almost everybody talk about today in great detail? All of the work that they're doing to take cost out. Because in this industry, in this business, you survive or you die based upon the ability to manage your costs. And so I'd like to talk about cost as well.
Invest in Tesla, we won't die.
If we look at our longest running scale production product, this is the Model 3. We reached 5,000 cars per week, which was our design capacity in mid-2018. And since then, we've taken 30% of cost out of this product. And there's 2 points I want to make about this. The first is that cost reduction, as you have heard throughout the course of the day, is deeply ingrained in our culture. And I think one of the most important reasons why we are here today as a company.
I don't think they're sandbagging.
The second point that I want to make is that
I'm sorry.
When we're working on cost reduction, it's easy just to take cost out and make our products worse. But we have to take cost out and improve our products at the same time. This is the hard thing to do, but it's the necessary thing to do to continue to move forward. And if you look at a version of a Model 3 that we built today, and you compare it back to a Model 3 that we built in 2018, there's a long list of improvements that we put into the car while also taking cost out of the product.
I believe this. And I
Cost
knew this.
reduction doesn't just come from one place. There's no silver bullet here. And we pushed the boundaries on volume with the Model 3 program, increasing volume 3x over this period of time. We've improved productivity. So in our Fremont factory, we are twice as productive now as we were in mid-2018. We've made a lot of progress on overhead efficiencies and product improvements, as we've discussed, and a long list of other things, including localization, our factory in Shanghai. And as we ramp up volume and as we find efficiencies, we work with our suppliers to do the same. And that leads to material cost reductions that improve the affordability of our products. And as we look forward to our next-gen vehicle, our target is to reduce 50% of cost, and we've talked about that a bit earlier today. Going from the Model S and X platform to the 3 and Y platform, we took out 50% of cost, so the task here is to do it again. And this is very important because as we improve affordability, the number of customers who have access to our products dramatically increases. And as we link this back to our master plan, it enables an exponential growth in our volume with linear reductions in the cost of our products. The second point I'll make here is that, and again, cost reductions don't come from any single one place. And so you can see the buckets here on the vehicle side, battery and powertrain, manufacturing cost reductions, and others. These buckets are relatively equal in size. And so in order to take 50% of the cost out of the product, we have to go through everything. But more importantly than just the cost of the car up front.
Look at this graph.
When we're transitioning to a sustainable economy, particularly with vehicle ownership,
it's
really important to think about the lifetime cost of the products.
Like Aptera.
And this chart here is showing what the total cost of ownership per mile is over the course of 5 years. And we have to think about financing costs, insurance costs, the cost of power. Drew talked a little bit about that with the plants that we're doing in Texas.
Yes, I did.
Wear and tear and maintenance on the cars, et cetera. And we're already at a place today in the US where a base Model 3 on a cost per mile basis is less than a Toyota Corolla, which is the highest selling car in the world. And as we move towards our next gen platform, we will continue to reduce this. And as we work on robotaxi variants of this platform, this cost will come down even further. And so this is a product that we expect to have substantially lower cost per mile than the highest volume products in the world.
Elon's not even watching.
The next thing on cost reduction I want to talk about is operating expenses. We spend a lot of time on our earnings calls talking about gross margins and product cost. We don't spend a lot of time talking about OpEx, but I think this is one of the really important parts of our story. So since 2018, we've reduced our non-GAAP OpEx 60% as a percent of revenue and 75% on a per delivered car basis. This is quite staggering, and I want to go into the details about how we've done this. The first component of OpEx, which is R&D, the single most important thing here is that we constrain the number of programs that we work on, so minimizing the number of programs that we're running in parallel, and the key here is to maximize the revenue and cash generated from every program that we work on, and also maximize the technology sharing between the programs. So we talked a little bit about how power electronics in our energy business is shared with power electronics in our vehicle business. If we look at the SG&A side of this, I think the story here is pretty dramatic. So we're showing here a comparison of SG&A per car delivered compared to the traditional auto industry, which is both an OEM and the dealership network. And our estimates are that we're 60 to 70% lower on a per car basis. And if you turn this into dollars, this is many thousands of dollars per car.
Golly, wish he
This is
just
part of
left.
the reason why on the last earnings call, I made the comment that we think about operating margin more so than gross margin as a company, because the integration that we have here on the SG&A side, particularly with vertical integration into our dealership network, this provides efficiencies that give us a competitive advantage from a cost structure standpoint relative to other companies.
We make money.
The other thing that I'll note here is that this wasn't always the case. And it wasn't that long ago where these bars would be inverted. And if we go back a little bit in time, and we talk about when we launched Model 3 in the Fremont factory, we went from 2,000 cars per week, which was S and X, adding 5,000 a week to that for Model 3 got us to 7,000 cars a week. You've heard some folks here today talk about production hell. What I don't think we've ever talked about as a company is back office operations hell, which also happened at the same time.
What about production
and
heaven?
7,000 cars a week, 350,000 cars a year.
That's Aptera.
We want to go to 20 million cars a year, and we're struggling at 7,000. And we're saying to ourselves, we have to completely rethink the way that we're managing our back office operations if we have any hope of efficiently scaling this company. And so this began a process that we're still continuing to work on today, but it's something that we refer to as the Tesla operating system. So in the same way that we're vertically integrated into the software that manages our cars, we've also vertically integrated into the software that runs our company.
Where does fart
and
mode
all
fit
of our
in?
major departments in the company are using, not all of them yet, but almost all of them are using our in-house software. Most recently, we removed third-party recruiting software, and we're now running our own recruiting software as a company. And this matters a lot because rather than having a complex web of third-party systems that are generic solution that take a lot of effort to customize for our particular needs, we've been able to put in place with an in-house applications engineering team dedicated lightweight software that does only what we needed to do and nothing more. And that team works very closely with process improvement teams that sit within the business, who are looking through all of the processes that we're managing as a company and following the exact same process that Tom mentioned in the manufacturing space to look at our processes, delete process steps that we don't need, simplify process steps that are existing,
The best
and
part
automate
is no
what's
part.
remaining.
That could summarize this whole
And the
event.
results of this have been quite staggering, to be frank. I think it's exceeded our expectations as well.
The best event is no event.
On the left side of this chart are some examples of the efficiency improvements that we've seen within our SG&A areas as a result of this strategy.
The best stream
The North
is no
American
stream.
sales team is 4 times more efficient now than they were in 2018. Order operations team, financial services, I mean, these levels of improvement are large, and there's not enough pixels on the slide here to list out everything, so it's just a couple of examples. And then in the same way that when we look to take cost out of our products, we want to feature up the product or improve the product while taking cost out, the same has been true with the use of Tesla operating system and that integration with our process improvement teams within the company.
I think Zach Kirkhorn would be a good
increased
CEO.
performance and added capabilities while also dramatically reducing cost on a per car basis. There's a list of self-service functionality that we've put in place, which customers like. It also simplifies our operations behind the scenes. We've used the Tesla operating system to expand into our captive insurance space, which we are fully vertically integrated into. We run our own in-house software. We have our own agents, our own claims software, and claims folks who run our insurance business. This is also very important because as a technology company, data is very important. And we use these systems and the access to the data in those systems to pull out extremely granular and targeted reporting that enables us to see every aspect of our business in real time so we can make adjustments to our operations as needed. And there are sometimes examples where we say, man, I wish we were tracking this piece of data. Well, you know, it's a Teams meeting away from the applications engineering team to make a request, and then we can start tracking that data and make those changes. And so the feedback loop associated with process improvement inside the company is pretty astounding. The last thing I'll just mention here, which is something I'm personally quite proud of, we've made a lot of progress in our close processes within the finance team, getting our 10Q and 10K filed. It's amongst the fastest of the 20 largest market cap companies, so great work to the finance team here. So all of this work on cost reduction is extremely important because we have a lot of money to spend ahead of us to achieve our goals within the master plan. So we've mentioned over the course of the day today, 20 million annual vehicle production as our target, 1 terawatt hour of annual energy storage production, and then expanding cell production, service, and charging in line with the growth of those other businesses. And so we've estimated what we think the total cost to get there will be, and there's certainly error bars around these numbers as we continue to progress and innovate. But of this, we've spent about $28 billion of that so far in the history of the company.
Wow.
And
28 billion.
Maybe this total investment looks large. I actually think it's quite small relative to our ambitions. And if you look at our 2022 operating cash flows and you just say, well, let's assume some modest growth to that, maybe not all that much, if you're being conservative, but the ability to pay for this level of investment from the forecast that we have is very achievable for us. I'm often asked about capital allocation. I think our strategy here is very straightforward. I touched upon it a little bit in our last slide.
You don't need to do a stock buyback.
But just to be explicit about it.
Don't do a buyback. It's fine.
Obviously, the priority here is to ensure that we're using capital to run the day-to-day operations of the business. This is a working capital-intensive business, and this has to be managed very carefully. And so, you know, over the course of a quarter, there can be multi-billion-dollar swings in our cash balance up and down, just depending upon the timing of when we build and deliver cars. So we obviously have to have money set aside for that.
That's a lot of people.
Downside protection is another really important area where we have money set aside for that. And over the last couple of years throughout the pandemic, I think this just highlights why being ready for downside protection is important. Preserving daily operations is the engine that then generates cash that allows us to reinvest into the growth of the business. And I'm very proud that over the last couple of years, despite the ups and downs in the macro environment and interruptions to supply chains, we have never once pulled back on our investments in growth, so that remains a huge priority for us. We do then, after investing in growth, we look at opportunistic ways to spend our cash. These are more financially oriented, where if a return exceeds a hurdle, then we can place cash in that. This is part of our story of cost reduction in the Fremont factory.
Zach's getting
and then
comfortable
on the
on
excess
stage.
side, this is where the board meets on a regular basis and they're thinking about what our cash flow projections are looking forward and whether it makes sense to do buybacks or dividends. So to wrap up the finance portion of the presentation today, a couple of key messages I just want to leave you all with here is that we use innovation at an intense level to drive costs down and improve the efficiency of the business. And the reason this is so important is it allows us to improve product affordability. And this is particularly the case when we move to our next generation platform. Improving affordability allows us to comfortably make investments that grow volume. That volume generates cash that then allows us to make more investments. And as we integrate that going forward, it's our belief as a leadership team here at Tesla that we're going to achieve unprecedented scale in the manufacturing space. And this is what's ultimately required to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy.
We knew that. Come on. I'm not a baby.
So with that, this completes the prepared portion of today.
Prepared?
We're going to take a short break, and then we'll resume with a live Q&A.
Oh, no.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, not a Q&A. Oh. Q&As always suck, to be honest. 5-minute intermission. Okay, it's 4:09. Set your timers, everybody. Okay. I don't know why they want to do an intermission. I guess it gives them time to... It gives them time to get the microphones ready and stuff. The Q&A sections always suck. I feel like everybody always asks the dumbest questions, and even the good questions can't be answered because Tesla doesn't want to reveal anything. So, yeah, I got to admit, my expectations were low, but wow. What what an event of rehash. A lot of repeating. I know even though I said that in my predictions video, I claimed that's what this was going to be, a lot of repeating things we already know, but I guess even though I was expecting it to repeat things we knew, I didn't expect it to be like 3 hours. 3 hours of repeating things we knew. And it's like, sure, some diehards might be interested in them explaining how they navigated the chip shortage, but if you're an investor, which this is an investor day, you already listened to the earnings calls. You already call in. You've heard them talk about how, yeah, we want to move more of our controllers to be internal, and we've cut costs, and we've focused on efficiency, and we reduced complexity of systems. Like, we know all this stuff. So to me, it just feels like, okay, if you have a little bit of information here and there, like, here's how we use fleet data to improve our vehicles with software and over-the-air updates. Just do a little tweet. Just post a little 5-minute YouTube video. You don't need to send out invites and announce an event like 2 months in advance and invite people to come out to the event and deny people at the door and create a bunch of pointless speculation. If there's, I guess my life is that my take on Investor Day is they didn't really have anything to announce. And I'm very confused by this because, to me, this is what an annual shareholder meeting is for. We've watched those several years in a row now. The annual shareholder meeting is where you just kind of update people. Here's what we're working on. Here's what's to come. This, to me, feels like a carbon cut copy of what a shareholder meeting would be. There's little nuggets of new information in the shareholder meeting, but it's mostly just to reaffirm investors, let them know, hey, we're still on track. We're still doing good. There's still enough materials. There wasn't, in my head, pretty much any substantial new information here. There were little nuggets of new things, but nothing that they cared to talk about. So again, the Investor Day left me with more questions than answers. Like, probably the most exciting thing to me was they said that the V4 superchargers, they're starting to install them in Europe, and they have longer cables. And the Cybertruck will have a 48-volt architecture instead of 12-volt for the basic electronics, which is not even a huge deal. Like, what does that impact the actual owner with? Nothing. You can summarize that update in a pinned comment on a video. Only cool thing was confirmation that V4 superchargers have longer cables, but in Europe first. Yeah, they made the shareholder meetings more efficient, refer to Investor Day. But the annual shareholder meeting, I don't even think was 3 hours. I think that was like an hour and a half. $30 to charge at night in Texas in July if you have a Tesla and you have a Powerwall. Again, that also could have been a tweet. I don't think we needed an event for that. It's kind of cool, but yeah, that's definitely not, I think, a justification for an event this long. Yeah, Apple has events to announce a new color for the iPhone. Yeah, but they're not 3 hours. And trust me, I follow Apple events for a living, and yes, there's some fluff in them, but they're definitely never this long, and they're never this analytical. I expected it to be somewhat analytical, but just so much fluff, so much repeating, so much reaffirming things that they've already claimed, already told us again and again and again. Which, again, if you want to take some time to reaffirm how far you've come and where you're going, what your plans are, just shareholder meeting. That's what that is. You don't need... The best event is no event, right? Like, one of the slides, they show a wireless charger for Teslas, which will be needed for robotaxi. I don't know if needed is the right word. It might help, but wireless charging is such a terrible idea for vehicles. I don't know. There was going to be a Tesla diner, and they canceled it, so I'm not sure what that slide was about. It had some cool ideas in it, but they didn't tell us anything about them, which is why I wouldn't be shocked if it's one of those things that gets swept under the rug and we never see it again. We still never got the automatic snake charger. That would make far more financial sense than a wireless charger. Any form, even really, really good inductive charging, is super inefficient, which would be terrible for the environment. And very expensive for the vehicle to add giant inductive charging coils to every robotaxi. I think that's a horrible idea. So I know some people are extrapolating based on the little pad underneath the car, but that's just seemed like some concept art that they threw up there. The title of the slide was "Do Cool Crap," you know. Yeah, if this was meant for investors, I'm not sure what we were supposed to get out of this other than hold your stock. I don't think if anyone hasn't bought Tesla stock, this would convince them to, because the main reason people don't believe in Tesla or doubt Tesla is because they're late and they don't deliver on their timelines, and they're still waiting for things like full self-driving you said would be ready by now and it's not ready. This doesn't really combat that at all. They think that Elon makes overly ambitious claims, and they think that Tesla is pricing in too much into the share price. So, yeah, I don't see how this convinces anybody. This just kind of tells people that already have Tesla stock that they should keep their Tesla stock. But because the hype and expectations were so high, there will likely be a large sell-off by the investors that are more emotional, that are just trying to do short-term predictions. And because the event was pretty boring and there wasn't really anything new to announce, I just don't think we needed this. I think I said that when they announced Investor Day. I think it was back in January. I was sitting right here and they said, "Drew, did you see that Tesla's going to have an Investor Day on March 1st? And I think I remember saying exactly that. I was like, I just don't think we need an Investor Day. That's what the shareholder meeting is for, unless you have something to announce, which, in my opinion, this event was basically a big, fat, juicy nothing burger. Could Project Highland have wireless charger? They keep covering the bumper, which is where the wireless charger was located. Highly doubt it, because for one, I think people are misunderstanding what Project Highland was. So it was reported on by Reuters. That's where we're all getting the word Highland from. And in the Highland report, they said the purpose of the refresh was to increase the desirability and lower the cost at the same time. And they said that we would see it in China first in the third quarter. So that definitely didn't make any sense to announce it now, especially when Model 3 inventory is still somewhat high. You don't want to kill your current inventory. And again, wireless charging is a horrible idea for electric cars because of how much energy they use. It would just be tons and tons of energy wasted, and Tesla does not like energy waste at all. That's why they focused on the heat pump. All of the advantages of the heat pump would be lost if you switch to wireless charging, and more. Wireless charging car would be yeah, it's a horrible idea. And I think Elon and Tesla is pretty smart. If you want a passive way to charge a car, your best bet is making a automated charger plug that can automatically plug itself in. That would accomplish the same thing for a fraction of the price, and there'd be next to zero energy loss. Relatively zero. Elon was testing the fart noises at like 2 a.m. Yeah, I did see that. That was funny. That was, it was like a Twitter space or something where Elon was messing around with voice filters. Elon drives me crazy sometimes, but I got to admit it was funny. Just listening to Elon make his voice sound like a chipmunk and then sound really deep like Darth Vader, and he's just playing all these sounds and noises. It was funny. No, I don't even think I can do a summary video. I don't feel like we'll definitely dive into it more on the podcast. I'm very curious what Mike thinks. But I don't know how to summarize it other than just it's a lot of stuff we already knew. There's another platform in the works, but we already knew that. Tesla already told us that months ago. I remember I think it was 2 or 3 earnings calls ago, they mentioned on the shareholder deck that they're working on we're back. They said they're working on a next generation vehicle platform. Is that Gary Black? And they said the next platform will be half the cost as the current vehicles, and it'll require half the factory footprint, which is basically all we heard at this event. Oh, what's that? Oh, Giga Mexico? They put a slide up. Hey. Did they hear us complaining and update? What is this? This is how you announce it? With music and talking? This is how they... Bruh, it says Giga Mexico right there. Bruh.
All right, so...
this is it?
Well, let's see. So this is probably the most significant announcement of the day is that we're excited to announce that we're going to be building a Gigafactory in Mexico.
Okay. Okay. Wow, there it is, folks. Looks beautiful. How do you get there? Where's the road?
So,
on the sides.
Yeah, and we'll have obviously a grand opening and groundbreaking and whatnot. But we're excited to announce that the next Tesla Gigafactory will be in Mexico near Monterrey. So
near Monterrey. Yeah, that was an accident. I don't think that slide was supposed to be there. I agree with you.
Now, I do want to emphasize we will continue to expand production at all of our existing factories. So
why
including
Mexico?
California, Nevada.
He's not going to say why.
Here in Texas, obviously, and Berlin, Shanghai. So we intend to increase production at all factories. So the Giga Mexico would be supplemental to the output of all the other factories. So this is not, to be clear, moving output from anywhere to anywhere. It is simply about expanding total global output.
Cost of labor is the reason, but he won't say that.
Pretty good. So, peanut gallery.
Oh, God.
Anyway, so I think that's...
Mexico is very
excited
cheap.
to announce that.
Lots of cars
in
are
fact,
built
I
there.
believe the governor is here. It's hard to see. Welcome.
Everyone had already stopped watching the event by the time they announced Giga Mexico.
We're looking forward to it and having a big event for the great groundbreaking and opening. So let's see, with that, we can move to, I guess, Q&A. We've obviously got significant bench strength here.
A bunch of questions we can't answer, probably.
Like a bench. And anyway,
I hope someone asks if you can buy the next
maybe
gen.
have too many people on stage, but we'll try to answer questions within reason. This is meant to be kind of more of a long-term sort of discussion as opposed to, what will be the production for the rest of the quarter type of thing. So let's try to orient our questions towards long-term value creation. And with that, fire away.
This is going to take a while.
Rob?
I can tell.
Hi, it's Rod Lash with Wolf Research. Very exciting plans about the next generation vehicle and powertrains and batteries. I was hoping you can maybe talk to us a little bit about the timeline for deploying this. And it sounds like it's more than just a vehicle. This is a kind of a paradigm change on how vehicles are assembled. batteries are put together
With
and
cheaper labor.
everything. And does that also just get reconfigured into everything that you do? So the Model Ys that are being built here will be built very differently in the future. Maybe just give us some feel for what happens from here and what's the timeline for implementation.
That was a stupid question. Sorry.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about that, but
who's supposed to answer that?
Broadly speaking, the most profound architectural changes will be in future vehicles. Retooling a factory means bringing the factory down for an extended period of time, and that we prefer not to do that, I think. But there are variants in how Model Y is produced. So we've got variants where there's rear casting, where there's a front and rear casting, and we have the structural battery pack. And then there are a number of smaller improvements that occur. But I think for really, really big changes, those would be future vehicles. Yeah, I don't know, you guys want to add?
Don't. Move on.
Maybe?
Dumb question. Move on.
Me? Yeah. So, I mean, as far as, I agree with you 100%, Elon. It's really easy to put innovations in new vehicles, but long term, we'll obviously bring them back. We've always talked about that, but we don't want to take our factories down. As far as the timeline goes, we're going to go as fast as we can, left to right. As always, Elon alluded to the fact that Mexico will build our next-gen vehicle, but we will also be doing that in our other plants. And so it's really about getting them all up and running. We expect that to be a huge volume product. And
audio sucks.
Yeah, we're going to move that quickly over the next couple of years.
Where else could they build the next-gen vehicle?
Let's go to Adam.
Thanks. First, enhorabuena, Mexico. Vamos. That's great. Congratulations.
I don't speak Spanish.
Elon,
I don't know
question
what
on applying first principles thinking and innovation to an area that up to now has seemingly been outside of your control, and that is on mining and extraction of some of the key materials.
I cannot see a thing.
I believe a couple years ago you had a patent on sodium chloride to extract lithium from some clays and spodumene clay and things of that nature. How does that fit into the plan of maybe bringing real innovation into a mining sector that could use a little, maybe waking up and getting those costs down? Because that could be a real gating factor, it seems.
Well, we're going to address whatever we think the limiting factor is at any point in time. So we would like to do the least amount possible. So we don't want to get into the mining or refining sector. We will do that if we have to. I do think the focus really should be on refining capacity. We need to make just a very giant
it's getting hot
amount of anode cathode lithium hydroxide, lithium carbonate. It's really the refining capacity that is the biggest choke point. Yeah, so that's why we're building a lithium refinery in Corpus Christi.
In terms of the mining companies that are out there and looking at that part of the value chain, so we do have large suppliers of lithium right now, and they are aware of how we're approaching the Corpus refinery and the technologies we're trying there. And the reason we're making them aware of it is because we think they're fundamentally more scalable. And as we prove them out, we plan to share that with them. Because as Elon says, it's not really like we want to do these things. We're doing them because it's not happening fast enough. So if we can prove that it can be done faster, the intention is to transfer that knowledge to our current suppliers. And the same is actually true. It was actually a clay process that we're playing with and we continue to work on. Same is true on that. So we've worked with our suppliers as well on trials and we're sharing knowledge there. And the intention is just to help the whole world do this better. And ultimately, this here is getting the lithium out, or whatever it is, out of the ore.
Minimum wage in Mexico isn't
we're actually building
much
a
different.
cathode processing facility just adjacent to this building. So a little further down the road, you'll see another large construction. That's for cathode refining.
It's like $10 an hour.
We'd really prefer if others did that. We're doing it because we have to, not because we want to.
Yeah, and in that case, there just isn't really any large-scale cathode production in the United States, and it needed to be done. And again, if we're going to do it, we're going to try to do it from a first principles perspective. So we have tried a bunch of new things there. We're confident that they will work. And as they prove out, again, we want to bring them back to our suppliers so that they can build new facilities more quickly with less investment.
All right, let's go to Ben.
Hi, Ben Kaler for Baird. So similar on the renewable side, is there more that you can do in Tesla to nudge the rest of the renewable industry to speed up, since it's such a big pillar of the Master Plan 3?
What kind of question is that? Nudge everyone else to do it.
I mean, I don't know what more we can do, but I can say that if there's like entrepreneurs out there that want to have like a guaranteed chance of success, it would be refining lithium or anode and cathodes or any materials whatsoever for lithium-ion cells. It's a no-brainer. Yep.
Yep.
I think we're doing everything we can. So.
Yeah, on the renewable energy thing, the thing that we can do, Tesla, is the more we reduce the cost of storage, the more we reduce the cost of stationary storage, and the more we bring like flexible load to the grid in the form of like cars charging at the right times, the more valuable renewables are. Because in like Texas right now, I wasn't joking, like there's a lot of wind, and at night, there's like almost too much wind because they don't want to turn the nukes off or whatever. So bringing really low cost storage onto the grid makes renewables more valuable, which ultimately will accelerate their deployment. So that's how we focus on it, I guess.
Yeah, Felipe?
It was a dumb question. There's not really a way to have a good question in this scenario.
Thank you. It's Philippe Bouchot at Jefferies. I've got two questions. The first one, when I think about in this industry, everybody wants to be Tesla. Every car maker is trying to emulate what you're doing. Well done. The one thing they don't do is focus on having as much growth as possible with as few models as possible. So I'm just trying to understand, as you aim for 20 million units in 2030, how many models do you think you need to get there? And how does it fit into your drive to hyperscale? How do you manage this? And also the fact that probably consumers at some point don't want to see a Tesla or the same Tesla at every street corner.
We don't
so I'm
need
just trying
a
to
lot
get
of
your
models.
sense of that.
We have lots of demand.
And my other question is on...
Uh-oh, too many questions.
On bidirectional, I mean, you talked a lot about making a world more renewables and better usage of cars. I think bidirectional charging is one way of better using cars, but you seem to have been reluctant about doing that in the past. So I'm just wondering what your latest views are on the topic.
How much will the Cybertruck cost?
Sure. On bidirectional, it wasn't like a conscious decision to not do it. It just wasn't a priority at the time, I think is maybe the way to think about it. As we continue to improve the power electronics in our vehicle, we've found ways to bring bidirectionality while actually reducing cost of power electronics in the vehicle. And as at all things Tesla, the goal is usually to get more for less. And so we are in the middle of kind of like a power electronics retool, I would say, that will bring that functionality to all of our vehicles over the next 2 years, let's say. But yeah, I guess that's how I'll say there.
Yeah. I don't think very many people are going to use bidirectional charging unless you have a Powerwall, because if you unplug your car, your house goes dark. And this is extremely inconvenient.
Well, I actually
most of
agree
the
with
value
Elon
comes
on that
in
one.
charging the car at the right time.
That was a
It's
good
not
answer.
really about sending energy the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Powerwall that can take the house load, then you can use your car as a supplementary energy source to the Powerwall, and then you're not going to drive everyone crazy by unplugging your car and having the house go off. So I think there's some value there as a supplemental energy source down the road, where if you have a Powerwall, diminish the convenience of the people in the house.
And if you have a Powerwall, you don't need vehicle
And the question
storage.
of number of models?
Sorry, the what? Oh, how many models? Oh,
vehicle models.
6.
Not that many. Really, 10? I don't know. Not that many. There's
not that many.
I mean, what's happened with conventional cars is people have run out of things to do. So if you run out of things to do, they just end up reshuffling the deck, and you have pretty much the same. I mean, how many variants of car are there on the road? There's like hundreds. But are they good variants? No, mostly not. They're just variants for the sake of variants. But look at how have things converged with the phone? I mean, there used to be hundreds of flip phones. Now what do we have? It'll be like that.
Yeah, I kind of agree
George?
with him on that one too.
George Gianarikas from Canaccord Genuity.
Demand is not a
Just had
problem.
a question about your plans to grow market share in China, and also whether or not the political tensions between the United States and China impact your long-term ambitions
No.
there. Thank you.
That's a dumb question.
I don't know.
You know how they're going to
Hey, Tom, not to put, don't sweat too hard.
Yeah. Well,
don't start World War III,
well, we're
Tom.
still growing our market share in China quite strongly, actually. Especially, early this year, we had this price adjustment. After that, we actually generated a huge demand, more than we can produce, really. As Elon said, as long as you offer a product with value at affordable price, you don't have to worry about demand. That's basically the philosophy that we follow. We try everything to cut cost from supply chain, from improve the efficiency in the factory, and pass down that value to our customers. I think as long as we continue to do that, I'm not too concerned about the market share in China. And the second part, geopolitics, no one knows. We do our best. We actually create a lot of jobs to the local community, and we generate also at our suppliers' factories, we'll create a lot of jobs as well, and we'll contribute a lot to the local economy. I think as long as we're needed in this country, I don't see there much of the risk of that.
I agree. What are they supposed to do about it?
Colin Rush from Oppenheimer. One of the things I was struck by in the presentation was the operational efficiency metrics that you guys are talking about. Could you talk a little bit about the velocity of learning cycles and how you guys track that and think about that as an organization as you work into a variety of other areas from an innovation perspective?
Huh?
Anyone want to try that?
I'll say one very high level thing, which is you can't improve something you don't measure, and we're like ruthless measurers at Tesla. And once you start measuring things that contribute to operational efficiency, you actually have a path to doing something about it. So I guess the key is a good measuring stick.
Okay. Elon was like, what
Okay.
the heck?
It's something I should say with respect to demand, which I've said a few times over the years, but it sometimes needs to be said again, which is overwhelmingly there's the desire for people to own a Tesla is extremely high. The limiting factor is their ability to pay for a Tesla, not do they want a Tesla. It's easy for people in this room to lose sight of that. If your income is far in excess of what a car costs, then you look at value for money, but you do not consider affordability. But for the vast majority of people, it is affordability driven. This is why we cannot simply double the price of the car. Or you could say and think about things in the limit, where if you had an infinitely desirable car, but it costs $10 million, it wouldn't matter because most people do not have that. So demand is very much a function of affordability, not desire. Very important. One of the things we weren't sure about was the price elasticity of demand for Teslas. So like, as we lower the price, how much does demand increase? And we found that even small changes in the price have a big effect on demand, very big. So that was a good thing to learn. Yeah. And then
that's why they do small price
this
cuts.
Autonomy question is very, very big. Because you could potentially have, I don't know, 5 times the utility of the asset that you currently have. So if a passenger car is 10 or 12 hours a week of usage, plus a lot of parking expenses, an autonomous car could be 50 to 60 hours a week or something like that. And you could get rid of a lot of parking expenses. So, you know, if this is true, then as autonomy is effectively turned on for the fleet, it probably will be the biggest asset value increase in history overnight.
Emmanuel?
Thank you so much, Emmanuel Rosner from Deutsche Bank. So as you start launching this next generation vehicle and ramping up volume, what will be your nearest term priority in terms of segment or vehicles focus? The slide that you showed with 2 vehicles on the wrap seemed, based on form factor, one of them maybe looks like a van, another one looks like maybe like a smaller
He's dissecting
vehicle, like potentially a Model 2. I guess, what is the nearest term focus for you in terms of ramping up the next gen vehicle?
That's funny.
And how do you make sure that by lowering the price point so much, because the cost is going down 50%, you're not cannibalizing demand, you know, for your existing vehicles?
Interesting question. I like that one a bit more. They know the answer, but they can't say it.
I mean, demand for our vehicles in terms of desire to own them may as well be infinite. It's indistinguishable from infinite at this point. So affordability is what matters. So as you make the car more affordable, we will have demand go crazy, basically. The issue is, how do we build the cars? The hard part is building the cars. I can't emphasize that enough. The hard part is building the cars and the entire supply chain that goes with the cars. This is a logistics challenge of extraordinary difficulty. All the things that have to go into the car have to scale with the car, while everything is doing an exponential ramp. And if you miss even one of those things, doesn't matter why, earthquake, flood, fire, revolution, I thought I've heard them all. I mean, any part of that supply chain gets interrupted.
Drew is so intense.
Then you have a seizure. The hard part is building the cars, by far, and the supply chain that goes with it. I mean, do you guys want to talk about supply chain stuff?
Well, they might.
I think, you know, in the presentation I'd mentioned, perfection is a passing grade. We really need everything to happen perfectly, and the strategy for mitigating the different risks, some of which were anticipated and some weren't, is really bespoke to the situation. And really you need subject matter expertise and a deep knowledge of the particular supply chain you're managing to come up with those strategies. So we've seen everything from, as Elon mentioned, you know, first the tariffs that flew back and forth, then the ocean logistics issue, a chip shortage, COVID, floods. There was a fire in a fab in Japan that knocked down. There was a massive COVID spike in Malaysia, where a lot of the chips, the back end of a lot of chips was down there.
I like Tom too.
This
Tom's
was one
cool.
that Elon was involved with as well. And
it's a cool shirt.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, but somehow it works.
Yeah, they never brought up the roadsters.
Although it's difficult, I think we have been laying the foundation to be as intimate to all the tiers of the supply chain, building that control and directing the different tiers of supply chain. That's the way we are trying to mitigate the risks that come with it. Again, dual sourcing, triple sourcing, having redundancy, is the way we've been trying to mitigate for it.
He didn't really answer their questions at all.
Yeah, on that point, when we think about vehicles, when you think about 3Y as an architecture, SX as an architecture, our next generation platform is more than one segment, and really we're thinking about all the segments that are available that we haven't captured and where the market would be, and designing it with our supply chain partners so that we can go quickly through those segments for where we need. But to Elon's point, if you make a car desirable and affordable, oftentimes it doesn't necessarily matter what segment it's in because it's one that you want. And we've seen that with Model 3 when a lot of people thought the sedan was not going to be a great hit, but we sell tons of them. So the next generation platform is not one vehicle, it is multiple, and it's on a segment that we will really try and focus on the affordability and desirability point moreover than where we started.
It's more than one model.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, I think, it's an old saying, like, battles are won with tactics, wars are won with logistics. The logistics challenges here are enormous. And when you start like being a very significant percentage of an industry, you can't overcapacitize. It's not realistic. And some of these things, like you say, like, well, you dual source or triple source, you can do that maybe for small things, but you can't do it for big things because if you're triple sourced, and it's like having a plane with 3 engines, where if any of the 3 engines fails, you crash. It's like, so.
That would be bad.
And you have to either overcapacitize, which drives your CapEx up, and it has idle suppliers somewhere and big warehouses, or you design to some overage that's, reasonable, and then you have expedite costs because inevitably there's something goes wrong somewhere and you got to fly things around. So it's really just the rate of progress is the rate at which we are able to scale 10,000 logistics problems. The most significant of those is the cell production. And so we actually deliberately try to overdo cell production or cell supply to have that exceed what is needed in vehicles. Because if it goes below what's needed in vehicles, then the factories stall. But then what do you do with all these extra cells? It's like, well, okay, so the much easier thing to scale up and down is Powerwall and Megapack output, stationary storage. So we can then overcapacitize in cells and packs and scale production of stationary storage, which is much easier to scale than vehicle production. So that's strategically, I think, a good thing. The CapEx for Megapack is tiny compared to CapEx for vehicles. Also Megapack demand is quasi-infinite. It basically, as long as we are competitive with utilities, we can sell as many quasi-infinite demand for that, really. Or many terawatt hours. And we got a long way to go to get to many terawatt hours per year.
Yes.
Dan?
Ask questions that we won't answer.
Let's go to Dan.
Please.
Thank you. Dan Levy, Barclays.
They've all got boxed water.
I think we know competitive dynamics differ significantly by region. Cost dynamics differ by region. We saw that with your China Gigafactory, far superior cost to what you had 3 months. I realized it was a new factory, but there are clearly different dynamics. So to what extent are the cost strategies that you've laid out today, do they differ by region, or is there more of a global one-size-fits-all approach on reducing cost?
What? It seems kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think we're pretty consistent on the strategy here. We'll try to as much localize it as possible. Like in China, over 95% of our supply chain are localized, all the way from the first tier, the second tier, and to the third tier. And that gives us, generate a tremendous savings on COGS. We also have a very localized labor force. We have access to skilled labor force in the region and Yangtze Delta region in Shanghai, I'm particularly referring to. And among over 30,000 of employees in China, we have probably less than 20 expats. So it's very deep localization we have done there to be able to have such cost structure, and we try to replicate this approach elsewhere in different gigafactories. Of course, supplier bases are different. The labor market are different, region by region and country by country. But we try our best to localize. Yeah, and I think that's absolutely give us an advantage to compete with the auto OEMs around the globe.
This was a long stream.
Another thing is
I am very
have this
tired.
direct selling mode. Like Zach said, we save a tremendous money on OPEX as well. We have full control over all the expenditures across the company, and we don't spend money on marketing or advertising. Everything we saved will become the value we can offer to the consumers. So on that part, we also follow pretty consistent strategy over the years.
I mean, certainly the manufacturing stuff that Colin, Pete, and myself talked about, whether you make it here or you make it in Europe or you make it in Asia, it applies everywhere. We think about that from the ground up, not specific to any region.
Yeah, this was way longer than I
Yeah, just
thought.
one thing I would add to Tom's point about localization and to Lars's point here. I would actually say that we're moving in a direction of more standardization in terms of our factories and our processes and our cost reduction approaches. So as we've been thinking about the next generation platform, we've been thinking about the volume that we aspire to build against that, how many individual factories do we need to build, and what is the fastest possible way to expand that footprint around the world. What we've done with Model Y is each factory is an incremental improvement of the previous factory, which requires engineering hours, engineering spend for each factory design, and then you end up with factories that are slightly different from each other. And as we move towards the next generation platform, I think the term you used, Lars, is copy-paste. So to get it right from the first time, certainly there will be things that we learn and we replicate and we make adjustments to, but try to have as much standardization and commonization as possible, which allows us to go as quickly as possible with expansion.
Overaka on this side.
On this side.
Thanks. Two questions, one for Zach, one for Ashok. So for Zach, how do you think about the long-term growth and operating margins for the business? And when we look at 150 to 175 billion in CapEx, is the remaining balance of that, is that essentially the CapEx guidance through 2030? For Ashok, the multi-trip reconstruction that you highlighted, how is that different from what Mobileye does with the REM map that they have? And can you give us any color on the AP4 hardware?
So with respect to operating margins, we intend to continue to improve operating expenses as a percentage of revenue over time. And we're continuing to take cost out of our products and try to keep gross margins at a place that's healthy as well. And so, from the hardware perspective of the business, it's our expectation that we'll continue to stay in a healthy place over time.
Mexican
And then
president
there's a
stole
software
the
portion
thunder.
that's added on top of that. And
That
so
was the
Elon has
best
commented
announcement.
on this many times about the impact that full self-driving software can have on the economics of the business. And in that space, profitability, operating margins would be impacted dramatically. Specifically to your point about CapEx guidance, the intent of that slide was not to provide specific guidance, but to just be transparent about internally what our rough estimates are and to provide context that we think getting to 20 million vehicles per year and 1 terawatt hour of energy storage is very feasible relative to our expected cash generation for the business.
Elon's thinking about Twitter.
That's
right
a
now.
number that will move as we learn. We may choose to vertically integrate more into things. We may find efficiencies elsewhere. To the whole conversation we were having earlier about do we do mining, do we not do mining? But the entire point is to say that this is something that's entirely possible based upon our forecast.
Regarding the multi-trip reconstruction, my point I was trying to make was that we want to auto-label most of the data and we can collect data from the fleet and then reconstruct local areas that can act as supervision for those clips. Since we want to build a scalable self-driving system, we don't want to really rely on HT maps or anything, even though we could like trivially build something using the same technology. But this is mostly for auto labeling, and this provides like precise 3D labels for all the video sequences involved in the reconstruction.
Something that's, I don't know if we touched on this much, but in terms of training, we have one of the biggest neural net training systems in the world, and that we expect to increase that
This is
capability
me
by an order
watching
of magnitude by the end of this year, and probably another order of magnitude by the end of next year, with some combination of NVIDIA and Dojo. So I'm not sure the scale of that is quite dawned on people. It's enormous.
Maybe the final two questions.
Ooh.
One from Alex. and
We're
one
almost
from
done,
Chris.
guys. Only 2 questions. Should take an hour. We need another circle.
Alex Potter with Piper. So I definitely want to ask Drew or anybody else up there for an update on dry battery electrode, right? So if you're going to try to overcapacitize towards cells, scale a lot of this, clearly there's a lot of moving pieces and it's a complex sort of orchestra with the supply chain, but a lot of it comes down to dry battery electrode, at least to me. So how are you trending? That was the most fascinating part of the factory tour for me, and looking through that window and seeing that this is clearly not a science project, but anything that you're willing to disclose, yields, progress, where you are today versus where you thought you were going to be.
I'm going to start driving away.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw, right? Like, this is a real factory making a lot of dry electrode in an automated fashion.
Did you see it?
We've made a lot of progress. It's a spectrum. Like we're perfectionists, and we have clear end goals, and we are every week that goes by making progress towards those end goals, whether it's speed of the tool, yield of that process, or the downstream process. We haven't stalled out yet on the rate of progress either, and that's both on the anode and the cathode side. And I think the great thing about where we are with the overcapacity that Elon mentioned is it's giving us the opportunity to experiment as we go, rather than just being like stuck to something that we happened to kick off a year and a half ago and it is here. Something that Elon has said to the team many times is it's okay to scrap equipment or money. It's not okay to scrap time. So the way we've been approaching it is probabilistically, what do we think is the most likely thing to succeed? And even actually in the factory here, you saw more than one anode line. They are actually operating 2 slightly different versions of the final process step of the powder entering the tool. And it's a competition, which is going to be higher yield, which is going to perform better. And we have the luxury to be able to do that. And we're taking full advantage of it to advance the technology as quickly as possible.
The dry electrode problem is really quite a hard problem. I mean, we acquired Maxwell really just for the dry electrode technology, but just illustrates what a gigantic gap there is between something working at small scale and at large scale.
That's a nice water bottle.
And we've had an extremely talented team of engineers working on scaling the dry electrode process and having it be reliable and consistent. And we've been grinding hard, literally and figuratively, on this for quite a while. It seems likely that we will be able to scale it to volume this year.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically increasing the output week over week, like roughly 1K a week per quarter is our internal target. And we're tracking to that. I think what you saw is effectively like a ton of material per hour per tool. It's kind of like hard to like rationalize like what that really means. But it's different than like, oh, something works in a lab. It's like, well, when it's tons of material per hour, there's just different kinds of problems. Like even if you have like 0.1% escape of like finds into the enclosure that your equipment is in, now you have a dust problem, and like that could short out some electronics. It's like just things like this, where when you're on a lab scale, you don't even notice it, but when you're doing thousands of tons over the course of months, it's like, oh, a new failure mode we found, and that's where we're at. But we're knocking those out though, and the team is grinding through it, but progress every week.
And the last question from Chris.
Oh.
Thanks for taking the question. I have a few follow-ups on the next-gen vehicle. First, when do you think we'll get a look at it, maybe a prototype? Second, are there any details that you think you can share in terms of the size, the content, the performance? And then third, I think you mentioned that you would produce it in other plants in addition to Mexico. Should we take that to mean that you can launch it at an existing plant before you're finished constructing the new plant in Mexico?
They're not going to answer any of that.
I think we'll actually have to probably decline that answer.
Yep. Told you.
We will have a proper sort of product event, but that we would be jumping the gun if we were to answer your questions. Maybe another question, if there's, yeah. I don't know, anyone?
All the best questions we can answer.
Will Danoff?
Ask a question we've already answered, please.
I have two questions. This has really been a very impressive afternoon. Thank you so much. Elon, I'm curious, as you've doubled and you'll double again, what you've learned about sort of managing a larger enterprise and what you might have to, do to manage a bigger enterprise.
When are we going to see it?
I'm curious
I don't
your
know.
thoughts on how, generative AI and, these rapid breakthroughs in AI in the last months could help you make cars sort of, less hard to make. Thank you.
Ask ChatGPT to build your car.
I don't see AI helping us make cars anytime soon. At that point, I mean, at no point any of us working, I think.
Big problems.
So we'll just chill out. I'm a little worried about the AI stuff. I think it's something, I don't know, which we should be concerned about. I don't know, I think we should need some kind of like regulatory authority or something that's overseeing AI development and just making sure that it's operating within the public interest. And, it's quite a dangerous technology. And I fear I may have done some things to accelerate it, which is, I don't know.
Elon.
So, some of the AI stuff I think is just obviously useful, like what we're doing with self-driving, which is, some people think is an AGI type problem. I don't think it's quite an AGI problem, but it's certainly requires very sophisticated neural nets because the road system is designed for eyes and biological neural nets. So naturally, the analog to that is cameras with digital neural nets. The thing we found is just there's if you actually look at our neural net architecture in the car, it's kind of insane, frankly. Nets upon nets upon nets upon nets.
Yeah, the visualization tool crashes when you open.
Yeah.
It's like so complicated that no one can visualize this right now.
Yeah, it's hard to visualize. Just like literally, it looks insane. So I guess something like that's happening in our brains while we drive around, which is pretty wild. I don't know. Like Tesla's doing good things in AI. I don't know. This one stresses me out, so I don't know what to say about it.
We're all gonna die. That's all.
Okay, given it's 7 o'clock, I think that's all the time we have. Thank you very much for coming, and
thank you.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Wow. Right at the 4-hour mark. My goodness. How insane is that, people? Okay. Oh man. Well, I can't say I'm surprised, but I also feel disappointed at the same time. And I didn't have that much high hopes, but yeah, just feels awful weird to be talking so much about a third generation platform without actually showing it. I definitely don't think that's a good idea. It's just leaving people wanting more, and of course lots of people like that one guy at the end who's going, "Hey, I thought it was a perfectly reasonable question." He was just like, "So when will we see the next vehicle?" And they're like, "No, we can't talk about that." It's like, okay, not even a timeline. He wasn't asking what the specs of the well, he did ask what the specs of the vehicle would be, but his first question was just, "Hey, does it, like, can we get any kind of like timeline? Like, will it take a year? Will it take 6 months?" I think that's got to be a direct call on the Tesla board to just be like, we can't Osborne our current vehicles. I know that Elon says demand is infinite, but it would definitely affect present day sales, in my opinion, if they told everyone that the unveiling would be in 6 months or something. Megapacks will disrupt energy companies. Tesla will become your future electrical utility company. Are they maintaining the grid, though? Are they maintaining the poles? Are they maintaining all the electrical wires that are leading to your house? If they're not, then there's someone that's got to maintain the grid in the middle. And they're going to want infrastructure funding, and it's probably not going to come from Tesla. It's likely going to come from local governments. Oh, I just realized I can bring up the chat on the computer here. That would be a lot easier than reading it off the phone, actually. So, okay, let me bring this over. What if they are already using it? I don't think they would be. That would be kind of weird for them to talk about eventually using it and how they're not using it, especially when they're showing off the Model Y at Giga Texas being built. Yeah, I don't think they're already using it, but it just feels weird for them to demonstrate this is what we're going to do, but also we can't show you what it looks like or what it'll cost. Or I guess 50% across the board is what we should expect. It's going to be half the price. Whether or not they'll keep the margins the same as the Model Y is a different discussion. But I feel very similarly about, okay, I remember watching Battery Day. I remember watching the 4680 batteries and how they talked about how much cheaper those would be and how much better range, better efficiency they would all be. And I just didn't really see it become that in the real world. I don't really know what it costs Tesla to build. I assume it's less because, according to them in their presentation, it requires a lot less factory footprint, and the dry electrode process allows them to skip a bunch of steps, of course. So I don't know. I have a hard time believing them when they say, like, well, this is our target. Eventually it'll be 50% reduction, but I don't think that means from day one, which I guess the way I interpret that is to kind of just manage expectations a bit, is that the next generation vehicle platform will have a lot more overhead for price reductions over time, but I don't think the first models, whatever they are, whether it's a compact, whether it's a robotaxi, or a van, or whatever they decide to start with, I don't think it's going to be substantially cheaper than what's already being sold. Maybe it'll be a little bit cheaper, but similar to how Model 3 pricing and Model Y pricing is a difference of, $5-10 grand. This could be start $5 cheaper than a Model 3, and then over time it works its way down. The next gen will be in China first, Mexico second. That's not really how I understood it, but maybe you heard them say something I didn't. It was kind of hard to focus through that whole thing, to be honest. Yeah, they didn't want to talk about hardware 4 at all, but Giga Mexico is confirmed. Finally, we can say that. But that was kind of a spoiled, botched release because the Mexican president, I guess, wanted to take all the credit for it. So, yeah, I'm sorry if you guys were more hopeful for more. I hate to say I told you so, but I genuinely am trying to warn you with my predictions, saying I think it'll be very analytical. This is not an unveil, so don't expect an unveiling. I could still visualize a scenario. I was like, the only way I could see them unveiling the next gen platform is if it's something that wouldn't affect present day sales. So if they unveiled something that you clearly couldn't buy because of how bizarre the design was or how bad the specs were, if they prefaced that this isn't a vehicle we plan on selling to people, then I could see them doing the unveiling. But it seems like they didn't want to talk too much about robotaxis today. They just kind of said, you know, we're going to improve full self-driving and it's going to keep getting better and we have fleet data and okay, yeah, we knew all this. So once again, I doubled down that this absolutely would have been fine at just a shareholder meeting. I definitely don't think this needed to be, I don't think this needed to be its own separate event, because I'm pretty sure legally that Tesla, or at least traditionally, Tesla has to still have a shareholder meeting. It's usually around the summertime. And this is just going to have to repeat everything they talked about today again. Yeah, I didn't predict that. You're right. I did not predict it would be 4 hours. But I feel even worse for all of the people that watched other YouTubers that I won't name. But, you know, there were definitely other YouTubers claiming Tesla was going to unveil this. Tesla was going to announce this and give us Highland and Robotaxi and Model Q, Model 2, whatever, and Cybertruck specs and all that. So my hunch was correct earlier in the day. I was getting ready for work and deciding what I was going to make first. And then the Cybertruck news was dropping and I was seeing it on Twitter, all these design tweaks and stuff. And I was like, should I make a video about this now or should I wait till after Investor Day to make the video? Because they might announce more Cybertruck stuff after Investor Day. And I was like, you know what, Drew, what does your gut tell you? This is an Investor Day and the Giga Press isn't operational yet for the Cybertruck. So your best bet is probably just make the video now because there's probably not going to be that much more exciting information at the event itself. That was what my gut told me, and I trusted my gut on that one because there was very little new Cybertruck information other than there's a 48 volt instead of 12, which is kind of cool, but it doesn't really affect anything. I mean, it means that the wiring will be more efficient and cheaper in the production, but I don't think that really affects us all that much because the first several years of Cybertruck production, the supply is going to be super low and demand is going to be super high. So it doesn't really matter what it costs to build. Tesla's going to charge whatever they want because someone will pay it. It's basically a bidding war. Like, well, we'll price it here and see how many people buy it. And once we run out of people that buy it at that price, then we'll lower it a little bit. Yeah, they predict that they want to pump up the stock. I guess they do. I don't think that's purely it for those channels, but I do think that a lot of people tend to let their expectations get out of control. A lot of channels tend to say like, well, this means this means this, and then they hype themselves up, and it's like you're setting yourself up for disappointment. And I've just watched so many of these events now over the years. This event was giving me Autonomy Day vibes because Autonomy Day was also like a 3.5, 4 hour event, and it was very analytical, and they didn't really say very much. And the few things they did say, they didn't stick to. The biggest concrete data they gave us was they expected to have 1 million robotaxis by the end of 2020. And that obviously didn't happen. So I guess that's why I want more results from Tesla. I don't like when they just talk. I feel like that's all these events can be. There's not really much results you can demonstrate in an event because it's an event. It's a live stream where people can watch. If Tesla had a more diverse product lineup, I could justify them having more events, like how Apple has events throughout the year. Here's all of the big software updates we're going to push. Here's some new models we're going to introduce. And no, Apple events aren't the most exciting either, but they're definitely not this long. And they're not this analytical. I feel like for stuff like this, where it's just kind of reaffirming what has already been said, it doesn't need invites. It doesn't need people to fly in from around the world to show up, you know. Explain the door frame image. Is it a composite or aluminum? I'm pretty sure it's just exactly Model Y. I believe it's aluminum pieces all stacked up. We had hope. The rumors are more exciting than the actual announcement, for sure. But that's why I tried to taper expectations best I could. I believe they will start building the production line, and at the same time they're starting to build the factory. and then copy, paste if it goes smooth in China. So I'm disappointed, even though my expectations were low. And I guess if I had to put a number on it, my prediction would be that Giga Mexico should take roughly like a year and a half to get into production, get online. I don't know if it's faster to build factories in Mexico versus America. I don't know if they have more red tape or more hurdles to jump through. I'm not sure. So I guess I just think a rough average. I think it took Giga Texas like a year and a half before they went from like groundbreaking to delivering vehicles within a year and a half. So I guess I would predict that by summer maybe of 2024 we could actually see what the next generation vehicle would be like. I think Tesla would be a lot bigger in 10 years and the only car firm in the world that makes 15% to 20% profit per car. Tesla keeps things like this quiet. I don't know how they keep it quiet. We just listen to them say that exact thing for like 5 hours. Of course, Tesla's goal from the beginning has been to grow and scale and get bigger and bigger and bigger. So they've been saying 20 million a year by 2030 for a long time, and they've always reassured us that that would be with high margins and stuff. So of course they're going to be bigger. They've been growing every year and they're not going to stop, and they have no intention on stopping. Honestly, even at 20 million a year, I don't expect them to stop growing. If there's more segments of the market for them to grow, they'll probably keep going past 20 million. But I don't know why they would want to keep that quiet. But if the goal of Investor Day is to convince people to buy the stock or keep the stock, even, it's not even to buy, it's just to retain. The stock is down 5% after hours, which isn't super noticeable. You know, Tesla stock is volatile anyway, so I don't attribute it all to Investor Day. But I think there's a lot of short-term traders that are just trying to gamble and time the market that are like, let me like just see if anything big happens. And even if Investor Day was normal and decent and not that boring, if there wasn't anything like crazy confetti explosion anywhere, like Cybertruck deliveries start now, if there wasn't anything like that, then they're like, okay, this isn't very exciting. Headlines around it are going to be somewhat disappointing. Sell. And then that's the result of the stock. My guess is any kind of real investor, which to me is long-term investors. If you're buying and selling Tesla stock on a monthly basis, like buy this month and then sell it this next month, you're not really an investor, in my opinion. You're just kind of gambling. It's a bit more sophisticated than a slot machine, but it's not much better because the stock market does weird things regardless of what's announced. As far as long-term investors go, I would say that the fundamentals haven't really changed, and this didn't really convince me of anything that I didn't already know. We knew that Tesla was planning cheaper models. They've been referencing them since Battery Day in 2020. So it's literally been 3 years of them telling us eventually we want to do a cheaper car that's more like $25,000. I guess I'm just disappointed. This is my main takeaway. I don't really know of a great way to do like a recap video here. I can't think of like a good way to just summarize what went on, because they went into so many rabbit holes, but they were rabbit holes we've all been down and we've heard about before. So my takeaway is just that, okay, Giga Mexico, for sure, that exists. V4 superchargers will have longer cables. That's more of a confirmed thing now, but we kind of already knew that. If you've watched my videos on V4 superchargers, I had talked about that happening. There's these leaked pictures. Where are they? There's like filings for them. I'll pull them up. So they said that they're starting to install them in Europe. here that is. You guys can find it here. So this is the V3 supercharger we're all used to. This is the new one. It's more flat. It's a bit more clean, and alternative Tesla supercharger post. So I assume the Magic Dock will be a bit more built into the side. It kind of does look like the Mega Chargers. They're not as tall. The Mega Chargers are crazy. They're like 6 feet tall. These are urban superchargers, not to be confused. These are much shorter. They're about 3-4 feet tall, and they supercharge but only have about 72 kilowatts. These are rumored by Tesla, in fact, at the semi event. They said these would do like up to, what was it? I think they said a megawatt. I don't think there's that many vehicles, including, I don't even think the Cybertruck. Yeah, here. They said this is the V4 supercharging cable, and that the DC fast charging will be capable of up to 1 megawatt. I don't think the Cybertruck, even with a very large battery pack, I don't believe it will support 1 megawatt. But this is what they look like, and you can tell just by this picture. Look at the size of this cable. Look at the size of this cable. It's a much longer cable. So I think they'll center them in the parking spaces for V4. So V4 will be more like universally accepted, whether you're a Rivian, Porsche, Lucid, it won't really matter. You'll just be able to go to any of them. Come on, you know you're going to do a recap. I'm really not. I'm honestly kind of exhausted. I worked really hard on that Cybertruck video to get it done before the event. And I've got some other video work I'm doing behind the scenes that I'm not talking about yet. Stuff that I was actually working on during the event. I was trying to keep it subtle. They're going to need the 25K car if they really want to push the kind of volume they're targeting by the end of the decade. No, Wilson, you missed the whole point. Did you not hear anything they said? They said this like 8 billion times. Demand is not the issue. If your mindset is that they need a $25,000 car to reach volume, you're missing the idea that there's no demand. They still have a growing wait time. Every vehicle they make, they sell, and they have tons of margin to pull from. So they can lower prices further with existing vehicles. My point is, I think even a $30,000 Tesla, they could hit 20 million a year. Some of you may disagree with me on that, but I've just noticed in my own personal life, the people that are willing to buy Teslas, I'm a good example of this. The people that are, what am I saying? The people that are willing to buy Teslas are far more comfortable like spending more money on that car than they would a gas car, because they know it's going to be cheaper to own because of the electricity rates. And they also know that it's a Tesla. It's a connected car. It has software, and it doesn't drive. It doesn't work. It doesn't interact with you the way a normal car does. So people will pay a premium to get a Tesla over another brand just so they can have that simplicity of supercharging. Even with the Magic Dock and everything, I still think Teslas have the superior charging experience. It's not as far a lead once we have 7,500, but think of the process, okay? If you're driving around a Lucid or a Rivian, you go to a supercharger, you park in a space, hopefully that's not being occupied by a vehicle, and you open the app, you select the charger location, and then you select your stall, and then you swipe to start charging, and then you got to push inward to get the Magic Dock to show up. You unfold the flaps of CCS, then you plug in the Magic Dock, and then it charges at whatever the peak speed of the Magic Dock is, which might be not much more than 170 kilowatts, versus a Tesla, which is you just pull up and you grab the cable and you plug it in and you're done. There's all these extra steps to go on. So I still think there will be advantages to buying a Tesla, even with an open charging network. So every time you lower the price, just like what Elon said today, he said that even when we lower the price a little bit, we see large increases in demand. So that's why they do a lot of the $1,000 decrease, $500 decrease, and they do little incremental price reductions because it works, and that increases sales. So if we're talking about them bringing back, which that hasn't been around in a while, but if they reintroduce the $35,000 Model 3, I think you'd get a whole new wave of demand. And it would take you months and months or years to catch up with that. They can't really lower prices too much more for the Model 3 because they don't have the production capacity for it. The reason Model Y prices dropped so substantially is because Giga Texas came online. And Giga Texas is huge. It's like the biggest building in the country. And that can produce hundreds of thousands of Model Ys. So when you readily increase the availability, That's when you can drop prices a lot more. Model 3, they don't really have the space to do that, and I don't really know if they're going to. I think the thought process is for the next generation platform, they can reduce pricing further because they'll be able to produce at higher volume. I saw Rivian max out at 150 kilowatts. I saw that same thing. Affordability has always been the main constraint. Yeah, I don't think they need to hit 25K though, I guess is my point. Tomorrow's video, if we didn't watch what was important and what didn't happen. First of all, tomorrow's video will not be a recap on Investor Day. I already have a Aptera CEO interview planned. And it's going to take a while to edit, but I'm hopeful I can get that done by the end of the day because there's some stuff happening on Friday and I don't want to finish it by Friday, before Friday. But the important thing is that there wasn't an important thing. Wasn't real. Yeah, 4 millionth model. No, not 4 millionth Model Y. There was a 4 millionth Tesla produced a couple hours ago. That could be a tweet. I guess the most important thing is that Tesla is reducing costs, reducing complexity. Tesla's still Tesla-ing, you know? They're still doing what they have always done, and they likely will continue to. So, yeah, I don't think there's that many important takeaways. I guess the most interesting part to me was Cybertruck is switching to 48 volts instead of 12 volts. V4 superchargers have longer cables. Kind of already knew that, but it's been confirmed. Giga Mexico is for sure happening now outside of Monterey, and it'll build the next-gen platform. It seems like that's the first vehicle that Giga Mexico is going to prioritize. I'm kind of surprised there's only one Gigafactory announcement. If they want to maintain like a roughly 50% growth, and they already have 4 factories, I think you'll need more than one new Gigafactory to maintain that growth. The important thing was that there wasn't anything important. The best recap video is no recap video. That's the main takeaway. Yeah, everything else was just like, yeah, building cars is hard. We know there's chips, there's controllers, there's a lot of complexities with the assembly line and the paint and everything, and there's supply chain problems, and they have very talented people at Tesla that will work very hard to address these problems. That's the best way I could summarize it. It's a great advertising strategy paid by the government. People will discover the reliability of the superchargers and having to use the Tesla app and compare their subcars to Tesla. I disagree wholeheartedly, Adam. I was just talking about that the other day because I was at a charge point, which is right next to a supercharger. And I was like, I feel like most people that buy electric cars know what Tesla is. And if they don't buy a Tesla, it's because they have some issue with Tesla. Either the design is too minimal, or they like their buttons and knobs, or they like Volkswagen. Like, I know I have a good friend that drives an ID4, and he just really loves Volkswagen. He's just a big Volkswagen fan. He's always enjoyed Volkswagen, so he wanted to buy a Volkswagen EV. I don't think him charging at a supercharger is suddenly going to make him want a Tesla. Like, I see people say that all the time. Superchargers are like free marketing for like, what is it? Just a logo? You just see the oh wow, it's red. I should buy a Tesla now. Like, I don't think they care. I know people that drive EVs that don't have Teslas or didn't buy Teslas, and they have whatever their reason is. I'm not going to fault them for it. Everybody has a preference, and there's a lot of different choices people have for whatever reason. It's just, if they don't want it, they don't want it. And if every time they supercharge, they have to open an app and swipe a few things, before this, they were dealing with Electrify America, which was way worse. The important thing was that the competition is so far behind, they are screwed. I feel like people misunderstand that too. People act like, well, because the competition is not profitable, they're going to die. The automotive market was not very profitable in the first place. GM, Toyota, all these guys were bankrupt several times and have been bailed out by their governments because they have a ton of union power. They don't just disappear because they're not making money, because they haven't been making money for decades. They haven't been doing very well, and they probably won't ever do very well, but that doesn't mean they go anywhere. There's enough brand power and there's enough union power and lobbying that goes on that they'll stay afloat even if they shouldn't. I don't know why GM's still around, but they are. Same thing with Toyota. understand their approach, but that doesn't mean they're going to go anywhere. I think a lot of people have that mindset of, oh, it's gone bankrupt. Even Nikola is still around, you know. It's kind of harder for these companies to go away than people think. So yeah, I don't think that many are gonna go anywhere. Probably some of the startups will die off, but the legacy auto has survived horrible times and gotten bailed out many, many times. The new announcement is Giga Mexico. That's it. That they confirmed it at the event. That's happening. And the first vehicle Giga Mexico will build is the next generation vehicle, which we know nothing about. Tesla won't tell us about the prices. They won't tell us when we'll see it. They won't talk about an unveil date. They won't talk about a name. They don't say Model 2. Yeah, that after the 5-minute break, Giga Mexico, I think, is the only major announcement. Also, they said the third generation vehicle platform is not one model. They said that the next platform will be multiple, just like basically they referred to it as the Model S and X is one platform, the Model 3 and Y is the next gen platform, and then this is the third gen. So the third gen could be more than one model. I don't know where the Cybertruck fits and all that. But yeah, there's not much announcements. So anyway, I appreciate you guys watching this live stream. We're almost at 5 hours. I was very impressed with how disappointing it was despite my low expectations. I did not think it would be that lackluster. I thought there might be some kind of nugget of information, maybe a teaser image, maybe just one little photograph, maybe one little update about what the design would be, but no, nothing. So I appreciate you guys for your support. Your super chats are awesome, and you've sticking around for so long. I'm exhausted, and I'm ready to head home. And 84 is objectively a worse car than Model Y. No, I don't think objectively. I think there's some subjective things that people prefer about it. Like turning radius is objectively better on the ID4. Affordability, the ID4, before the price cuts at least, was way cheaper than the Model Y. You got free Electrify America charging for 3 years. Not that Electrify America is great, but it is free at least. Supercharging wasn't, probably never be that good a deal. It's just subjective. Some people prefer it, some people don't. You know, I liked it when I drove it. I had a good time with it. But yeah, it's all subjective. Certain things aren't, but people buy cars for many reasons. Anyway, hope you have an excellent rest of your day. All take care. Bye-bye.